Chapter 1, After passing through, the 3 generations of Feng Ying are gone. The yellow sand was full and the air humidity was very low. The yellow sand that came with the hot wind slapped on the windows and made a pop sound. Staring in the mirror, the face that could be called a handsome face, and the burgundy red hair for a long time, Luo Sha finally accepted the fact that he passed through. The 2-dimensional role is converted to the 3-dimensional, something that is unrecognizable for a time, after all, only exists in the novel, not to mention that Luo Sha has also received part of the memory. If it's a familiar character, just stroll around the show, and see the similar makeup, even the back figure, and the character's name can be blurted out. Luo Sha happens to be such a role. The advanced dragon set of Hokage's early stage was taken out by Da Shiwan before he even appeared, and Li Dai Tao was stiff. However, thanks to the performance after the reincarnation of the dirty soil in the later period, and the appearance that is 7-point like Gaara, with an extra pair of eyebrows, it is still easy to recognize. Luo Sha adapts quickly to her identity after crossing, and she will be at ease if she comes, looking like she is still a young man, in her early 20s. From an assassin to a 4-generation wind shadow when he was young, what is there to be unsatisfied? In the future, the strength of the bottom line is also a shadow level, with both children and a beautiful wife, although it is gone because of dystocia. The son was arrogant, even though he was drawn out of the tail beast, he didn't even once. But this is nothing. Stay. Hold on. I can do it. Having survived the assassination of Ashimaru before the Zongnin exam, I don't want those who don't have it, and hug Konoha's thigh. It is best to touch the head of the prince when taking the Zongnin exam in the future and tout a few words. This son has a strong head, and the future will become a great weapon. Be steady, be careful, and it will be done in a lifetime. Luo Sha has calculated everything about the future, inexplicably comfortable. Suddenly, there was a pain in his head, and a ring of starry sky-colored vortex appeared in his mind. After careful observation, it seemed to be able to peek into the mystery of the universe. Infinite power, endless possibilities, endless ambitions are all in it. Plug in, cheat? After the pain, Luo Sha was overjoyed, and I said that I had already crossed it. How could it be possible that there is no matching gold finger, and no writers who rush to the street dare to write like this? Without cheats, how can you please the reader, uncle? The starting point of traveling vertically and horizontally for more than 10 years, what scene I have not seen, what routine do not know. Visualize the starry sky vortex in your mind, only to get a few brief messages. Electromagnetic strength, LV.0. Accuracy of electromagnetic force, LV.0. Points, 0. The principal finger has a very high degree of freedom, and all hosts explore on their own. The greater the impact on the world, the more points will be gained. Luo Sha couldn't help frowning. Many street writers who couldn't write well would write frown, frown. But this simple micro-expression is very meaningful to Luo Sha. In short, it is very advanced, because his future son will not have eyebrows. Damn you, electromagnetic force, what kind of weak golden finger is this? Is it a microwave? Don't ask for a big gift package for novices, at least you have to give a manual. From traveling to finding out the identity, to receiving memories, to cranky thinking, to obtaining gold fingers, there was so much information that Luo Sha hadn't reacted for a while. Boom boom. Outside the door thought of knocking on the door, awakened Luo Sha, who was still thinking. For the time being, leaving the matter of gold finger behind, the duck in the pot will be his own sooner or later and will not be able to run away. Pushing open the door, the yellow sand heat wave rushed in. This is not good in the desert, and the temperature difference between day and night is huge. A yellow-haired boy with a handsome face, wearing a sand forehead, stood outside the door, with a hint of eagerness and worry between his eyebrows. The memory of the original owner pouring out of his mind, Luo Sha recognized the identity of the young man in front of him, the younger brother of the future wife Jiara Luo, and his future brother-in-law. Before he took over, Luo Sha and his future wife, Jialun Luo, were still in the dating stage. Luo Sha was handsome and powerful. He was still a direct disciple of the third generation of Feng Ying, and inherited his magnetic escape. There is a young man, and the relationship with Guerrera is naturally progressing at a rapid pace. It's a pity that the original host Luo Sha is a good man who has not yet grown up. I usually touch my little hands and kiss each other. I haven't gotten married yet, and the beautiful wife will make this traverser cheaper. This makes Luo Sha, who is a pure love party, inexplicably comfortable. Qian Luo is a beauty, a goddess that she can never lick in her previous life. I raise your wife, don't worry about it. Try to imitate the original owner's look, movements, and tone. Fortunately, Luo Sha is not neurotic and has no characteristics in daily behavior. What can I do, Yasha Wan? Brother-in-law, I am not looking for you. It is Elder Qiande, and Elder Hai Lao Zhang looking for you. They want you to go to Feng Ying office as soon as possible. It seems that there is something very important. Yashimaru sternly said that he was very satisfied with Luo Sha, the future brother-in-law. Cho? Lao Zhang? Feng Ying office? After receiving too much information for a while, Luo Sha's mind hadn't turned around. Apart from Chiyo's beautiful swimsuit picture that charmed sentient beings, she couldn't think of anything else at all. But there was still a vague premonition in his heart. Unlike the future Konoha, the elders of Cheyenne village are called Hokage's assistants and can even check and balance Hokage. But elders are still very important positions, with great power. Chide brothers and sisters are also some of the strongest in Cheyenne, and they can be regarded as the backbone of Cheyenne, second only to the three generations of Feng Ying. What's more, Cho will save his cheap son Gara with his life in the future, a good man, a very good man. It can be said that he has dedicated everything for Sane. Just at this point, Luo Sha will not be awkward with Cho. Nobles and lows exist everywhere. Cheyenne village is a forbearance village built in the desert, similar to nomads living by water, except that Cheyenne village is built next to an oasis. The Feng Ying office is located in the very center of the village. Some wind and sand are inevitable, but when there is a sandstorm, it can at least be protected from harm. Luo Sha, a disciple of the third generation of Feng Ying, belongs to the privileged class, and her residence is not far from Feng Ying's office. Following the memory in her mind, she came all the way to the office. Yashimaru was very witty and took the door to leave. With his rank, he was not enough to participate in this meeting. With a straight look and sharp eyes, he looked around, acting as a guard. Even if every face is familiar, he can't be careful. The ninja was originally a profession that danced on the tip of a knife, so be careful. Here is Uchiha Madara, the of the ninja world dance. There are not many people in the office. Combining the memories of previous lives and the memories of the original host, Luo Sha can easily identify them. Cho, Lao Zhang, and the beautiful girls with green ball head and orange bangs. Hair color is hard to conceal beauty. Shakudun Ninja Yekang, very chesty, hey. Looking up and seeing Luo Sha coming in, Cho got up and closed all the doors and windows. The office was darker because of the poor lighting. The candle light flickered. Only then did Cho put his hands on the table, lowered his voice and said hoarsely, Master Feng Ying has been missing for 3 days, tell me what you think. Luo Sha's heart cocked. Come to think of it, isn't the cause of the Third Ninja World War that the 3 generations of Feng Ying disappeared? Is this difficulty? Chapter 2, 4 Generations of the Wind and Shadow Battle. Compared with the Second Ninja World War, the 3 wars swept more forces. All the 5 ninja villages participated in the war, and many outstanding people emerged. Many events after the official story of Naruto began, all were caused by the Third Ninja War. For example, Dashimara defected, and the soil was blackened to create a world of Lin, and Cheyenne further declined and could only be reduced to Konoha's Maze. The cause of the Third Ninja World War was that the 3 generations of Feng Ying, known as the strongest wind shadow in history, were assassinated by the Red Sand Scorpion. The sand-hidden group of dragons has no leader, and the Kingdom of Thunder, which admires military expansion, took advantage of the fire and attacked the Kingdom of Wind. I have just crossed, and I haven't seen my future wife yet, so you tell me that there is going to be a war? Luo Sha finally cleared everything. Before sitting on the throne of Wind Shadow, there was still a hurdle to pass. Hearing what Qiande said, he killed Mat, washing, cutting and blowing the beauty Yakang. He was taken aback for a while, and replied, if there are no people, of course I should look for them. The logic is smooth. Cho nodded slightly, this was what she thought, and then turned to ask Luo Sha, you are a student of Master Feng Ying, what do you think? No, you must not find it. Luo Sha whispered and asked Cho with a serious face, at least I can't look for it with fanfare. Elder thousand generations, this must be your idea, then do you plan for the worst? Thousands of generations set off a stormy sea in his heart, glanced at Hai Lao Zhang, and agreed with Luo Sha even more. Master Feng Ying is missing, so you must find it, otherwise, what about the official affairs in the village, will you do it? Yakang contemptuously said that she and Luo Sha didn't deal with them at all, they were similar in age, and they were both genius ninjas. Humph, long hair and short knowledge. Luo Sha curled her lips, disdainfully arguing. Yakang is not a smart woman, otherwise, in the original plot, he would not be fooled by you and Luo Sha to go to Wuyan village and throw himself into the net. You, with long hair and short knowledge, isn't it just scolding me for being stupid? Yakang was angry, and was interrupted by Qiande when he was about to talk to Luo Sha for a few words. In Feng Ying's office, no fooling around. Qiande sternly reprimanded Yakang, then turned to question Luo Sha, and said calmly, talk about your thoughts, you can say anything you want. Trying to squeeze out a bit of sadness, Luo Sha said sadly, I think teacher, he is very likely, has been killed. Yakang immediately retorted, impossible, Master Feng Ying is the strongest Feng Ying ever. How could he be killed? Why is it impossible? Luo Sha asked back, and then said, Master Feng Ying is my teacher. There are some things I shouldn't have said before, but now for Shayan's safety, I have to say. Dare to ask the two elders, the teacher is known as the strongest Feng Ying, how does that compare to the 3 generations of Raking? The two were silent for a moment, before Cho uttered 2 words calmly, it's better. Rosa asked again, how about the comparison between the of the ninja world Senju Azuma and Uchiha Madara? Farewell. It's not to raise the ambition of others to destroy one's own prestige, the power gap does exist, and Cho Zhang has to admit. That's right, let's not mention the 3 generations of Raking. How arrogant are Senjujima and Uchiha Madara, who have suppressed the chaotic world for decades, did not both die after the Battle of End Valley. Even though the teacher is known as the strongest Feng Ying, to say that there is no opponent in the ninja world to seek defeat, it is purely self-deception. The ninja is a profession that dances with the tip of a sword. Life and death are common occurrences. No matter how powerful a ninja is, it may be killed by a shuriken. Yakang wanted to continue picking up Luo Sha's speech. Master Feng Ying would be magnetically evacuated and could not be killed by a shuriken. He only gave up after seeing the sad expression of Qiande Hai Lao Zhang. 3 generations of Feng Ying are not children, and missing for 3 days for no reason, it is impossible to run to Konoha and fight against the landlord with Sarutobi. Cho Zhang actually had this speculation in his mind, but he didn't want to admit it for a while, but he didn't dare to admit that Feng Ying disappeared around Sharon village. This is undoubtedly a disaster for Shayan village. Let me ask, even if you can even carry the handles on your own head, how can you convince the younger brothers to continue to have a future in this club? People will disperse. Cho and Hai Lao Zhang, the last hope in their hearts, the last bit of struggle, were ruthlessly crushed by Luo Sha's few words. People in the world of ninja are involuntarily, and there will always be many accidents. Then why can't you go to Master Feng Ying? At least if you retrieve the corpse, you can analyze who the murderer is from the wound. Cho asked again, a bit older for a while, and the handle was gone, at least he had to avenge him. Don't look for it, you can't find it. Your grandson never left a corpse when killing someone. Now the 3 generations of Feng Ying, it is estimated that they have been soaked in formalin. Of course Luosha couldn't say such words, and explained, in the world of ninja, everyone knows how cruel reality is and how tense the current situation is. Long after the Second Ninja World War, Konoha has experienced nearly 10 years of cultivation and health, and at this moment his strength has returned to its peak. Wuyan Village, Union Village, and Yunyan Village did not even directly participate in the war, and their strength flourished in the spring and autumn. I have already smelled the smell of gunpowder smoke, and I only need an opportunity, and the flames of war will sweep the ninja world. On the other hand, in Cheyenne Village, we fought against Rain Country and Konoha at the same time more than 10 years ago, and our strength was greatly damaged, but we have not recovered our vitality. Let me ask, what will happen if we mobilize the whole village to find a teacher with a big fanfare? Cho Yizhang fell into deep thought, killing the beauty of Mat Yakang, and also understood the seriousness of the problem. Konoha carrying the handle Sarutobi Risen likes to be passive, but he is now in his prime, and there is a beam between the 2 villages, it is difficult to say Konoha will not make a move. Even if the country of the wind is poor in resources, there is nothing to covet, but who doesn't like it? The Kingdom of Thunder respects military expansion. The ninjas of Union Village are very domineering when doing outside tasks. They make various kinds of fires. When they learn that Feng Ying is gone, they will definitely attack. In the land of the earth, Liang Tianping Onaki has always acted radically. The only reason for them not to attack the land of the wind is to have a bigger interest conspiracy. Luo Shi has memories of previous lives, knowing that the consequences of Sherian's aggressive search for 3 generations of Feng Ying must have been invaded by the Kingdom of Thunder. Reversely deduced the idea of solving the problem according to the answer, and easily persuaded the 2 elders of Jide Ilao Zhang. Cho naturally had speculation that Feng Ying was killed, but there was still a trace of luck in his heart. So she found Yekeng and Luo Shat, the 2 best ninjas of the young generation, and asked them their opinions. On the one hand, I want to paralyze myself. If both of them support the search, then Sheyan will use the power of the whole village to look for Feng Ying. On the other hand, it can be considered 2 people, if anyone can analyze the situation clearly and convince her, then whoever is more suitable to be Feng Ying's successor. There is no doubt that Luo Shi has persuaded Qiande to win this 4-generation vision battle in advance. Chapter 3, Guards of the Golden Finger. With a general direction, it is obvious what to do next. Cho Ilao Zhang has served as an elder for many years. He is well informed and experienced. In order to continue to consider the 2, he still asked the opinions of the 2. Yekeng is a full-fledged thug, just a constant petition. The final General Yekeng is willing to take the lead and burn his head for the generations of Shannon Village, smoking and drinking. Luo Shi gave a lot of constructive suggestions, such as letting He Lao Zhang, who usually rarely shows up, pretend to be a 3-generation wind shadow to stabilize the military's heart. Procurement of strategic materials as much as possible, secretly dispatching elite ninjas from the village to the border to prevent sudden changes, in short, be prepared before the war. Very simple and transparent, they are all things that must be done. At least it proves that Luo Shi's strategic vision is not problematic. There are 2 elders who have checked and filled up the vacancies and can hold the post of Feng Ying. Cho was about to appoint Luo Shi as the 4th generation of Feng Ying almost on the spot. After being held by his younger brother, He Lao Zhang, he was not inspiring. But still full of expectations for Luosha, and said earnestly, Lhasa, your current strength, even if you are in Shangren, can be regarded as an elite. But it's not enough, there is still a big gap compared to your teacher Feng Ying Sama. Try to improve your own strength, there is still a heavy burden to be entrusted to you in the future. Hearing Qiande's words, Luo Shan knew it was done. As long as he didn't die, he would be the imperially appointed 4th generation of eyes. Thanks to the withering talents of Shayan village, Yakang, the only competitor, has a big chest and can do double bonus red sticks but can't be a sitting hall. Really think that mixed clubs don't need brains? The position of wind and shadow, who is it for me? Looking at Luosha's back in the wind and sand heat, Cho said with emotion, "This is a good boy." The teacher who is like a father and son was accidentally killed. He can still collapse in front of him without changing his face. After such a big change, I can still do things casually, press all the grief and hurt to the bottom of my heart, and say so many constructive words. He is much stronger than Yakang, able to withstand the burden of the shadow of the wind. Ilao Zhang nodded, his 2 long eyebrows trembled slightly, and an inexplicable sorrow came to his heart, feeling sad for the person involved in Luosha. He choked. At this moment, his heart must be very, very painful. The teacher is dead, but he has to bear such a huge pressure. Wiping away the hard tears from the corners of her eyes, Luo Sha patted her brother-in-law Yashawan on the shoulder, and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Go and do business, Yashimaru. If you see your sister, please say hello for me." Then he walked into his house and closed the door with a pop. Not long after, there was a choking sound similar to a pig cry from inside the door, and Yashimaru couldn't help but feel sad for her brother-in-law. In Feng Ying's office, the brother-in-law must have learned quite important news, which made him sad so far. At this moment, I am afraid that after pretending to be calm, let's secretly wipe away the tears by himself. With a faint sigh, I went to look for my sister Jiarong Luo, and I must tell my sister to be nice to my brother-in-law. This is a man who is easy to get hurt. In the room, Luo Sha visualized the starry sky vortex in his mind, and the information he received changed. Electromagnetic strength, LV0. Accuracy of electromagnetic force, LV0. Points, 143. The principal finger has a very high degree of freedom, everything is explored by the host itself, the greater the impact on the world, the more points will be obtained. Luo Sha fell into deep thought. How did the 143 points come from? It should be because of his influence on Shayan village. In the original plot, Shayan was looking for 3 generations of Feng Ying, but was discovered by Thunder Country that Feng Ying was missing, and then invaded the Kingdom of Wind. The appearance of himself has reversed the situation, so that Shayan did not get into a mess, but made preparations before the war, and afterwards a war would surely occur. There is no perfect camouflage in the world, and the war will definitely start, but it is postponed a bit, making Shayan not as passive as in the original plot. After making an impact and earning points, Luo Sha probably understood this mechanism. Then it is to check the specific functions of the cheats. This is not a problem for Luo Sha, isn't it, just to add some points? Improve electromagnetic strength. Failed to upgrade electromagnetic force strength to LV1, 500 points are required. Can't? Luo Sha frowned slightly and changed her goal. Improve electromagnetic force accuracy. The promotion is successful, it consumes 100 points, and the next level requires 500 points. The color of the starry sky vortex in my mind is deeper, and I can perceive a twisted wave at the outermost periphery. In an instant, the benefit of the improvement of electromagnetic force precision was reflected in Luo Sha, refreshed and trembling, feeling that the world has never been so clear. The chakra, which was obscure and difficult to use, and the technique of magnetic escape and gold dust, which had just taken over the body, were also like arm instructs. Not only that, but there seems to be even greater changes. Looking at the Mikasa man iron kitchen knife in the kitchen, Luo Sha thought. The kitchen knife swiftly left the chopping board, flew to a millimeter in front of Luo Sha's eyebrows, and stopped. The blade even touched the fine fluff on her face. 100-step flying sword, Gai Nai? With Chiyudeo, domestic lingling paint? Not right. It's Magneto. Chakra consumed a little bit. Luo Sha stretched out his hand to hold the handle of the knife, the corners of her mouth curled up, her shoulders trembled constantly, and she almost laughed. No, you can't laugh. 3 generations of Feng Ying just died, and he laughed like a mad dog. How outrageous! Luo Sha finally understood what this electromagnetic force was, the 4 major forces of the universe, or one of the 3 basic forces. The 4 fundamental forces exist in all things, and perfect control of the fundamental forces is equivalent to controlling the universe. The birth and death of a thought is all in your hands. Magneto is awesome. It comes with the Golden Gate Bridge. In the movie, it only controls the magnetism. Even in the comics, it is just a simple application. How terrible is perfect control of electromagnetic force? Use electromagnetic force to manipulate the nucleus to free the electrons outside the nucleus from the nucleus, so that the nuclei are attracted to each other and collide together to cause polymerization. At this time, uncharged neutrons will escape from the nucleus due to the polymerization reaction. This process is called nuclear fusion. Simply put, it is rubbing a nuclear bomb with your hands. Manipulate electromagnetic force to weaken the interaction between electrons and nuclei and make atoms unable to exist stably, so as to directly destroy any possible objects. This is called atomic cleavage, which is similar to the speed of light fist that can destroy atoms in the legend of the Golden Saint Seiya. The vacuum in quantum field theory is used to generate positive and negative particle pairs, and the electromagnetic effect is reversed to obtain antimatter, which can be used for annihilation reactions. This is called antimatter, which is similar to the destruction of destruction, Biruz, which obliterates an existence in a fundamental sense. There are so many people who are very critical. Of course, this is an operation that can only be achieved when the ability is upgraded to a high level, or even to the limit. Right now, you can only imitate Magneto, play some basic operations, or use strong voltage to create lightning, and play Thunder Escape. It's like passing by one party, without his heaven-defying computing power. Vector manipulation is a hot chicken ability. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and Luo Sha is already very satisfied. Chapter 4, The Iron Pan is also a flying knife, right? Luo Sha's current state is very strange. Many of the advanced applied theories of electromagnetic force belong to graduate students and even research institutes. He has no knowledge in this area. However, the electromagnetic force is like it belongs to him. You don't understand the principle, but you can use it. As long as you have an idea, the ability is enough to support that idea, and you can use it after a few attempts. Oyemyu didn't understand the principle of the dust escape boundary stripping technique, but he could use this technique to decompose most objects, almost like this. In order to master his newly owned golden finger as soon as possible, Luo Sha stayed in the simplest form in the next few days, only to develop stronger abilities to deal with the next war. After several attempts, Luo Sha figured out the application of her ability in her current limits. It is stronger than Magneto, who could only move coins in the early days, and can manipulate most metals by itself, the elements that are most easily manipulated by magnetic fields and magnetism. This also makes Luo Sha's magnetic escape without any defects anymore, and it is common to all systems. The 3 generations of Feng Ying's magnetic escape had the strongest control over the iron element. Originally, Luo Sha's magnetic escape was specialized in gold, that is, placer gold. Gaara also possesses the blood succession boundary of magnetic escape, which allows him to control the gravel even after being drawn out of the tail. The limit of control force is difficult to describe. In layman's terms, it is about 70 kilograms and 150 meters. Within this range, it has little effect on the accuracy of control force. The energy consumed by using abilities can be mental power or chakra. After all, chakra is a combination of mental power and cell power. This is a bit of Einstein's unified theory. Direct manipulation of metal elements to reassemble various weapons is not possible for the time being. Luo Xia estimated that at least the electromagnetic force accuracy must reach LV3 to achieve this level. Therefore, the most effective way to improve combat power is to directly manipulate various weapons such as shuriken, kunao, and long swords, and use electromagnetic force to accelerate. As long as you don't encounter the kind of Uchiha Madara that can open high, or the defensive power of the third-generation Raikage, Luo Xia is confident to take the first level of the enemy admiral with a single blow. Now we are Luo Sun Huan, and Police Tommy Ronaldinho is looking for flowers. In order to perfect his abilities, Luo Xia also borrowed various iron tools from the village to test which shape of iron tools he had the strongest maneuverability. At the same time, he also recruited his brother-in-law, Yachapil, to serve as a standard ninja unit as a model for his experiment. Pointing to a target 100 meters away, Luo Xia took out a hidden shuriken and gave it to my brother-in-law, and said, "Throw it with all your strength. The target is that target, let me see your level." "Brother-in-law, this is impossible." Yashawan was very embarrassed and muttered, "Ordinary forbearance. If you can keep 100 shots within 25 meters, you are already a master. Even if it is Shangren, if the shuriken does not contain chakra-conductive metal and maintains an accuracy of 35 meters, few people can do it. 35 meters is the limit. Even Konoha Uchiha's clan can only strengthen maneuverability within this range, and cannot increase the effective killing distance. The effective range of 35 meters is similar to that of a bow and arrow. It is far better than the flying knives of the previous life. Due to the limitations of shape and quality, the killing distance of flying knives is only a dozen meters at most. If you let you throw it, you can throw it away. What do you do with so many words?" Luo Xia patted Yasha Pills on the head and urged. This simple action, on the contrary, made Yashimaru a sweetheart, just like the protagonist in Tang's novels likes to be kicked in the by Li Shimin. My brother-in-law used to be relatively indifferent, and rarely did such an intimate behavior with him. It seems that Feng Ying's office will have a great influence on my brother-in-law after a while. Seemingly inspired, Yashimaru extracts chakras, takes aim at a target 100 miles away, and furiously throws out the shuriken in his hand. The shuriken flew out quickly and broke through the air. Sure enough, at about 30 meters, the speed obviously dropped, and the trajectory began to be erratic. At 50 meters, it even flew out of a trajectory similar to an elevator ball in a football, and fell to the ground like it was bombarded by anti-aircraft guns, stuck in the yellow sand. Brother-in-law laughed. Yashimaru humbly said, "Today the wind is small and the wind direction is not changeable. This is my extraordinary performance." Luo Xia concentratedly analyzed that it was indeed as Yashawan said, the effective killing distance was about 30 meters. Within this distance, not only the trajectory is fixed, but the flying speed of the shuriken is also around 160 ms. When converted into a speed, it is about 700 km per hour. If it exceeds 30 meters, it will drop straight. The initial velocity of the bullet is about 400 ms. It can be seen that the force exerted by the arm throwing on the shuriken is obviously not as good as the force exerted by the gunpowder on the bullet. And limited by the aerodynamics of the shuriken shape, the effective killing distance is not as good as that of a bullet. It seems that the ninja also has a limit. Behind him, the iron objects are laid out, ranging from shurikens, kunao, and long swords, to hammers, iron balls, iron blocks, iron pots. Everything is available. Glancing at the objects behind Luo Xia, Yashimaru thoughtfully, suddenly surprised, "Brother-in-law, your magnetic escape has a new breakthrough." "Well, just broke through a few days ago." Luo Xia nodded. He was able to manipulate the electromagnetic force initially, which was not so abrupt in the eyes of others. "It's great, great, brother-in-law, your strength is even higher. You will be able to completely suppress Yakang. I've seen that stinky woman upset for a long time." Yashimaru couldn't help being happy for his brother-in-law. The damage of Magneto sand iron in a single round is not enough to compare with that of Magneto sand iron. Although gold is a precious metal, it is obviously inferior in hardness to iron, so Luo Xia in the original plot can only learn the 3-generation Feng Ying style step by step, gathering a large amount of placer gold to win with quality. In fact, Luo Xia is also very dissatisfied with magnetic escape and dust gold. In addition to being able to shoot dozens of episodes to get rich, the lethality and consumption are obviously not proportional. Luo Xia waved her hand. Don't get excited, I haven't pretended it yet. Seeing that brother-in-law was about to show his hand, Yashimaru quickly closed her mouth and stepped aside, looking forward to the next operation of her brother-in-law. Electromagnetic force manipulates the iron behind him, like an arm's command, without any sense of lag. Kyo trembles twice before flying out under the control of electromagnetic force. There is no change. It is simple and fast. Under the impetus of electromagnetic force, the speed is pushed to exceed the speed of sound after 20 meters. After breaking the sound barrier, he pierced the target straight and flew tens of meters before submerging into the rock pillar, leaving only a hole. The sudden sonic boom frightened Yashimaru. What happened? Someone uses the detonation talisman? Then, shurikens, long swords, hammers, iron balls, kitchen knives, and iron pots boom, boom, boom flew out. Arranged in order from large to small. Even if there is a difference in quality, the speed does not change at all, passing through the target at twice the speed of sound and submerging into the rock pillar. Hey! 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 Pieces of iron tools fell, smashing the rock formations into rubble flying, and a huge pothole appeared. Chapter 5, Shakyuden Ninja Hakura's Challenge. What a swift speed, what a powerful impact! Yashimaru sighed sincerely, looking at Luo Xia, full of admiration. He was knowledgeable. Just simply manipulating a few pieces of iron is far less shocking than manipulating the waves of sand gold, but from the perspective of a ninja, this fighting method is even more deadly. According to Newton's second law, the acceleration of an object is proportional to the resultant external force experienced by the object and inversely proportional to the mass of the object, and the direction of acceleration is the same as the direction of the resultant external force. That is, the force is proportional to the rate of change of the momentum of the body, which is also called the momentum theorem. In other words, the faster the speed, the stronger the momentum. The cost of manipulating iron is much less than manipulating a huge amount of gold dust. Because of the speed, both lethality and hits are far better than gold dust. Listening to the thunder in the silent place, in the troubled times, the only meaning of ninjutsu is to kill people. At this moment, Luo Xia is far more deadly than before. Luo Xia smiled slightly, not surprised by honor or disgrace, hooked his fingers, and various iron objects that were submerged in the rock pillar, broke through the speed of sound and returned, each returning to its original position. 150 meters, within their control. With this hand, Yashimaru was shocked, and the control range was so far. What does that mean? This means that Luo Xia will become a real war weapon, abusing vegetables like cutting grass. Just ask, before going out, which ninja doesn't bring a few kunao and shurikens with him. Singing songs while eating Bing Liang pills, suddenly the head of the item is gone. Who can make sense? A few days ago, Cho said that he was an elite in Shinobu. Luo Xia estimated it in her heart, and now she should be a quasi-film. The method is single, there is no resistance to illusion, and the amount of chakras is not very large. Just now, in order to manipulate the relatively heavy iron tools, it consumed more than 10% of the chakras. In a short period of time, there is still a lot of room for improvement. As Luo Xia was thinking about the next development route of her own ability, she was suddenly shocked by a quarrel, and looked sideways in the direction where the sound came from. My brother-in-law Yashimaru was confronting Ye Kang, who had a big breast and brainlessness, and beside them, there was a woman with short and medium blonde hair that was gentle and graceful. What are you doing here as a woman? My brother-in-law is developing a new ninjutsu, do you want to spy on it secretly, then look for weaknesses and wait for an opportunity to defeat my brother-in-law? Tell you, it's impossible, my brother-in-law's new ninjutsu has no shortcomings. Yashimaru howls like a little teddy at Yukang, has the potential to become the first Luo Chui. Yukang's face was reddish, and he quibbled, isn't it just a copy of Fu Ying-sama's ninjutsu? I happened to meet your sister and came here with her all the way to relax. Is that so, elder sister? Yashimaru asked Jiaranyo, turning his head. Jiaraluo gave Yukang a deep look, then smiled and nodded, yet. The little couple missed them for a few days and missed them very much. Jiaranluo thought about coming to see her boyfriend, and it was true that he met Yukang halfway. Only Yukang came along after hearing that Luo Xie had developed a new ninja, and he really meant to be spying. It's okay. Everyone knows the power of the ninja world, Qian Shaozuma, and also knows that his power is because of Mu Dun. But even so, how many people can defeat Senjuzuma? Not a single one. Luo Xieun lightly waved his hand to let Yashimaru give up, but still looked at Yukang with defensive eyes. Small circles exist everywhere, even if they are the same Xieun, they are divided into different factions. Luo Xia and Yukang are both outstanding among the younger generation, and each has their supporters, but fewer people support Yukang. Yashimaru naturally supports her brother-in-law. Luo Xia looked towards Kyra, with outstanding appearance and good temperament, and gentle personality. No matter how he looked at it, he was the best choice for his wife, which was in line with the concept of choosing a spouse among most Kongwo people. You're here. Luo Xia whispered, she couldn't speak of her true love, but she wanted to marry this woman for sure. Okay. Jialuo nodded and looked up at Luo Xia's face. After a few days, he became a little more haggard. He whispered, Yashimaru said that you are in trouble, and I just want to see you. It's not too much trouble, but I can hold it. In the original plot, Xieun can hold the undestroyed village. There is no reason to change himself, and the result will be worse. Seeing the young couple you and me, and remembering the quarrel between the two in Feng Ying's office a few days ago, Yukang didn't fight. Looking up and down Luosha a few times, a disdainful sneer hung on the corner of her mouth, and mocked, the of the shinobi world, Senjujima, is indeed invincible in the shinobi world by virtue of Mu Dun. It's just that you are a bit too arrogant than the of ninja world, right? You are just a successor who has taken over Master Feng Ying's mantle and picks up people's teeth. The smell of gunpowder is strong. Luo Xia turned her eyes slightly, squinting at Yukang, and said, what do you want? Yukang straightened his chest and said without squinting his eyes, I want to fight with you so that you can recognize your own strength, so that you don't always compare yourself to the of the ninja world, and make jokes. Just as the idol of the ninja of Wuyin village is Senjujima, everyone in the ninja world will recognize the power of Senjujima. Sarutobi Risen is the strongest Hokage, probably the same as the strongest name of the 3 generations of Fukage, and it can be regarded as a commercial exchange. I have a clear understanding of my own strength, and I will not arrogantly respect myself or belittle myself. Luo Xia shook her head, and then calmly said, yes, I allow it. Yukang was startled slightly, and subconsciously asked, what is allowed? I allow you to challenge me. As soon as this remark came out, Yukang became even more angry, and was even more unhappy with Luo Xia's calm and domineering tone. 4 big characters were engraved in the eyes of Yashimaru looking at Luo Xia, Gao Shan Yang Ji. Brother-in-law Niobe, to deal with this kind of woman whose eyes are on the top of her head because of her blood inheritance limit, we should use a stronger aura to suppress her. Regarding the change in Luosha's personality, Guerrero was a little surprised, as if he was more confident than before. However, when thinking of the big things Yashimaru said, it is not surprising that such a change has occurred. People's hearts are the most fickle and always grow. They are all sons and daughters of the rivers and lakes. They don't pay much attention to them. They have to pick the top of the Forbidden City on the night of the full moon. Jiaoluo hugged the other arm with one hand, and said uneasy, Ye King is a shinobu ninja, I heard others say that he is also an elite in Shangnan, your brother-in-law, he must not make any accidents. If there is a real fire, Master Feng Ying might also punish them for any damage. This is a very good woman. Number 1 Luo Chuyuyasha Pil patted his chest, confident and relieved. Jia Ruo, sister, please put 10,000 hearts. Brother-in-law is very advanced, not under Master Feng Ying, it is not a big problem to win Ye Kang's woman. Sister, you might as well consider it. After my brother-in-law defeats Ye Kang in 2 ways, where is the better place for you two to go on a date? Chapter 6, Win over Ye Kang. There is no other place in the Kingdom of Wind, there is no shortage of places to fight, after all, the land is vast and sparsely populated. Are you ready? Ye Kang stood still in the distance, fighting high, and today he must let the red hair on the opposite side know how good he is. Luo Xia had her hands behind her back, and since she was pretending to be forced, she would pretend to the end, calmly looked at Ye Kang, and said, you can do it anytime. Cut. Ye Kang spit out a mouthful of water and landed in the desert. In a blink of an eye, he was wiped out by the hot wind and heat waves. Damn red hair, who are you looking down on? He took out 2 shurikens like a phantom with both hands and threw them at Luosha, flying up and down like a drunken butterfly. Even as a blood ninja, Ye Kang did not forget to hone his basic skills. Then, holding a handful of Kyu, his legs were slightly bent and ejected, rushing towards Luosha, today my old lady must punch you in the face. After a short while, Ye Kang's momentum was stopped by himself, and his legs plunged into the desert to put a foot brake. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead as white as jade, and then he was evaporated by the heat wave. Not even a blink of an eye is used. The shuriken thrown by the hand, when it flew to an inch before Luo Xia's throat, it stayed strangely, neither advancing an inch nor falling. And 3 millimeters in front of Ye Kang's throat, a sharp short knife appeared. Under the sunlight, the blade reflected a dazzling light. Ye Kang's throat moved slightly, his gaze swept down the short knife, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and his left hand quietly touched the waist. The short knife that had been hidden there long ago disappeared. What a weird ability! Killing is actually very simple. There is no need for a sandstorm burial or a sandstorm funeral. Just take out the enemy's kunao and short knives, place them in front of the enemy's throat, and wait for the enemy to crash into passive suicide. Your magnetic escape has a new breakthrough. Ye Kang said in a trembled voice. Luo Xia was standing there was no seal, and he didn't even blink his eyes. This is the most terrifying thing. If you stop a little slower, or if Luosha does not stop the short knife in the air, but applies a force, then you will die on the spot. Very strange ability, kill at first sight. Well, just a few days ago, Luo Xia calmly said that the magnetic escape restrictions of the 3 generations of Feng Ying and the original owner are too large. If the magnetic escape they master is a leaf, then the electromagnetic force they master is a 10,000-year-old tree. Countless branches can extend from the trunk, and countless green leaves can grow on the branches. Magnetism and magnetic fields belong to a branch of electromagnetic force. The 2 shurikens are forcibly twisted into 2 iron butterflies by the magnetic field. They are not recombined at the molecular level. Such accuracy cannot be achieved with the LV1 electromagnetic force accuracy. The iron butterfly flew up and down around Luosha, and finally landed on one of his extended index fingers. Putting your index finger in front of your nose, Luo Xia sniffed the iron butterfly lightly, as if she could smell the unique fragrance of ironware, and smiled, "Take out your true ability. Just relying on this little trick, don't say to win me, you can't be close to me. Because I am the king of all metals." All metals. This was only the starting point of the electromagnetic force, but it still shook Ye Kang deeply. It was as strong as the 3rd generation of Feng Ying, and could only manipulate iron sand, slightly affecting weapons containing iron. Is his blood succession boundary already so powerful? I have always heard that the Uchiha clan can open the writing wheel after experiencing pain. How can Magnetic Escape be able to play like this? Ye King was full of slander in his heart, still reluctant to admit defeat, and threw aside all the metal-related items in his body, the short knife in front of him, and the silver hairpin on the head of the ball. He hummed twice, and said with a red face, "This is what you said. The comparison just now doesn't count. Let's do it again." The Yashimaru who watched the game from a distance beat his chest and said regretfully, "Brother-in-law is also true, he has already won. I have been with Ye King again, what if there is an accident?" In Jialu Luo's eyes, Al Luo Share had a tiger with a heart, sniffing a butterfly's figure, and smiled gently, "Your brother-in-law will definitely win." Jialu Luo, who had not had much confidence in Luo Sha, was full of confidence at this moment, perhaps because of Luo Sha's confident posture. Ye Kang's eyes were dignified, like Luosha, who was facing a big enemy. The light and windy Luosha gave her more pressure than any previous enemy. As heavy as a mountain. Quickly seal your hands, burn the escape and kill by oversteaming. Oversteaming kills is similar to the ability of sand control, with a high degree of freedom. Use the searing to create a few fireballs, and then use the fireballs to cooperate with the physical attacks. You can also shoot the fireball directly at the opponent, which can instantly evaporate the moisture in the enemy's body. Or gather together and create a big bang. Most of the real masters have one move to break into the world. Drink. Ye King let out a low cry and manipulated the fireball to shoot at Luo Sha, and he repeatedly jumped horizontally, charging Luo Sha in a zigzag shape. Luo Sha smiled, and the iron butterfly on his finger flew up and continued to circle around him. Electromagnetic force, move. A shuriken thrown far away by Ye King swiftly broke through the sound barrier and flew towards Ye King, intercepting her on the only way forward. Bending down with difficulty and avoiding this shuriken, Ye King was shocked again in a cold sweat, too soon. Luo Sha summarized the blow. At the moment, the ability level is too low and the limit is too large. If you want to make the metal break the speed of sound, you must use electromagnetic force to create a relative repulsive force to accelerate, so you will sacrifice flexibility. Without acceleration, simple manipulation will lose aggressiveness due to insufficient speed, and will be relatively passive. While Luosha was thinking, several fireballs rushed in front of him, but Luosha still did not move. Massive chakras poured into the earth and turned into placer gold, and then electromagnetic force was used to extract the gold elements in placer gold, as well as various metal substances in an area in the desert under the feet. A metal barrier was formed to block in front of him, stopping the burning fireball thrown by Ye King. In this metal barrier, the gap between molecules is relatively large. In layman's terms, all kinds of metal particles are gathered together, and after the electromagnetic force is removed, they will turn into a disk of scattered sand. The physical defense is weak, but the defense against energy is very strong. This is a composite application of ninjutsu and electromagnetic force. The metal barrier was burned and melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and melted into a liquid metal fluid. Luo Sha smiled and uttered a few words, "Thank you." Xie should be. Metal reorganization requires molecular-level electromagnetic force accuracy to do so. Ye King indirectly helped him a favor. After that, he used multiple tasks and manipulated all the metal objects within 150 meters of his own radius into the sky, densely packed. The sky suddenly darkened, Ye King looked up, and the sun was blocked. Is this the power Luosha possessed at this moment? Then Luo Sha used electromagnetic force to accelerate most of the metal objects in the sky, and fell like raindrops to Ye King, blocking all her movement tracks. Because of the use of gravity, the consumption is slightly smaller. If all the metal objects are replaced with snow, the scene must be very beautiful, like the heroine in a TV series. There is snow in the surrounding area for more than 10 meters. It's a pity that I can't change it. Chapter 7, Fooling for the Rise of Cheyenne. Boom, boom, boom. The sonic boom sounded one after another, even suppressing the sound of various irregular metal bodies falling into the desert. All the metal perfectly avoided Yakang's body, and the master of human body stroke completely sealed off a considerable area of Yakang's body. If Yakang dared to take a step, he would be beaten into a sieve. Ninjas are actually the same thing. Physically resistant, there are not a few people in the entire ninja world. Yakang collapsed in the desert, his eyes dull, his lips trembling slightly, his delicate little nose twitched, and Luo Xia was about to cry. Did not suffer any damage, but this is precisely the perfect embodiment of Luo Xia's control. If it was said that he was killed in a second at the beginning, it was because of his carelessness and Luo Xia's ability to be too weird. There was no reason for this failure. The difference in strength is in all aspects, and he is definitely not the opponent of the cocky red hair. At this moment, he is afraid that he already has the same powerful strength as Feng Ying. Yakang was shocked by the strength of Luo Xia, while Luo Xia was reflecting on his shortcomings and seeking to improve again. The first is chakra, mental power, etc. The energy that can drive the electromagnetic force is not enough, and the last hand of metal rain actually consumes 30% of the chakra. Secondly, as the quantity and quality of metals increase at the same time, consumption will increase geometrically. So it seems that all the metals fall into the Yakang at the same time, but in fact they are electromagnetized and accelerated in batches, and then used inertia to encircle and suppress. In other words, in addition to the initial use of electromagnetic force to give all metals a relative repulsive force to accelerate, in the rest of the stage, the metal has actually lost control. It is Luo Xia and inertia to encircle Yakang, and Luo Xia's goal is to remove the inertia and still be able to do well. Keep improving, we'll make progress. With the comparison, Luo Xia has a bit of knowledge about his own strength, and he said that he should at least be really stable when dealing with movie-level powerhouses. Under the shadow level, like grass and mustard, harvest as much as you like. No longer thinking about these things, Luo Xia manipulated the metal cluster in front of him to remove the low-hardness substances such as gold, silver, and copper. Twist the remaining part into a long knife, use electromagnetic force to suppress the movement of molecules as much as possible, and make it cool quickly. Thanks to Yakang's help, otherwise he wouldn't be able to accomplish this kind of precision operation alone. A long knife that blows and breaks hair, that's it. Then use the removed impurities to make a scabbard, and then put the scabbard into the scabbard and hang it on the waist. Luo Xia finally moved, facing the wind and sand, walking towards Yakang. Behind him, there is a bright day. Yakang raised his head, even if his handsome face was haggard, he was still a beauty without a single chance. Looking up at Luo Xia's tall figure, she was dazzled by the blazing sun behind him, so dazzling. Maybe it's a person, maybe it's a blazing sun, in Yakang's eyes, the two are faintly integrated. Yakang curled his lips and smiled bitterly, you won. So, are you here to laugh at me as a loser? There are a lot of flavors in my heart, and the two of them are called Cheyenne Gemini, and they are bright for a while. After experiencing the painful point of losing his teacher, Luo Xia took a huge step, but she didn't make any progress. You and I are both ninjas from Cheyenne village, what silly things are you saying? Luo Xia squatted down and looked straight at Yakang. The two looked at each other. About a few seconds later, Yakang's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, like a deer bumping into each other. Luo Xia smiled, raised a finger, two iron butterflies landed on it, and said, return your shuriken to you. Putting the iron butterfly on Yakang's hair as a hair accessory, Yakang, who was already beautiful for a while, adds a bit of beauty. With two eyes on Yakang, Luo Xia said with a smile, actually, look carefully, you are pretty good looking. Stupid. Do you know that my old lady is pretty now? Yakang's heart beat faster, and he dared not look at Luo Xia's eyes, and lowered his head to play with the gravel on the ground. Jiru Luo's eyelids twitched slightly, I was NTR on the spot. It's a pity that the distance is too far, and only a few words can be seen between the two. This will seduce my brother-in-law, it is really a show of hoof. Yashimaru murmured, and whispered, I said why I kept asking my brother-in-law to trouble me. It turned out to be a big deal for my brother-in-law. Sister, don't let her succeed, at least you can't be a kid. Ninjas are generally monogamous, but the nobles in the Kingdom of the Wind generally have many wives, and Yashimaru is commonplace for this. What are you talking about? Your brother-in-law is not that kind of person. Guerrera scolded Yashimaru, and then walked quickly to her boyfriend. The messy pace revealed a fact, and she was panicked. Seeing Jiaran Luo coming over, Luo Xiaoyekeng quickly got up, pretending to ignore what happened. Jialu Luo embraced Luo Sha's arm with both hands, smiling like a flower, and said to Yekeng with a smile, there is no injury, Sister Yekeng. Is it possible to be injured in the heart after being hit? No, no. Yekeng said incoherently. That's good. Kaira nodded, then snuggled on Luosha's shoulder, and said tenderly, we haven't seen you for many days. Yashimaru said that you have a very important thing, and I dare not disturb you. Now if you are not busy, how about walking around with me, talking, and walking together? Take the oath of sovereignty. Yekeng, whose head has always been ill-fated, unexpectedly understood the meaning of Jiariluo's movements, and his heart was slightly pantothenic. Who cares about your red-haired boyfriend? Rasha laughed dumbly, and Jiaranyo, who was as big as a Nadeshiko, actually had a cautious side, but because of this, she was even more cute. Patting Jiaraluo on the shoulder, he whispered, it just happens to be okay. Let's find a store and sit down together. Okay. Jiaruluo nodded, holding Luo Shat, and left Yekeng, a woman who was dangerous in every sense. Who cares about your red hair? Defending me is the same as defending wolves. Yekeng looked at the back of the two of them away, stroked the iron butterfly in his hair, cleaned up the scene, and left here. Luo Shat, who was held by Jialun Luo, recalled the vortex of the starry sky in his mind. Points 169. Originally it was 143. After 100 points were consumed, 43 remained. In the past few days, due to various preparations in front of the station in Cheyenne village, the butterfly effect has increased to 78. Just simply defeating Yekeng and flirting with her by the way, the harvest actually gained 91 points, which is so cool. In the original plot, the relationship between Yekeng and Luo Sha is very poor. The two sides peck at each other. They are both candidates for the 4 generations of Fengying, and they are in the same situation. Then because of Luosha's betrayal, Yekeng died at the hands of the ninja in the Wuyan village, and the red face died prematurely. That's why Luo Sha can take the position smoothly. Now he is doing the opposite, first using his strength to temporarily subdue Yekeng, and then picking her up by the way. It must have had an impact on the direction of the world. Yekeng is a good source of points, and you can dig deeper in the future. Luo Sha made a decision in mind. Raise your sister for the rise of Cheyenne and betray your hue. Chapter 8, Puppet Master? I'm on the horse. Brother is no longer in the arena, but the legend of Brother is circulating in the arena. In the next few days, Luo Sha remained simple, thinking about his abilities, but his battle with Yekeng was spreading in Cheyenne village. The first Luo Chui Yashawan turned into a big trumpet. Everyone said that Luo Sha defeated Yekeng with one hand, as if it was not Luo Sha who defeated Yekeng, but he himself. Although Luo Sha did not show up, but Shaoyanzong Ninja attacked Yekeng from side to side, from Yekeng's non-controversial response. They learned an astonishing truth: Luo Sha's strength has advanced by leaps and bounds, and the elites in the shinobi can't do a few tricks in his hands. For this level of master, there are many titles, such as the strong who transcends Shangren, the strategic strong, the strong who can influence a local battle. And one of the most familiar titles is the strongest movie class. The sentiments of the Sand Ninjas are enthusiastic, which means that Shayin has taken another step forward in high-end combat power. After Cho, Master Feng Ying, and Ren Zhu, Shayin has another top powerhouse. Soon, this matter spread to Feng Ying's office. Cho and Ilao Zhang were surprised at Luo Sha's rapid advancement, and they found him in Feng Ying's office for questioning. When Luosha opened the door and saw Luosha for the first time, the two firmly believed that the rumors were true. Although his face is a little haggard, there is a kind of self-confidence that can infect everyone from the inside out, and make everyone believe that he can do it. Majestic and heroic hair. This is what Luo Sha deliberately did. Emotions can be contagious, as can self-confidence. It is in his interest to board the wind and shadow, and it can make him more convenient to change the ninja world and earn points. Therefore, he has to show his self-confidence and strong side, and show his personality charm, just like the founding kings in the history books, just like a certain art loser. Looking up at the office, Ilao Zhang's Feng Ying turned into using the transformation technique sits in the center, and Cho sits aside. Luo Sha asked, "What can I do for you?" "Elder Qiande." "No ghosts." Cho nodded in relief, looked at Luosha a few times, and said with a satisfied look in his kind eyes, "There are indeed a few things that I want to trouble you to do. But before that, we want to know, to what extent your strength has reached." "It's hard to describe, in short, it's higher than before." Luo Sha pondered for a moment and replied. Cho asked again, "How tall is it?" "The third and fourth floors are so high." Cho nodded, seemingly understandable. If it was Liu Yu, he would probably say, "Really, I don't believe it. Would you like to fight with me to improve your experience with the shadow-level powerhouse, so as not to make unnecessary mistakes in the future because of carelessness?" Cho suggested that his words were full of support for Luo Sha. The war is definitely about to start, and in the near future, it is impossible to hide the small actions of Shayin village for too long. But preparations must be made before the war. Do nothing, pretend that nothing has happened, deceive yourself and deceive others, and wait for the incident to be revealed. What should the enemy do? The elder guards the gate of the village, and the wind and shadow die? No, just like the various tactics in football, in the original plot, Shayin is a headless fly and kicks barrenly. After being bombarded in the restricted area, he defends himself. Now that Feng Ying died and still did not act, he established the line of defense in the restricted area of his own pure defense, and would still be bombarded by the enemy indiscriminately. What Shayin has to do is to prepare as much as possible and counterattack on the basis of defense, so that the enemy can't attack with all his strength. Luo Sha is a very important link. Soldiers against soldiers and generals, and the shadow-level powerhouses are too strong against ordinary ninjas. If you want to use the number of people to drag the shadow-level powerhouses, you will undoubtedly have to pay a very heavy price. There are not many ninjas in Shayin village. Even if you can use puppet masters to fill the number, it is impossible to make up many ninjas. Once the enemy sends out a shadow-level powerhouse, Shayin village will suffer heavy losses, and then the situation will be completely passive. Cho didn't want to pay such a huge price, so she wanted to push Luosha to the front when the war started, and on the one hand, she would pay for the enemy general. On the other hand, I want Luo Sha to establish merits so as to take over the position of Feng Ying. Elder Qiande is a puppet master, right? Luo Sha asked profoundly. I want to ask, are there any metal parts among the puppets of the 1,000 generations of elders? Of course there is. Cho didn't know why, so he replied, there can be no puppets and no metal is used. The various joints and connecting parts in the puppet, as well as the core and skeleton, all need high strength and high toughness metal to make. Even the silk thread that controls the puppet is mostly a special metal thread. Otherwise, not only will the puppets have no lethality, they will also have various shortcomings such as being difficult to control, easy to be destroyed, and severely worn. Including puppets? Luo Sha asked again. Cho frowned slightly. The human puppet was a special puppet invented by her grandson, the scorpion of the red sand. Cho has never wanted to mention this. However, since Luosha asked, Cho could only answer, there can be no puppets, including human puppets, and no metal is used. In other words, as long as it is a puppet, it will definitely use metal secret parts. Luosha nodded clearly, and the master said lonely, then there is no need to fight against you, the elder, it won't do any exercise for me. Really good at civil war. As long as the opposite is the puppet master, don't tell me who the opposite is, and don't tell me how many people are opposite. I stepped on horses, killed indiscriminately, and Dogukyu defeated me. If the mainstream of the ninja world were the puppet masters, it would be great. Qiande's face was displeased, and he glanced at Hai Lao Zhang, and had a slight opinion on Luo Sha. He was too arrogant and didn't put me as a shadow-level puppet master in his eyes. The transformed Feng Ying coughed with a dry cough, trying to ease the atmosphere, and persuaded Luo Sha to say, Lhasa, we know that your strength has improved a lot. However, don't underestimate the heroes of the ninja world, the 1,000 generations of elders are also strong in the shadow level, not much weaker than your teacher. Self-confidence is a good thing. But being arrogant can make you stumble. Good people, this is the real elder. Luo Sha smiled slightly, and apologized, sorry, I may not have made it clear. I am not targeting Qiande elders, nor am I against Qiande elders. Chiyo's expression has eased a lot knowing mistakes can improve Mo Dian. Luo Sha is a plastic talent and is the hope of Cheyenne village in the next few decades. She doesn't want Luo Sha to stumble because of pride. Luo Sha added, I mean, as long as it is a puppet master, it is absolutely impossible to be my opponent. Even if all the puppet masters in Cheyenne village go together, I am not afraid. Rub. Cho stood up abruptly, with a trace of anger between his brows, looked up at Luo Sha, wishing to jump up on the spot and punch him in the knee. The puppet master is the backbone of Cheyenne village. I don't allow you to insult the puppet master like this. The points went up by another 20 points. Luo Sha is very satisfied. It seems that he has made an impact on the ninjas who appear in many scenes like Cho, and can earn quite a lot of points. Chapter 9, we just want to open our eyes. How important is the puppet master to Cheyenne village? Because of the sparsely populated land of wind, Cheyenne has an insufficient population base, and the number of ninjas is inherently at a disadvantage. It is similar to the land of water. Among the 5 major countries, it is the last to accompany it. Roughly equivalent to Franji and Daki in the 5 gangsters. When the second generation of Mei Fengying came to power, it coincided with the Second Ninja World War. Due to the lack of troops in Cheyenne village, the second generation of Mei Fengying developed puppetry. With the help of the home terrain of the Kingdom of Wind, Cheyenne village was able to secure the position of the 5 great forbearance villages, and the fertile land of fire was not possible. At least there was no big problem of self-protection. It is worth mentioning that the 3rd generation of Feng Ying and the 4th generation of Magnetic Escape were also developed by the 2nd generation of Mu using Shao Erhe's sand control technique, which is also a great scientific research. The puppet master made great contributions to the safety of the Kingdom of Wind. It can be said that the Cheyenne village today is paved with countless puppet remains. That's why Qiande had such a huge reaction. In his opinion, Luo Sha's words meant to deceive the master and destroy the ancestor. Cho-sama, please calm down. The color of the Luoshan noodles does not change, and the index finger lightly taps the tabletop to activate the electromagnetic force. Calm down, how do you let me calm down? I didn't do it on the spot because you are a Feng Ying disciple. Cho was about to have an attack, so he was caught by Ilao Zhang. The long eyebrows twitched slightly, Ilao Zhang's index finger was erected in front of his mouth, and he whispered, listen. What's so nice? No, there is a real movement. The rustle of the wind and sand, accompanied by the clamor of the ninja in the sand-hidden village, came from outside the room, and the ground began to shake slightly. Could it be that there was a sandstorm? No, you have to settle the villagers quickly, so suddenly. The desert environment is full of storms and the weather is changeable, and it is precisely because of this that the tough characters of the sands are forged. Cho cursed, let go of Luo Xia and rushed towards the door, slammed the door open, and when he was about to continue running outside, he suddenly stopped in place. It's been a long time to be able to recover. What's the matter, sister? Could it be that some villagers were accidentally involved in the sandstorm? Ilao Zhang also rushed to the door with a question. This cannot be ignored. Every villager is a treasure in the village. When he walked to the door, Ilao Zhang was about to speak, and was shocked by the scene in front of him. With the Feng Ying office as the center, within a radius of 150 meters, all the metal objects on the surface are gathered together, and a circle surrounds the Feng Ying office. If you divide the circle into 24 segments, you can see that the metal objects on each segment rise to the sky one by one, like a snake that hears the sound of a flute, dancing wildly. True golden snake dancing. 24 metal chains are one after another, twisting into a B shape, and another into a W shape, attracting all Cheyenne villagers to stop. What is BW? Force the King. Wonders of the world. After touching for more than 20 seconds, all the metal objects flew into the sky and returned to their original positions, and the carnival officially ended. Cho suddenly turned his head, his eyes were inexplicably excited, and he looked at Luo Xia, frustrated, 3-point shock, 3-point relief, and 3-point excitement. The villagers also saw the 3 generations of Feng Ying rushing to the door of the office. After a moment of silence, they all cheered. Congratulations, Feng Ying Sama, for her great advancement. Cheyenne Village Mansell, Feng Ying Sama Mansell. As we all know, the ability of the 3 generations of Feng Ying is magnetic escape sand iron, so it is self-evident who did this scene. The excitement of the sand ninjas is beyond words. As little brothers, who doesn't want to talk to someone who can fight? Why are Konoha ninjas and Union Village ninjas so emboldened when they go out to do missions? Isn't it the overall strength of the village? And Ying is the face of a village. The terrain of Cheyenne Village is destined to not cultivate a large number of ninjas. It is very important whether there is a strong handle. Ye Kang, who happened to pass by the office, stood in the agitated crowd, as if out of step with everything around him, staring blankly at Feng Ying office. Can't speak for a long time. Only she knew that the 3 generations of Feng Ying had passed away, only she knew that the annoying red hair must be sitting in Feng Ying's office at the moment. Ilao Zhang said a few words to encourage the villagers, then returned to the office and closed the door with a clang. Cho and Ilao Zhang circled Luosha a few times, as if looking at some rare treasure. For a long time, Cho trembled. What you can control now is not just sand gold, or sand iron. Well, I can control most metals. Luo Xia nodded and said flatly. Electricity generates magnetism, and then the use of magnetism to manipulate metal is such a simple truth. Cho was even more excited, incoherent, and hesitant to speak. What does it mean to be able to control most metals? Puppet Master Killer, Rookie Ninja Killer. All the puppets contain metal, and the vast majority of ninjas in the ninja world are very dependent on physique, kunao, and shuriken. With Luosha, the shortcomings of the insufficient number of ninjas in Cheyenne Village will be truly made up. From the operation of Luosha just now, it can be seen that he has a strong control over metal and a wide range, which means that when he encounters ordinary ninjas and puppet masters, it is a completely one-sided situation. 100 to kill 100, 1,000 to kill 1,000, the rookie is in front of him, and he doesn't even have the right to breathe. Fortunately you are from Cheyenne Village. Fortunately, you are from Cheyenne Village. Cho murmured, repeating these words repeatedly. Ilao Zhang nodded in agreement. If Luo Xia is from another ninja village, just bring a few elite ninjas, you can directly enter Cheyenne Village and destroy the country alone. Happiness came too suddenly. Cho still couldn't believe it, took out the storage scroll, took out a dozen puppets and threw them on the ground, hoping to say, "Try it quickly and see if you can destroy them. Will it be too wasteful?" Luo Sha glanced at the puppet on the ground, and it was of high quality. "No waste at all," Cho said excitedly. "I don't believe you, we just want to open our eyes." JPG. Luo Sha blinked, a few strange noises came from the puppet, and said calmly, "Okay." Cho was stunned slightly, there was no seal, and he didn't feel the fluctuation of chakra. "Is that all right?" The fingers entwined with the silk thread slightly twitched, and the puppet that was supposed to stand up not only did not make any movement, but there was a louder noise from it. All the important metal parts at the joints and the core were twisted into twists and violently disassembled. With the actions of the 1,000 generations, the metal in the puppet collided with each other. Jingle bells! Believe it, Cho is really convinced this time. Taking a breath of cold breath is not enough, and taking another breath, Luo Sha shocked her at the level of 3 breaths of cool breath. Having witnessed the birth of a puppet master killer, Cheyenne Village really hopes to become stronger. Chapter 10, Fame and Fortune lie to me like a cloud. For a long time, the 2 generations of talents calmed down their good mood, and still looked at Luosha with admiration from time to time. It is not easy to produce a good seed in Cheyenne Village. In their opinion, Luosha's magnetic escape blood succession limit far surpasses the 3 generations of Fengying. As long as the chakra is measured, it will be the top group among the shadow class powerhouses. With a truly top powerhouse, Cheyenne Village can have a great deterrent, without fear of other shinobu villages. In the end, Cho calmed down, pondered for a moment, and said, "Since your strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and the limits of your blood have also changed, then this next thing is just right for you to do." "What's the matter?" Luo Sha asked, so she didn't dare to say what she wanted. Ilao Zhang opened the drawer, took out a document, pushed it in front of Luosha, and said, "You know the country of craftsmanship?" Luo Sha nodded. He had some impression of this craftsmanship, a force that appeared in more than 200 episodes of the animation. After Qingming, the ancestor of the land of craftsmen, was resurrected, he wanted to fight the 5 great ninja villages, and then he was by his son Gaara. Gaara of more than 200 episodes, what strength is it? 1 vegetable batch will be shared with Junmara 5 times. This is equivalent to the village head of a village in the mountain ditch proclaiming the founding of the country and proclaiming the emperor, and at the same time he sent a letter of credence to Wanwan by post, and canonized Chiang Kai-shek as the king of Pingnan. The country was discovered by the People's Police 3 days later and sent a small team of troops to destroy the dynasty. This is probably the concept. Therefore, Luo Sha is quite impressed with the country of craftsmanship. It is rare to see people who can be funny to this degree. Luo Sha looked through the documents, and Ilao Zhang explained to him, "The artisan has inherited the best craftsmanship in the ninja world, and there are many orders. Whether it is the 5 great ninja villages or the samurai of the Iron Country, most of the ninja and knives used will be made by the country of craftsmen. The war is about to start. Before we sent more than a dozen teams, pretending to be caravans, to the country of craftsmanship to order ninjas, but after so long, there was no movement. These squads are not weak, and they can also escape when encountering Shangren, but now there is no news, no movement at all." Luo Sha threw the file on the table, lowered her head to think. In order not to reveal the rumors that Cheyenne Village was preparing for battle, the ninjas sent out were in disguise and used other identities. In other words, if there were real enemies, there was a high probability that they were not targeting Cheyenne Village. There is too little information available, and further information cannot be analyzed. "You want me to go to the country of craftsmanship?" Luo Sha asked. "No matter how much I thought, it would be better to take a trip and understand everything." "Okay." Cho nodded and explained, "At present, we have not prepared well before the war. The powerful ninjas in the village all have their own tasks. For the rest, either the strength is not enough, or the ability characteristics are too obvious. It is easy to reveal the identity, and then be deduced to our purpose. This time the number of missions should not be large, and the strength requirements are high. Now it seems that you are just right. In other words, you must take a trip to the country of craftsmen without revealing your identity, find out the truth, and then bring back the ninja. Yes, I'll take it. Luo Shan nodded and said calmly. The two Zhou looked at each other and smiled, knowing that this is a good guy willing to contribute to the village. Afraid of the cold, Zhou said with relief, we will write down this task in secret and make it public when the time is right. The village will remember the contributions you made. You can rest assured that it will not take long for you to go further. You are the only candidate, and Yakeng is not suitable to be a leader. Who is the candidate? Feng Ying, there are some things that don't need to be too straightforward. Will there be a appointed meaning? Luo Sha looked like a cloud of fame to me, and said, Elder, what do you say? Don't say that the situation is special now. Even in normal times, it is my duty to solve the troubles for the village. As for going further, I only hope that this day will come later, preferably several decades at night. Once I succeeded in 100,000 bones, I would rather waste my life, than the villagers and colleagues in the village would be drawn into the flames of war. When will Luosha become a shadow of the wind? The death of 3 generations was revealed, and after being invaded by a large army of people, after making meritorious deeds. Ilao Zhang knew that this day would not be too far away. But Luo Sha said that he hoped that this day would never come, and that peace would last forever in the hidden village of Sha, pretending to be invisible. What is enlightenment? This stepping horse is called enlightenment, and the two of them clapped their hands and applauded. It is a great blessing for Shayan to have this Luo Sha, thinking, enlightened and powerful Sanayu youth. Points +1 +1 +1 +1. Luo Sha is too satisfied, simply install a force, and earn points, and at the same time understand more about the mechanism of cheating. With personal efforts to promote the process of history, as long as you have any influence on the original plot, you can earn points. The easiest way to influence the plot is to influence the characters in the original plot, or the high-ranking characters in the major ninja villages. Kyandai plays are okay, Ilao Tibetan plays not many, but they currently control Shayan village, and every influence they have on them will indirectly affect Shayan's actions, which directly affects the pattern and progress of the ninja world. This is the leverage effect and the butterfly effect, the two are superimposed, and the integral rolls in. Give me a chance to pretend, I can move the entire ninja world. If that's the case, then go and prepare. This task is very important. The future of our Shayan village is up to you. Cho jumped up, held Luosha's hand excitedly, and said. Bringing the door to the room, Luo Sha left Feng Ying's office, first found Yashimaru and Qian Luo, and told them that they had a new understanding and that they would be closed at home for a few days. I hope that while they don't bother themselves, they can also prevent others from disturbing themselves. Of course Yashimaru agreed with a pat on his chest. Brother-in-law is awesome again. Doesn't that mean I am even more awesome? After Yashimaru left, Luo Sha told Qian Luo about her secret mission, hoping she would not worry. Don't mean to want, but not only women can play. Are the secrets of Shayan village important for labor and management? Besides, Kyra is indeed a good woman, a real good helper, she knows what not to do. Finally, Luo Sha returned home to prepare for the mission. Not being able to reveal one's identity means not being able to use puppetry, the unique ninjutsu of the Sand Hidden Village, and one's own blood inheritance boundary. Maybe other people will do the above points, and their strength will have a great impact, but Luosha, easy. There are too many directions in which electromagnetic force can be developed. Even if the current level is very low, it is enough to perfectly disguise many identities without affecting the strength. The first is the swordsman and the samurai. The difference is that the first two play swords with their hands, while Luo Xia uses electromagnetic force to drive the sword in his hand. On the surface, Jian Hao, except for the range of attack, will not have much influence on attack power and lethality. Chapter 11, Those Who Dare to Move Me. The setting sun sets in the west, and the autumn wind is rustling. A tall, handsome young man with a tall figure, black kimono, feet on wooden clogs, long red hair tied behind him, and a long knife at his waist, walks in the woods near the country of craftsmanship. On the majestic face, 2 10-centimeter long scars are stacked to form a cross, which not only does not damage its beauty, but also adds a bit of heroism. Kenshin Himura, or Rosa, used the transformation technique, and became the image of Kenshin Himura. The country of craftsmen is an island country, near the country of water. It is rainy. Even if the sun was shining right now, there was a hazy dampness in the forest, which made Luo Xia very uncomfortable. The country of wind and the climate of the country of craftsmanship, can be said to be two extremes. 2 days across half the ninja world and dare to come here, it really didn't adapt to it for a while. You said that I am a ninja in the desert, why did I come to a seaside country to do a mission? Unfolding the task manual casually, Luo Xia clues for a moment, and her mood is not too beautiful. There are no clues at all. How can I do the task? I can't grab the country of craftsmen and then return to Cheyenne village alone. It seems that it is not impossible. In the plot, the ancestor of the country of craftsmen hit Gaara's idea, which is considered to be revenge for his son more than 10 years in advance. Suddenly, a rustling motion came from the front. Luo Xia put away the task manual, put one hand on the handle of the knife, and squinted at the front. Wind blade. Maji ran hurriedly in the forest, his shoulders and chest were injured, his expression was haggard, and his eyes were bloodshot. While escaping, he did not forget to gather chakra at his fingertips, forming a sharp whirlwind, blowing behind him. Behind him, there were more than a dozen chasers, all wearing misty village guards, hunting down the prey in front of them. The pace is neither fast nor slow. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Maji is already at the end of the crossbow, and he only needs to catch up for a while, and when he runs out of energy, he will be able to win without fighting. A little faster, we must push the limits of this sand-hidden village ninja. Leading the team on Shinobu, I looked impatient, and urged the players behind me. If it weren't for this group of waste wood, would I not be able to catch up with a Zongren for so long? Yes. Ringo Yuyuri, the red-haired girl closest to Huayete, replied, and the speed of the shuttle in the forest increased a bit. The others also speeded up, and they were a few minutes closer to the fleeing Maki. Unexpectedly, after Maki was almost in their attack range, he returned to light, and the speed suddenly increased to throw them away. After all, they ran slowly, and at most they were scolded for not being able to complete the task. And if Maki is slower, Xiaoming will explain here. A bunch of waste, you can only do some trivial chores. Sternly reprimanded the subordinate behind him. Huayeta, I gathered chakra on the soles of my feet, stepped on a tree trunk, and suddenly ejected. Including Ringo Yuyuri, all the ninjas in the Hidden Fog village had no complaints about being scolded by Kagaya. Even if there is, it will not be said. Huayeta I is the backbone of the Huaye clan of Wuyan village, and it is also a few of the clan who has awakened the blood of the Boundary Corps. He has made great achievements for the village, and his strength is not inferior to that of the famous 7 ninja swordsmen. This kind of big man, reprimanding himself for a few ineffective Zhongren, isn't it in Hichin He? It's in the river Tay. Little mouse, you can't escape. After approaching the fugitive in front of me, Huayeta sneered. I stretched out one hand and pointed to the front. In an instant, the 5 finger bones flew out of my hand, like an arrow from the string. Appeared, it is the legendary blood continuum Boundary Corps veins. Ringo Yuyuri and other Zhongren, all with envied eyes, looked at the back of the leader of the team. There is an insurmountable gulf between the blood succession boundary ninja and ordinary ninjas. The reputation of the bones is even more resounding in the ninja world. Who does not know the bones? Relying on the bones and veins, Hui Daimei is also the most elite group in Shangnan, able to compete with the 7 ninja swords. Ringo Yuri's eyes glowed with fighting spirit, and for ordinary ninjas like her, who wanted to have powers such as Hui Daimei, there was only one way out, to obtain a ninja sword and become a group of 7. Unfortunately, the number is full. The 5 phalanxes penetrated Maji's chest, without any reduction in castration, and flew straight to Luosha passing by. In an instant, Luosha drew the knife out of its sheath, and the long knife cut out a flower at an incredible speed and angle, and cut the 5 finger bones into fragments, which were scattered with the wind. Then the long sword returned to its sheath in an instant, showing the mastery demeanor, pretending to be forced all the time. In fact, it is to hold the knife with your hand, and then use the electromagnetic force to manipulate the long knife, so that it can be a perfect Ka swordsman. With a plop, Maki fell in front of Luosha, unkempt, coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood, and was dying. Huiyetta's eyes condensed, and my heart was extremely jealous. I came to a foot break. I didn't rush to approach Luosha. Even if my mission goal was, I was lying at Luosha's feet at this moment. The man in front of him was dressed in a kimono, and the long sword hanging from his waist was a bit longer than the short sword popular among ninjas. When he drew the knife just now, he seemed to be downplaying it, his arms and wrists showed no signs of exerting force, and there was no chakra fluctuation, but a dazzling light of the knife was cut out. The magical sword technique, fast to the extreme slash. This should be the supreme upright in the legend of the Iron Country Samurai Aizen. This person's swordsmanship is not under any of the ninja swordsmen in the village, and combined with his swordsmanship characteristics, then the identity is clearly revealed. It must be a sword master of the genre of swordsmanship in the Iron Kingdom. Even, it is very likely to be the general of the legendary Iron Nation. There is no chance for the ninja to connect to the seal, Master Mifune. In a moment, Huiyeta had already made up for everything, and Mifune was inexplicably backed up. Waved to stop the subordinates behind him, Huiyeta, my face was dignified, trying not to use a sinner's tone, and said to Luosha, friends of the Iron Kingdom, this is something inside our Wuyan village. He is a traitor in our village. If you are acquainted, I hope you can leave here as soon as possible and everyone is in peace. Lest you be affected. Has Wuyan village chased the enemy to the country of craftsmen? Luosha glanced down at the fugitive, frowning. This kid was familiar, very familiar. Memories flowed from the depths of my mind. Isn't this Maji, my future right-hand man, or the teacher of my 3 children? If I remember correctly, there is indeed Maki who was sent to the country of craftsmen to purchase ninja after disguising. Maki lay on the ground dying, his vision blurred. Is he really dying here? Luosha holds the hilt of the sword in one hand, and the heroic heroine, the messenger of justice, possesses the evil nemesis, and filled with righteous indignation, there are people who shovel the road if the road is unfair, and people take care of the unjust. Isan Rorano Ahimura Kenshin Jorakol My Hawk Ashikan Shanks Sakata Jintoki Rian Harut Van Astria Soren. The most common thing is that someone violates the spirit of the samurai and deceives the less. I'll take care of this. People who step on horses, those who dare to move me. Chapter 12, Sword God Luosha is online. Why is this person's name so long? While Huiyeta was still thinking about this issue, Luosha had already taken action. Stepping out to Huiyeta, I held the knife in one hand, and whispered in his mouth, Flying Imperial Sword Flow Dragon Nest Flash. In fact, it is to use electromagnetic force to quickly draw a knife and slash at the opponent. The name of the move is Casual. A cold light flashed, and it was dazzling to the extreme, astounding Huiyeta. My eyes were slightly stunned by the light reflected on the blade. After extracting the chakra, Huiyeta used the bone veins, and a few thick bones broke out, blocking the trajectory traversed by the long knife. Another flower of a sword blooms, gorgeous and dangerous. The bones were cut off altogether, and Huayeta also took advantage of this opportunity to withdraw a few steps back, and waved a big hand, "Go!" Luo Sha frowned slightly, and it was certain that he was besieged, even if he didn't want to reveal his identity at the moment. Solving this group of miscellaneous fish would only be a matter of minutes, easy. What he was really displeased was that after the accelerated long knife cut a few bones of the corpse's bones, the inertia was greatly reduced, and Huaya was not hacked to death on the spot. It seems that there is something in the bones. It is no wonder Junmaru can be with his cheap son on June 4. Water escape, water turbulence. Water escape, water flow whip. The mist behind Huayeta Mi swarmed up, or the water escaped, or threw out the shuriken, or kunao. The cooperation was not perfect, but it was also seen. All kinds of water escape and endurance equipment rushed towards Luosha like a net of heaven and earth. Kagaya made a sneer at the corner of my mouth. The samurai in the country of iron always talked about the samurai spirit and single-handedness. It's really funny enough. Can a ninja be the same as a samurai? There are more than a dozen Zongren, and I am an elite, not to mention the 3 ships. Even if the shadow-class powerhouse comes, they can still deal with it. This swordsman really couldn't see the form and died in vain. Flying Imperial Sword Flow 9-headed Dragon Flash. Luo Sha's expression remained as usual, without any surprises. The long sword in her hand was faintly glowing, and she quickly slashed out in several directions around her. In fact, it is to increase the output of electromagnetic force and manipulate the long knife to cut out at a faster speed. At the moment when the waves of water turbulence touched the long knife, a few electric lights appeared in them, and then burst apart. "Impossible! How can someone cut the water away with a knife?" a ninja in the village of Misty exclaimed. "Others can't do it because their swords are not strong enough." And I, already the of the sword, referred to as the sword god. Luo Sha shamelessly installed a force. In fact, at the moment when the long knife came into contact with the turbulent waves of water, the principle of electromagnetic induction was used to convert electrical energy into heat, and the water on the fixed trajectory was evaporated after being released. After the water turbulence, a few water whips were about to approach. Luo Sha manipulated the long sword to make a weird mark, rolled several water whips on the sword at the same time, and then suddenly raised his head, ignoring the front. Several ninjas holding the water whip, as if struck by lightning, were stunned by the indifferent eyes, released the water whip in their hands and shuddered all over. Huayeta, I couldn't help being surprised. This person is so murderous. I have always heard that some samurai and ninjas who kill the wild can cultivate their own potential, and just a look can deter the enemy, making people feel like an electric shock. Several of his men were shocked in an instant, but he still couldn't feel the killing intent in his eyes. What does this prove? This proves that the swordsman in front of you is definitely a master of masters, and his murderous intent is freely retractable, perhaps even stronger than the legendary Konoha White-Tooth Flag Mu Shimao. Huayeta, I am a little afraid, but more of a war spirit. The Huaya clan is generally belligerent. In fact, Huayeta, my brain supplemented too much. Luo Sha's ability is electromagnetic force, and the ability to control metals is based on the principle of electricity generation and magnetism. The electromagnetic force is his real life. He just added an electric current to the long knife. Those ninjas who were struck by lightning were indeed struck by lightning. And the next scene that happened made a kind of Misty Village ninja even more frightened. Immediately after the water whip, a group of ninjas also flew in front of Luo Sha, aiming at the vital joints of his body. In their opinion, Luo Sha's electric light and flint cut a few knives with different trajectories, and the joints of the body should have been under considerable pressure, and they could no longer continue to use the exquisite swordsmanship. However, Luo Sha was beyond everyone's expectation. The wrist joints were not his own. A long knife was shot continuously, knocking on several shurikens in the air. The shuriken was knocked off and hit other kunao and shurikens. There was a chain reaction of bells and whistles. In the end, all the ninjas flew upside down to the ninjas in Wuyan village. The speed is faster and the castration is more fierce. Several ninjas who didn't anticipate this situation, could not dodge, or were cut through their throats by shurikens, or pierced through their hearts by kunao. Bloody flowers bloom, charming and poignant, and the other shore flowers bloom. Unknowingly, everyone's backs were soaked with cold sweat, including Hui Yede. How long did it take from everyone's shot to Luosha breaking the game? Maybe less than 2 seconds. In these 2 seconds, Luosha made more than a dozen knives, each of which was just right, and each of them was incredible. They are also knowledgeable, and if they want to kill more smoothly, they must understand the structure of the human body. As a person, it is impossible to use this kind of swordsmanship in 2 seconds. Without him, the arm and wrist joints would not be able to withstand the pressure. What shocked them the most was that Luosha just swung a few knives in the end, and let the ninjas thrown by them hit them in a series, and finally killed themselves. What does that mean? This means that Luosha not only has the power of swordsmanship, but also has the calculation power of the single-step ninja world. The force point of the ninja is calculated in an instant, and the trajectory afterwards. This is definitely not a swordsmanship that humans can use. Ghost. A Wuyan village ninja who was not so determined. Couldn't bear the pressure at first, swinging on both legs. Said tremblingly. No. Not a ghost, it's a sword god, the of the sword, worthy of the name. A ninja corrected. The dream that Ringo Yuri had just set up, shattered before it had flowers, and then she had a new dream. It turns out that you don't need 7 ninja swords, just pure swordsmanship and swordsmanship, you can do this. Coach, I want to learn this, if I can survive today. Hui Yeda, a heavy pressure like a mountain rises in my heart, and the swordsmanship of the man in front of me is absolutely far superior to that of the 7 ninja swords, the well-deserved sword god. It's not a class, it's better than nothing. Compared with him, the 7 crowds are spicy chickens, and they can only use ninja sword to show their power. Luo Sheun Danfunking was expressionless, what he wanted was this effect. How could it be possible to have the power of calculation against the sky? In fact, it is to control all the endurance devices with electromagnetic force, collide in a mess, and then throw it back. Glancing at the crowd, he calmly said, "There are 7 more." The wooden clog stepped on the fallen leaves, stepped out in 1 step, appeared in front of Hui Yeti, and swung a long knife to cut them down. At the critical juncture, Hui Yeti quickly pulled a subordinate away from my side and stood in front of me sideways. Blood spattered, another life. There are 6 more. The sound of death's death resounded in everyone's ears. Chapter 13, God does not give birth to me. Kendo is like a long night. Killing one person in 3 steps, the heart stops. There is no chakra fluctuation, in the eyes of the misty ninjas. Luosha is just raising the knife and dropping the knife and dropping the knife and dropping the knife, without blinking. Then there are 3 people gone. There are 3 more. Luosha glanced at it, and there were only 3 still standing, Hui Yetami, a dragon sleeve, and a somewhat familiar girl, who looked like Ringo Yuri. Oh Moses Roy, the 2nd generation of ninja swordsmen, hasn't grown up yet? The 3 of them were scared, he, and the 2 were fighting. When was Zhongren so worthless? In the major ninja villages, Zhongren is not the top pillar, but it is also the backbone of the first level. It generally takes several years to survive. A face-to-face, not half a minute, 6 captain-level ninjas, just explained. Kagayata, I think of a late shadow-level powerhouse, Konoha White Fang Hagaki Sakumo, the man who made the enemy ninja village recognize his strength and would not be punished when he retreated. Killing Zhongren is the same as killing Pig, without any mood swings. Perhaps, the man in front of him was a strong man at the same level as Konoha White Fang. Hui Yeti, I took a step back unconsciously, the desire to survive overcame the fighting spirit in my heart, and the pride of the Huiye clan. It's impossible to win. Luo Sha stepped out, a long knife flashed past, and another head fell on the ground. Lingo Yu Yuri, I order you to block him. Huiyeta sternly ordered, and then took a step back. Yes. Ringo Yu Yuri hesitated a bit, but gritted his teeth and agreed, flicking his long red hair, grabbing a short knife and rushing towards Luosha, seeing death as home. Ninjutsu was not used, because in front of such a master of swordsmanship, either fleeing or fighting, there would be no chance of Jian. Once my dream was to become the 7 ninja swordsmen, now my dream is that one day, the realm of swordsmanship can reach the level of the person in front of him. After hearing this, I could die, and it was worthwhile to experience the power of this man's swordsmanship. The long knife flashed. The short knife in Ringo Yu Yuri's hand was smashed, and every inch of fragments collapsed into his body, causing great damage to the internal organs, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Completely defeated. In Lino Yu Yuli's eyes, there seemed to be a look of relief. Is this the perfect swordsmanship, dead without regret? Well, why didn't I die? Shooting Ringo Yu Yuri and flying aside, Luo Sha lifted the knife and walked towards Huiye Dao. In the original plot, there is only one ninja Junmaro, and there is no shop after passing this village. Gaara dragged one of his sons to death, shouldn't he also have to kill one? The clattering clogs sounded like stepping on Huiyeta's heart, and I almost shouted you not to come over on the spot. Escape? For those who can't escape, the swordsman in front of him is not slow, and it is undoubtedly more dangerous to turn his back towards the enemy. Then, we can only fight. Dance of Early Fern. At the juncture of life and death, all the chakras of Huidawo erupted, sank into the earth and turned into a forest of bones, sharp and dangerous, cutting through the ground, centering on itself, and growing savagely around. In the original plot, Junmaro had to rely on Cursian Tu to use this trick. If it were not for the bloodstain disease, Gaara would almost be killed. Bone spurs rose to the sky, thrusting towards Luosha, and spreading in front of him in an instant. Huiyeta, I have already radiated my ambition to die. Today, even if I die, I won't let you have good juice. The elites are forbearing, and the dying struggle in the peak state can't even be ignored by the shadow-level powerhouses. It's a pity that Luosha's abuse of food is not comparable to ordinary movie-class powerhouses. A feudal struggle. God does not give birth to me Saint Roranoa Himura Kenshin Jorakol Mihawk Ashiana Shanks Sakata Jintoki Rian Harut Van Astria Soran, Kendo is like a long night. Just let you see the ultimate of Kendo. Attaching electromagnetic force to the long sword, Luo Sha whispered, one sword flow 360 troubled phoenix. Then slashed out with a sword. Electromagnetic force is urged to the extreme, and the electric ions gather in the air to form a blue phoenix-like lightning, with electric light between the flapping wings. A phoenix flew towards Huidame, destroying all the bone spurs along the way and hitting him. Thunder and lightning raged. Electromagnetic force can be simply understood as electricity and magnetism, because the surrounding area of electricity must be accompanied by magnetism. The electromagnetic force with LV1 precision focuses more on the use of magnetic force. After all, metal can be manipulated to make it small, and electricity can only be used for power. But it doesn't mean that Luosha can only use magnetic power to increase output, and electricity can also have a strong power, but it consumes a little bit. Unlike the thunder dance that Chakra turned into, the electricity generated by Luosha is generally the same as lightning in nature. As long as the output is increased, the voltage can be increased. Huiyeta I rushed to the street. Ringo Yu Yuri, Maki, who gradually recovered his mind, was shocked by the sight of this scene. There is no chakra fluctuation, only pure swordsmanship, and swordsmanship can lead to lightning and thunder. This person's swordsmanship realm, I am afraid that it has reached the realm that has never been seen before. If someone told them before that simple swordsmanship can do this level, they would definitely pull it over with a big ear scraper, not Chakra boasted about Nima. This is not a ninja at all, but now they have seen it with their own eyes, can there be fakes? Excited heart, trembling hands, Ringo Yuri's heart has been sublimated, she knew that she might die next moment, but she didn't regret it. Points 288. Luo Sha contemplated the starry sky vortex in her mind for a moment, and then slashed away Yeta my head. WDNMD, half a minute ago, his score was 240. After cutting so many people, he only increased 44 points, a group of unrecyclable garbage. 40% of my stamina was wasted for nothing. Sure enough, simple killings, or killing dragons, can't earn too many points. You still have to find a way to muddy the waters of the ninja world and change the plot. After figuring this out, Luo Sha turned around and walked towards Maji, facing Ringo Yuri with her back. The unexpected behavior made Lino Yuri stunned. Why didn't you kill me? Wiping off the blood from the corners of his mouth, Ringo Yuri questioned, I am ready to die generously, and my emotions are brewing in vain? You use a sword, right? Luo Sha turned her head slightly, and glanced at Ringo Yuri with the corner of her eye, leaving her with an unforgettable profile. You have never stood in the kendo, you will not understand my loneliness, I want an opponent who can defeat me in the kendo. I can feel that you are very talented in swordsmanship. I hope you can achieve something in the future, and then come to challenge me. In fact, it is hoped that Ringo Yuri will act as a lever to pass the information of her vest back to Wuyan village, muddy the water, and earn more points under the chain reaction. Old integral bastard. Chapter 14, Black Eat Black. With longing for the future, Ringo Yuri chose to retreat. During the Ninja World War II, Jiraiya, Ashimaru, and Tsunade fought against the demigod Sanchoyu and Hanzo, but they were ultimately defeated. Hanzo spared the lives of the three people because of his cherishing talents, let them go, and gave them three ninja names, and the names of the three people resounded through the ninja world. There are few people in the world who can get a tie with the poor monks.jpg. Since then, when it comes to Sunan, you will definitely talk about Hanzo, and when it comes to Hanzo, you will also talk about Sunan. What Luo Sha wants is this effect. When a shadow-level sword god suddenly appears in the ninja world, no matter how the major ninja villages respond, it will definitely have an impact on the plot. Killing is not the goal, points are. If you want to earn more points, you must use the butterfly effect and the law of leverage. If you didn't want to use your body as a lever and use the position of Feng Ying to move the entire ninja world, Luo Sha would have run away long ago, who would be willing to kill the fierce three-generation Raikage. Ringo Yuri's back disappeared from his sight, and Maki felt very sorry. His team had been chased like a dog in the past few days, and only oneself survived. When I was rushing to the street, I met a murderous man, but unfortunately he had a personality and didn't completely wipe out the fog and hermit, but he couldn't ask for more. Standing up hard, holding the wound with his hand to restrain the blood from flowing out, Maji was grateful and said respectfully, "Thank you for your life-saving grace. I'm just a Zhongren, and I still have a mission. Please forgive me for not being able to repay. I will send the news of the attack back to the village." Speaking very well, he didn't say which village he was from, and he didn't forget to keep his identity secret at this point, which shows Maji's loyalty to Cheyenne village. "I'm Luo Sha." "Okay." Maki was slightly astonished, and then reacted. His eyes swept across Luo Sha, his handsome face with long red hair, and his kimono clogs and sword were completely different from his own boss. Except for their similar hair colors and being very handsome, they can't associate them at all. The most important thing is that his boss's ability is magnetic escape dust, and the swordsmanship of the swordsman in front of him will never be something his boss can possess. As Luo Sha's confidant, Maji knew nothing about his boss, there was no secret practice of swordsmanship, and it was a blockbuster possibility. He took out his own task manual and threw it to Maji, then briefly released the transformation technique for a while, and then used chakra to create a pool of dust. Maki finally believed, his brain was running wildly, and finally he tentatively asked, "My lord, your blood inherits the limit. The blood legacy boundary has advanced, and now I can control most metals." Luo Sha casually explained. "My own sword vest is very important, but it must also be divided. Now I need to perform tasks, and there will undoubtedly be a lot smoother with Maji. Moreover, after returning to the village, as long as Maji is not stupid, this identity can definitely be deduced from Cho Maji. The most important thing is that it's just a vest, and it doesn't hurt if it is exposed. If you have a heart, Luosha can open a lot of vests." "Wow!" Maki slapped his thigh and got it. "There has never been any swordsmanship. Everything is done by directly manipulating the long sword, because it does not require the joints of the body to exert force, and it will naturally be able to perform exquisite swordsmanship without affecting the joints that exert force. It is indeed a man who decided to follow his life, and he was able to come up with such an idea." The electromagnetic force fluttered, sensing everything around, except for trees, mosquitoes, small animals, etc. There was no discordant factor. No ghosts. Luo Sha asked, "Go ahead, what happened?" Maji took out some trauma medicines and bandages from his pockets, and while bandaging them, he reported on his work. "A few days ago, there was a small team with me. After disguising, they entered the country of craftsmen in batches and bought ninjas. Unfortunately, Wuyan village also sent 2 ninjas with 7 ninjas and 1 ninja with bones and veins to buy ninjas. The wealth is the most touching. After we got the ninjas, we were spotted by the team of Wuyan village. After a battle, we suffered heavy losses and all the ninjas were taken away. Maybe they saw the clue, maybe they wanted to kill people, and then got caught up in a long game of cat and mouse. We fled, they chased. The wound was bandaged, and the words were finished. Because touching the wound consumes a lot of energy, Maji leaned on a tree, sweating on his forehead, and still refused to fall. Luo Sha lowered her head and thought, and the 10 teams including Maji were all led by Zhongren. On the other hand, there were 7 people with bones and ninja swords, and the rest were Zhongren. If the national football team plays the French team, it is certain that they will not win. The situation in the ninja world is tense right now, and anyone with a discerning eye can see that the war is about to start. The only difference is where to fight first. The 5 major villages, more or less, are stocking some war materials for an arms race. Wuyan village carries a baby-faced Yakura. As long as he is not a fool, he will certainly do the same. Buying a ninja has sent 2 ninja swords and a large number of ninjas, which is equivalent to driving an aircraft carrier to fish, which shows Yakura's careful thinking. The kingdom of craftsmen is close to the kingdom of water. This can be regarded as the home of Wuyan village. This horse riding is for a wave of black and black. Where are the 2 ninja swordsmen? Have they returned to Wuyan village? Luo Sha asked. This is also very important. Maki shook his head. No, they are divided into 3 teams, and they have been chasing us for the past few days, cutting the roots and killing people. Murder is certain, as long as there are no survivors. This is a headless murder, and Wuyan village will not bear the infamy of being black and eating black. Did you separate anyone and return to Wuyan village? At least in my memory, there is no single one. Luo Sha nodded. The situation was already obvious, and Maki and their identities were not revealed. The Cheyenne village suddenly purchased a large number of ninjas. This news is undoubtedly more important than the death of the mouth. If the Wuyan crowd sees the identity of Maji and the others, at least a few people will be separated and the information will be passed back to the village. You did a good job, this information is very important to me. Luo Sha patted Maji on the shoulder, encouraging. It's just a few trivial things, but I have to trouble you to save us. Maji was very guilty. The precious time and energy of his boss was wasted by himself. Now, let's find a safe place, you can heal your wounds with peace of mind, and leave the rest to me." Maji nodded. Lord Luosh's strength improved by leaps and bounds. It's as easy to cut a ninja and kill a pig. He must have become a shadow-level powerhouse, not bad for his own combat effectiveness. If you can't say that, if you rush to keep up, it will also affect Master Luosh's performance. After Suan after sunset, the two finally found a remote cave. Maji hid in it and lit a campfire. "My lord, I wish you all the best." Maji raised his head and said, feeling guilty. After all, his boss took everything and wiped his ass. "Wait for me to triumph." Settling his confidant, Luoshidi soared into the dark night. The night black wind is high, it is a good time to kill. Damn, it's overwhelming to the labor and capital. If you don't agree, you must do this group of low ethical in Nguyen village. Chapter 15, Reality is more absurd than story. The moon is scarce, the night wind blows through the fallen leaves, and some tenacious insects are still singing the finale of life. In the dense forest, Ringo Yuri ran hurriedly, regardless of his injuries. For the ninja, intelligence is always more important than his own life. Suddenly, there was such a ruthless man in the country of craftsmen, whose identity was unknown, but his strength was against the sky. This news must be notified to the others in Nguyen village. Otherwise, in the style of your colleagues, if you encounter that swordsman, wouldn't it be dead forever? If an ordinary person suffered such a serious injury and still had a short knife fragment in his abdomen, he would never exercise such violent exercise. In the end, Ringo Yuri came to a town alive, stumbled and attracted the attention of pedestrians, and after seeing her attire, they all assumed nothing happened. The ninjas kill at once. On the bright side, everyone in Nguyen village came to purchase ninjas to place an order, so they couldn't be too maverick, so they contracted a hotel and lived in the town. It is also convenient to observe whether there are big fishes, that's how Maki and the others are targeted. The light was not off yet, the injured Ringo Yuri broke into the hotel, and then finally let out a sigh of heart, and fell to the ground in darkness. The girl received at the front desk has been replaced by a person from Nguyen village, and she rushed out to check the situation. After seeing Ringo Yuri lying on the ground, he carried him back into the innermost room of the hotel after checking and confirming his identity. About an hour later, Ringo Yuri woke up quietly, touched her abdomen, the bleeding had been stopped, but the short knife fragment was not taken out. In this team, there are no ninjas who are proficient in medical ninjutsu. It is already the top treatment to throw a healing technique. In the room, more than a dozen ninjas sat together, with two in the middle, the most eye-catching. One is the Loquat Jozo who decapitated the sword on his shoulder. Dressing up and not cutting the ghost is the same style, which is not very characteristic, mainly because the sword is too eye-catching. The second is orange long hair, teeth as sharp as piranhas, and a tall watermelon mountain puffer ghost like a small mountain. He is as eye-catching as the bandage-wrapped scalpel muscle behind him. Strictly speaking, it looks more distinctive. In fact, there is another person. In the corner of the room, a shark face is standing there quietly, a young dried persimmon ghost shark. 18 years that year, I stood in the conference room like myself. Seeing the two ninja swordsmen, Ringo Yuri hurriedly got up, knelt down in front of them on one knee, and said respectfully, "Nakanan Lino Yuri, I have met the two captains." For a while, the wound was touched again, sweating like rain. Yet, Loquat Jozo nodded. The watermelon puffer fish ghost looked stern, holding it on the handle of the shark muscle with one hand, and asked, "Let's talk about it, why are you the only one coming back? Hui Yetami, and the other members of your team?" The shark's pupa moved twice and was eager to try, and the powerful aura was pressing on Ringo Yuri's nerves. As long as she couldn't say anything about it, the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost must be hit with a single blow. "Captain Hui and the others have been killed, and I am the only survivor." Ringo Yuri didn't dare to talk nonsense, and said the most important information in one breath. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Everyone in the room was shocked by the news, and there was a lot of discussion. Who is Hui Yeti? The elite Shangren with bones and veins. The strength is not lower than that of the 7 ninjamen, and they took 10 Zongren out to sweep the tail. Just so unclear? This is unreasonable. The watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost is the most suspicious. He drew the shark muscle and put it on Ringo Yuri's head, and shouted sharply, "Lie! An elite has 10 ninjas and 10 ninjas. Did he meet the big forces of the other 4 ninja villages, or did he meet the shadow of a village? In the artisan's country, there is absolutely no possibility of such a powerful existence. Even if it does exist, why is it you who survived the last, not the strongest Hui self? Make up a lie, but also pay attention to the rationality. Ringo Yuri wants to cry without tears, and I don't know what expression is suitable for a pretty face. I also know that we must pay attention to the rationality of storytelling. The problem is, the reality is that it is so absurd. What can I do? I am also very helpless." The ninjas in the room all looked at Ringo Yuri with suspicion, and they said one thing. This lie was really unreasonable. Suddenly, everyone thought of a possibility. Could it be that Ringo Yuri had turned against the water and had rebelled? Murderous aura was permeated, the shark's muscles faintly burst out of the cocoon, and then Ringo Yuri was hammered to death on the spot. Just when Ringo Yu said that my life was over due to Li Xin, another person called Lo Kuo-Chai Zhang waved his hand to stop the watermelon mountain puffer ghost. Coldly said, "Tell all you have experienced, 1, 5 and 10, and you can't conceal half of it." Phew, my life is saved, my own person is more dangerous than the enemy. Ringo Yuri escaped for the time being, but she knew that if there was something unreasonable about her words and behavior, she would definitely die. The brain ran wildly, recalling the scene at the time, for fear of omissions, cautiously said, "It was about dusk, I followed Captain Hui and other colleagues to hunt down the fish that slipped through the net. We did find one, and just as we were about to catch him and kill him, suddenly someone appeared and stopped in front of us." "Wait!" The watermelon mountain puffer ghost cried out, interrupted Ringo Yuri, and asked, "There is only one person?" "Yes, there is only one." Ringo Yuri nodded and said with a wry smile, "It's a young man with long red hair wearing a kimono, a long knife on his waist, a cross-scarred face, and a kimono. He claimed to be Luo Kun Jiangxin, saying that it is most unlikely that anyone would violate the spirit of the samurai and deceive more and less, and then he shot us." Everyone made a judgment in their hearts. Ninjas are more accustomed to using short swords. This Luo Kun Jiangxin should be a samurai from the country of iron. Only they can wear long swords in kimono. Those are people who have been eliminated by the times. Using the samurai spirit as an excuse to intervene in the affairs of the ninja is too broad. Take the sword of the previous dynasty and cut the official of this dynasty. What a great official power! JPG. At first we thought he was an idiot, a troubled person who looked down on form, so we attacked him. Ringo Yuri raised his head, with a trace of enthusiasm and a trace of longing in his eyes, and said in awe, then he used his strength to prove that he really has the strength to intervene in this matter. The water escape ninjutsu used by the 10 Zongnan, the thrown shurikens, and the kunao formed a net of heaven and earth. And he used his exquisite swordsmanship to break clean within 2 seconds. During the period, we did not feel the slightest chakra fluctuation. I am willing to guarantee my life, that is pure swordsmanship. Chapter 16, Don't Your Eyes Do Anything? Ringo Yuri hadn't finished speaking, and the shark muscles were about to fall. How come the more he blows, the less he teaches the basic law? There is no chakra, pure swordsmanship, this is not a ninja, nor a samurai, the Iron Country General 3 ships cannot do it. Clang! Lo Kuo-Chai pulled out the decapitating knife behind him, blocking the shark muscles that the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost waved, and said calmly, "Let her continue. Although what she said is very unreasonable, it can be in harmony with her previous words. I think it is so credible. Tick. The cold sweat on his forehead dripped on the wooden floor, and Ringo Yuri's heart was complaining, but to be honest, how could no one believe it? Must I pull out 10 elites to forbear the enemy? At that time, our reaction was just like the two adults. It was unbelievable that someone could do this without relying on chakra and only using pure swordsmanship. When we hadn't recovered, he shot and saw that he raised the knife in his hand and lowered his hand. The sword fell in his hand, the knife fell in his hand, and he didn't even blink. Then we were left with only 3 people alive. Telling this memory is undoubtedly a torture to Ringo Yuri's heart, which is tantamount to peeling off his wounds and showing them to strangers. The ordinary dried persimmon ghost shark in the corner raised his hand and asked his own question, will he not blink his eyes for so long? Ringo Yuri. Is this a problem of not blinking? I said he didn't blink his eyes when he killed people, but you actually asked him if his eyes were dry? Very helpless, Ringo Yuri explained, I shouldn't be able to do it. He killed Songnin with only 1 shot. The total of 6 or 7 ninjas did not block him for 5 seconds, just like the legendary Konoha White Fang. The faces of the Loquat Zhang and the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost became serious in vain, and the words of Ringo Yuri were still so absurd, but still able to be self-consistent. Moreover, she accidentally reminded them of the example given by Konoha Batohaki Sakumo. Someone can do this kind of thing, at least Konoha's late head of Anbu Sakumo Heiji is such a master of swordsmanship. There is no need for fancy swordsmanship, and even chakra doesn't need to consume much. A flat knife can take away the life of a ninja. The watermelon puffer fish ghost stared at the dried persimmon ghost, and then finally convinced, turned his head to signal Ringo Yuri to continue. Then he injured me badly and killed a ninja. Apart from him, only Captain Kagaya was able to stand. Captain Hui also felt the pressure, and used his own blood to follow the boundary, and the bones turned into the forest and rose up from the ground, rushing towards the Luokanjiangzin. He still holds the knife in one hand, without any chakra fluctuations, with a single swing, but thunder condenses in the air. After transforming into a lightning phoenix, after destroying all the bone forests, Captain Hui was beheaded. The whole journey took about half a minute. A shadow-level powerhouse is definitely a shadow-level powerhouse. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost and Loquat Jozo looked at each other, and they could see each other's inner thoughts. They have seen Huiye Da's dance of Zhao Fern. It is the final stunt only used by the Huiye clan when they fight for their lives. It consumes a lot of money. Even they are not sure to take this move without injury. The audience was silent, and for half a minute, a squadron led by blood succession limits was completely wiped out. This kind of record really shocked them. I can't feel any chakra fluctuations, probably because the person uses chakras less and has the best control, so Ringo Yuri couldn't perceive it. The 2 people have believed in 5 points, but there is one last doubt. The watermelon puffer ghost looked at Ringo Yuri, who was kneeling on one knee. His sharp gaze made the latter very uncomfortable. He asked, since even Huiye I died, why did you survive? Don't tell me that you took advantage of his unpreparedness to run away. When encountering such a master, even I have no chance of running away. I also asked him why he spared my life. He said that the master was lonely and hoped that someone could challenge him in kendo in the future. Said I was talented, so I let my life go. Ringo Yuri explained, thinking of Luo Sha's side face at that time, it was another burst of heart-rippling. Perhaps this is the idea of a real master, a mortal like oneself, who is not tall enough to understand. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost does not say anything. This possibility does exist. Back then, Uchiha Madara let go of 3 generations of Tokage Onaki, and demigod Hanzo also let go of Sunin and Sanfune. So far, the image of a swordsman who was born in a country of iron, whose swordsmanship stood tall in the ninja world, had a righteous heart, but who also cherished talent, was established in everyone's hearts. The watermelon pufferfish ghost can't help having a headache. There is a strong shadow-level man in the country of craftsmen, who loves to fight against injustices, and it is not easy to see people bully the less. However, they still have to carry out the final clean-up work, and they have been exposed, leaving behind the fish that slipped through the net. For the reputation of Wuyan village, Yakura will definitely ask them to drink 2 glasses of Shenyang good juice even if they will not kill them. The watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost looked at Lo Kuat Juzo, and the other person involved in this mission decided to throw the pot to him. What should I do? Should you continue to hunt down, or just return to the village? Lo Kuat Zhang refused to take the pot, and threw it to everyone, broadcasting ideas. Everyone think of a way. Everyone is in trouble, and if they continue to hunt down and kill, they may encounter this ruthless person. Just back to the village, no one will have good juice to eat. After a long time, Ringo Yuri had an idea and proposed, how about splitting up? He saw no one violated the spirit of the samurai, so we would search separately and increase the efficiency, which is a little dangerous. Lo Kuat Zhang nodded. Maybe Luo Kun Jiangzhen has other quirks, but at present, it can only be so. The clogs of Ta sounded. A ghost with long red hair, wanders the streets of the country of craftsmanship. The electromagnetic force spreads to form a weak magnetic field, which cannot be used to kill the enemy. But it is more than enough to sense some affairs. From the electromagnetic force induction I left behind, it should be here. Luo She raised her eyes and glanced at the signboard of the hotel, Fenglin Pavilion. I like the name, and then stepped in. The ninja sitting on the counter watched the night, seeing Luo She coming in, driving away flies, impatiently said, "Go out, this hotel has been covered by us." The wandering ninja dressed up as a samurai is most rare. SHH. Luo She smiled and put her left index finger in front of her lips, making a silent gesture. The ninja is puzzled, what is it doing? Because he couldn't perceive the fluctuation of chakra, he didn't raise much caution. Electromagnetic force, moving. The brilliant light of the knife flashed by, and a head fell to the ground, dying. The clogs of Ta drifted away. Chapter 17, Long Knife for Dance in Fenglin Pavilion. Looking at you looks like drunk, my vast eyes are slightly. You are a confidant, try your best to use shaku. He drew a toothpick from the counter and held it in his mouth, humming a chronological Hokkien song in his mouth. Luo She lifted the knife and walked deep into the hotel. The head must be crooked, and the bend must be high. Fenglin Pavilion, the name of the hotel, made him feel passionate and remembered that he had watched a classic Hong Kong movie The True Colors of Heroes in his previous life. When Xiao Ma fought against Fenglin Pavilion, the background music was this song Free from Lost. It would be even better if there was another woman in the dust, hugged by herself, and the magic that she had always loved, went to the deepest part of the hotel. It would be even better, in line with her low-key personality. Unfortunately, no if. Who? Hearing the sound of heads falling at the counter, a few ninjas rushed out to investigate the situation in the outermost rooms. The light of the knife flashed, and the head fell to the ground. So, choice is more important than hard work. If you don't come out, how can you live an extra minute? Luo She's face was frosty, shaking the long knife to shake off the blood, split a few shurikens, and the flying shurikens took away the lives of several ninjas. In this age when Senjuju passed away and Uchiha Madara lingered, he was the real king of mischievous food. Lo Kuat Juzo and Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish ghosts also heard movement at this moment and led the ninja in the room to rush out. After seeing everything in front of them, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. How long has it been since I heard the movement? Are there 5 seconds? How many Zongren are there? Looking at Luo She's face and dress, the two were convinced that this was the Luo village Jiangzhen mentioned by Ringo Yuri. Real people are more terrifying than herd. With a slash cut through the incoming Shui Dun, the long blade pierced into the abdomen of a Zhongren, taking a life away, Luo Sha took a step forward. No one can stop. The Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost unconsciously took a step back and bumped into a ninja behind him. Only then did he react, and he shouldn't shrink back. Even if the enemy is like a ghost killed from hell. Try to calm down and calm your mind, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost tentatively said. Friend, we have no grievances with you. Why should we not help but slaughter our people? Although the Watermelon Puffer Fish Ghost is fat, he should be regarded as the most flexible of the seven. If he is affected by inertial thinking and thinks that he is a brash man, he will definitely die miserably. Clang! Parrying the Kunao who was sneaking up behind him, he chopped off another Zhongren with a backhand. Luo Sha smiled and said, there really is no hatred between you and me. But what does this have to do with my want to kill you? I have hacked so many horses to death, and there is no hatred in particular. That is my team who will win the points to earn points in the future. What does it have to do with killing us? The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost and the Lo Kwa Chai Zhang were in anger, and their eyes were about to burst out with fire. This is no longer domineering, it is completely defiant. Treating them as weeds on the side of the road, trampling them at will, even if the weeds wither and die since then, it won't attract his attention. Who cares? Hey! The water dragon bomb that came flying apart was quite good for the first time, but it was useless, and Luo Sha could not even be used to bring up the idea of wanting to know who used this ninjutsu. Long knives dance in the Fenglin Pavilion, and the knives are all stained with the enemy's blood. The wooden clogs stepped on the wooden floor in the hotel, full of blood, and Luo Sha was full of corpses lying behind him. All of them are fatal with one sword. This is also the fate that most ninjas will inevitably meet when facing Luosha. Zhongren will be more troublesome, and elites may have to waste some hands and feet. And this was the result of Luo Sha's deliberate convergence, otherwise the result would be even more brilliant and crazy. Lo Kwa Chai Zhang and Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost were not the first to stand in front, because they did not want to fight Luosha. At this moment, their hearts were under unprecedented pressure. Zhongren is not a Chinese cabbage on the side of the road, and they do it personally, and they can't kill Zhongren like killing a pig. No, it can't be said to be killing pigs. Pigs will resist. It is more appropriate to say that cutting melons and vegetables is more appropriate. Those Zhongren who were killed by Luosha were like hitting him with a knife, rushing to reincarnate. The incredible skill of the sword is against common sense. The ghosts and gods play martial arts, and the of death swings the sword. Lo Kwa Jozo has never seen how Konoha White-Tooth Hakata Ki Sakumo killed people, but he was fortunate today to see how Luosha used a knife. He would rather never meet such a powerful knife wiper all his life. The dried persimmon ghost shark next to the watermelon puffer fish ghost, the shark's eyes showed a look of longing. This is the sword technique he desires. Concise, deadly, swordsmanship that exists only for murder. Boom! With a muffled sound, the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost hit the wall behind him, unable to retreat, and the red-haired devil, only 2 people away, was about to kill him. Qianjun smiled, but actually under tremendous psychological pressure, the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost forced a smile and said, in fact, we can talk about it. At the same time, look for the flaws in Luosha. Cut off the shuriken that hit, kicked out a kunao on the ground and penetrated the heart of a Zhongren. Luo Sha took another step forward, her heart stopped. Ignoring the front, smiling and asking, how do you want to talk? There was only one person in front of him, and Luo Sha's flaws hadn't been seen yet, or that all his body was flawed. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost scolded in his heart, and glanced at Ringo Yuri beside him from the corner of his eyes, and suggested, you are here to find this woman. Actually, we don't know her at all. How about you just stop here if we give her to you? You know, we are the 7 ninja swordsmen of Wuyan village. If you really fight, you may not be able to easily beat us. Then you are fighting, what are you doing so far? Ringo Yuri couldn't believe it. Looking at the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost, he was just sold? This is the responsibility of the 7 ninja swords? The eyes of the dried persimmon ghost shark were very calm. This is a ninja, who can sacrifice relatively unimportant things for greater interests and goals. So far, as a direct subordinate of the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost, he has killed many former teammates. After cutting over the last person between the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost, Luo Sha stepped out with the knife and said flatly, "Sorry, she is the one I fancy. Her life is not at your disposal." The killing intent was mixed with blood, and he rushed towards the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. He had killed many people before. This was the first time he was in this situation, and perhaps the last time. With a hideous face and sharp teeth, the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost grabbed the injured Ringo Yuri beside him and threw it at Luosha. Snapped. With the knife slapped away the oncoming girl, there was a bigger and thicker thing in front of Luosha's eyes. The kind that will kill people. Chapter 18, Come and Kill Me If It's a Brother. The mackerel muscle broke through the bandages, the barbs were erected, and the mouth of the blood basin was opened, revealing fangs. Being held by the Watermelon Puffer Fish Ghost in his hand, he chopped down. "Go to hell, I've been waiting for this opportunity, waiting for you to reveal your flaws. Your swordsmanship has indeed reached the point where you look down upon the world of ninja, but you are just a swordsman after all, and your heart is not enough for ninjas. The heart is not cruel, and the standing is unstable." The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost looked crazy, as if seeing the next moment when Luo Sha was smashed into the flour by his head with a knife. "Oh, isn't it?" Luo Sha ignored the front, didn't even bother to lift his eyes. Electromagnetic force, move. The decapitating knife in the hands of Lo Kuo-chai Zhang suddenly broke free from his hands, penetrated the back of the Watermelon Puffer Fish Ghost from behind, and broke out of his chest. Luo Sha stretched her left hand forward, grasping the hilt of the decapitating broadsword, glanced at it, and exclaimed, "This is the one that can recover itself, is one of the 7 beheaded broadswords? Yes, I like it very much." The action of the Watermelon Puffer Fish Ghost came to an abrupt end. The internal organs were destroyed by the decapitation knife. The muscle of the sword shark in his hand fell on the ground. After moving twice, Luo Sha glared so hard to move again. The mackerel muscle is not metal. It is more suitable for life than a big knife. The 3-tailed horse is usually attached to the 3-tailed belly to clean up the remnants. It can be understood that the shark muscle is the messenger of the clean altar. Luo Sha's current level of electromagnetic force cannot directly control and affect the shark muscles, it is not a metal. But since there is life, it can be killed. In the end, the shark muscle is somewhat spiritual, fearing Luosha like a tiger, quietly like a smelly brother. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost had blood flowing in his chest, covered his chest with his big hand, and turned his head with difficulty, looking at Lo Kuo-chai in confusion and shock. "On the surface, brother, do you cut me with a knife? Don't look at me, you make me look like a traitor. How could I shoot you, but this knife, it just won't let it go." Injustice, even worse than Doi, is the first time that Lo Kuo-chai Zhang has encountered such a strange thing. If he can't explain it clearly, he will have to be a ghost. Although the explanation is clear, it doesn't make much sense. It can't be said that he will die in a few seconds. Dry Persimmon Ghost Shark and Ringo Yuri also had subtle expressions. Just now they were still suspicious of others, and they had been doing it for a long time. It turned out that the biggest guy was the inner ghost. "Besides me, the sword must have no other gods. Whoever goes against me, I will punish him. Whoever obeys me, I will show love to him. In front of me, no sword can serve other masters. If so, I am San Rorano Ahimura Kenshin Jorakor my hawk Ashiana Shanks Sakata Jintoki Rian Harut Van Astria Soran. The of the sword will not regard it as innocent." Holding both long knives, Luo Sha glanced at the shark muscles on the ground, and copied a paragraph of the 10 Commandments in the Bible, changed it, installed a force, and improved the character of the vest. The invisible electromagnetic force surrounded the shark's muscle, and the latter felt the danger, and obediently gathered up all the barbs, pretending that nothing happened, and lying on the ground like a dead fish, not moving at all. Seeing this, the Loquat 10 Tibetans and the dried persimmon ghost shark seemed to have realized, but they were even more shocked. Luo Kunjiangzin claims to be a sword god, and it seems that it is not just because of his superb swordsmanship. What he said just now should be about the shark muscle and the decapitating knife. Judging from the decapitation of the big sword rebelling and shooting through the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost, the shark muscle lying on the ground pretending to be dead, Luo Kunjiangzin should be able to order all weapons named after the sword. It turns out that this is the sword god. Brother, I understand. Several people thought about it. If they were lucky enough to escape today, they must propose to change the name of the 7 ninja sword, the decapitator sword into the decapitator, and the sword shark muscle to the sledgehammer muscle. Withdrawing their minds, the few people not only got a headache for the current situation, but the strong enemy was in the front, and the shot was quick and ruthless, and one kid was killed. Jian is impossible, there won't be this opportunity. You can only fight physical skills, and then your weapons are turned against water. How do you fight this? Can't fight, wait for death. The watermelon puffer fish ghost did not want to wait for death, but wanted to make the last struggle, let go of his wounds, and let his blood run wild. Desperately squeezing no cell in the body, squeezing out every chakra, and laughing wildly, the shadow-level powerhouse, the of the sword? I don't even recognize this evil, you call yourself a sword god, the next move, I see what swordsmanship you use to block it. Senjutsume told us a truth, as long as there are enough shitan pulls, ninjutsu doesn't need juju. The watermelon puffer fish ghost did not check the tangle, but when desperately, it was more than enough to throw a Muji ninjutsu. The orange hair exploded in vain, and the roots stood up as hard and sharp as steel needles, almost enveloping Luosha, and falling like a torrential rain waterfall. Let's take the move, Luo Kunjiangzin, a 1 meter and 5 meter radius of forbearance and acupuncture. This is a ninjutsu similar to the ninjutsu technique of the lion's hair. At this moment, under the urge of all the chakras of the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost, the power has increased greatly. If it is replaced by any upper ninja or elite ninjutsu, it will be violent death. On the spot. Anyone who holds a sword will die by the sword. Today, I bestow the highest glory on you. Acting like the wind, she often accompanies me. Luo Sha pointed at the sky with one knife, and pointed at the ground with one knife. Electromagnetic force, move. 2 knives, one large and one small, glowed with electricity, and gathered behind Luo Sha, forming a thundering Buddha measuring 1 foot and 6 feet high. 3 faces and 4 arms, 3 expressions of joy, anger, and sorrow are vivid, each arm holding a long sword of thunder. The mighty power is like prison, and it is breathtaking. Pretending to be forced to use is actually the aggregation of electric ions to form a strong voltage. But who doesn't like cool moves? Luo Sha whispered, and the Thunder Buddha swung his sword behind him. The thunder raged, destroying the orange hair all over chakra. The second sword was swung down, and a strong voltage bombarded the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost. The muscle tissue, muscles and bones, internal organs, and brain were all scorched and tender. This is not the parallel thunderbolt that can only be used to poke people like Chidori. In terms of destructive power, it is enough to catch up with the thunder and lightning in nature. Watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost pounces on the street. Luo Sha looked forward, and the Loquat Zhuzo, who was snatched by Zhen's empty hand, had already retreated to the end of the corridor, wishing to break through the wall and escape from here. Boom! Boom! Thunder Buddha fell with 2 swords again, and powerfully bombarded the Loquat Shizang on the spot, then redisintegrated into electric ions, and disappeared. Luo Sha thought of the starry vortex in her mind, integral 455. Points +1, +1. It was directly increased by more than 100, and it should have been obtained by hacking so many people. The biggest direct impact was to shrink a part of Matt Dai's future record. Before long, it should be able to increase the electromagnetic force strength to LV1. BACD is very. Chapter 19, The Most Ninja. However, Luo Sha is more important than the more than 100 points that are directly promoted, and then the points that slowly increase by +1 are partly due to the butterfly effect. Killing people all the time, or doing things all the time, is not a solution. The ninja world is so big that there is not enough to toss with one person. When one's influence on the ninja world is high enough, when the subsequent points of +1 are superimposed enough, this part of the points will become a source of income that you really rely on. After skipping this incident, Luo Sha turned to look at the dried persimmon ghost shark. From the beginning, he deliberately avoided the attacking shark face. At this moment, the dried persimmon ghost shark still looks a little green. Perhaps it is a bit strange to describe the shark's face with greenness, but that's probably what it means. Being stared at by Luo Sha, the dried persimmon ghost shark was not afraid, and looked back at the past, his eyes burning. In the original plot, Gyu joined the Akatsuki organization, partnered with Uchiha Itachi, and fought against Asuma, Jiraiya, Metkai, and Union Village of Brothers. There are many scenes, and you can definitely get a lot of points if you do the ghost shark here, maybe thousands of them, but in the long run, it is not in Luo Sha's interests. Ringo Yuri, who was on the street, looked at Luo Sha without fear, and was anxious for him, and desperately winked at the ghost. Kazhen evil, wait and see me wink and act. JPG. If you are idle, what do you do to stare at such a shadow-level powerhouse? Seeing him doesn't mean to kill you, do you obediently pretend that the air is bad? Maybe it's because there is also a slot of shark teeth. Ringo Yuri has a pretty good relationship with Ghost Shark. The most important thing is that he is now seriously injured and the Ghost Shark is not injured. If the Ghost Shark also rushes to the street, he may not be able to return to Wuyan village alive. Luo Sha smiled, and shocked Ringo Yuri's mind. Such a murderous person would actually laugh. Is he thinking how to concoct us? You are a ninja from Wuyan village. The ninja is like a knife, and the boss is the one who holds the handle of the knife. Now your boss has been killed by me, so what do you want to do? For a long time, Luo Sha asked quietly. The dried persimmon ghost was startled, did not expect Luo Sha to ask this, and then pondered for a moment. Grinning the shark's mouth, he replied, according to the regulations in the village, when the captain is dead and the squad is nearly annihilated, the remaining team members need to give priority to completing the task. Second, it is to bring the intelligence back to the village. The enthusiasm only exists in the protagonist group. Most of the time, the ninja is a mission machine with no emotions. Then what is your choice? Luo Sha asked with a tilted head. He was very interested in the choice of Ghost Shark. In the original plot, the Ghost Shark is the purest kind of ninja, emphasizing feelings, emphasizing faith and professional ethics, but has to kill his teammates for tasks time and time again. After joining Akatsuki's organization, they formed a CP with Uchiha Itachi. The two had a good relationship, and they had to obey orders and monitor Itachi's every move at any time. The knife of Xinyi is also a knife, and all knives need a master. I still want to complete my task. The Ghost Shark has a pair of shark eyes and is eager to try. Of course, he knows the power of the red-haired man in front of him. He kills 2 elite Shangnan in one move and orders all swords. But he thinks that ninja is like that, and sometimes you must do things that you know you can't do. To die under the sword of a shadow-level powerhouse, instead of being attacked to death by some miscellaneous fish, or betrayed by a teammate, is also a good home. As Gyu thought, his fighting spirit was rising steadily, and he regarded Luo Sha as the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. Interesting. Luo Sha nodded, bent over and fumbled on the bodies of the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost and the Loquat-Chai Zhang. After turning out a few storage scrolls, Chakra plunged into it, and she stored a large number of ninjas. It is more than the number recorded in the own task manual. In addition to the one in Cheyenne village, there should be the one originally purchased by Wuyan village. Tucked a few scrolls into the belt behind her waist, Luo Sha put the decapitating knife on the ground, and squinted. Your task is to bring these ninjas back to the village. I give you a chance to complete the task. Use all your strength to attack me. If you can hurt me, you can take these scrolls and leave. You have only one chance, and if you can't satisfy me, you and her will all die. Points +1, +1. The rate of increase is a bit faster, and sure enough, we still have to pretend to affect these plot characters, change their beliefs, and thus change the plot. Luo Sha will engrave an indelible mark on the heart of the ghost shark. When Ringo Yuri heard this, he couldn't help but feel slander. The shark's face was really troublesome. He didn't have to die, but now he might die with him. Without thinking about it, the 3 elite ninja level captains have not survived 2 moves. If you have a shark face that can be tolerated, how likely is it to die after 1 move? Without a word, the ghost contemplated Luosha's words and his thoughts in his heart. The strength of the 2 sides is very different. Originally, he was ready to die, but now it seems that there are still some opportunities. As long as his next full blow can hurt him, and if he can keep his promise, he will be able to complete the task. So what kind of attack could hurt the Jiangxin of Luo village in front of him? The ghosts racked their brains and their brains were running wildly. Shuriken and Kunao are definitely not good. Children's tricks and conventional ninjutsu are not promising. All the water escapes before, are all split by him. With a pair of shark eyes, the ghost shark stared at the muscles lying quietly on the side, and his heart was about to move. Maybe he could try it. He raised his head and glanced at Luo Sha, and stretched his hand to the handle of the shark muscle. After seeing that Luo Sha did not respond, he held the handle of the knife with confidence and lifted it up. Good idea! Luo Sha exclaimed. Squeezing the body's cells, chakra frantically instilled into the shark muscles. Perceiving the taste of chakra, the pretending shark muscles gradually regained consciousness, leaving the fear of death behind. The body swelled rapidly, the root barbs were erected, and the shark's muscles turned into a giant pomfret, with a deep red layer on the outside, similar to the chakra in the coat of a tailed beast. Chakra went crazy, but the dried persimmon ghost shark grinned, and the muscles in his hands were cheering and excited, looking forward to a gluttonous feast. Perhaps relying on the shark muscle, his full blow could really hurt the enemy in front of him. Ringo Yuri was completely shocked by the ghost shark. It is unbelievable that this guy's adaptability to the big sword shark muscle is actually better than the watermelon mountain puffer ghost captain. The strongest blow of all chakras might be able to really hurt Luo Kun Jiangxin, maybe. Luo Sha took out a nail clipper from her arms, pinched her and pointed at the ghost shark, and said calmly, "Come on." Chapter 20, This is the smallest knife in my body. Nail clippers. The ghost shark's eyes glowed with blood. Even if it was a shadow-level powerhouse, it would be too despised to do so. There is a fundamental difference between me and those ninjamen. I am the master watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost, a direct subordinate of one of the 7 ninjamen, and I have the strength of the ninjaman. At this moment, the mackerel muscle is in your hand, and with a full blow, even I feel scared. Are you planning to use a nail clipper to fight me? Feeling insulted, the dry persimmon ghost grinned, and said in annoyance, "You will regret it. If you change to a ninja, you will never underestimate the enemy like you." I will regret the hammer. The points +1 jump wildly, which shows how much influence my attitude has on the ghost shark. Luo Sha is satisfied. Tan Tan Shao apologized, "I'm really sorry, but this is the smallest knife on my body. I don't have the habit of carrying ear picks with me." Ear pick. The heart of the dried persimmon ghost shark quickly swelled along with the swollen shark muscle, and the myocardium was somewhat infarcted, and my feelings were at the level of ears in your heart. Take out the nail clippers, do I have to thank you for looking up at me? Perceiving the wildness in the heart of the ghost shark, the fierceness of the sword shark's muscles is full, fluttering and struggling, as if to swallow Luo Sha in one bite. Drink! The dried persimmon ghost shark roared, brandishing the big sword shark muscle, and smashed the hotel wall, smashing it forcefully at Luo Sha, killing him. Jpg. Every barb glowed with blood, and every chakra that was drawn was burning, the muscle of the scalpel was like a crocodile, and the death rolled and slammed into Luo Sha. He opened his blood basin and opened his mouth with sharp teeth, throwing out a few drops of foul saliva, vowing to swallow Rosa alive, and come to a gluttonous feast of high-quality chakras. Luo Sha finally moved, pinching the nail clippers with 2 fingers, and slashing forward, with a fierce speed, like a thunder. Dia grinned, looking forward to what will happen next. According to the analysis of the watermelon puffer ghost captain, Luo Kunjiangzhen in front of him did not use chakra for his sword, but the control of chakra was too subtle, so that others could not perceive it. Think about it carefully. This is indeed the most reasonable statement. In today's ninja world, how can there be ninjas and swordsmen who do not use chakras when fighting? It's nothing more than the degree of sophistication and the way it is used. The swordfish muscle can absorb the enemy's chakra, even if it can't touch Luo Kunjiangzhen's body, at least he can touch his nail clippers. If you touch the nail clippers, you can absorb the chakra he attached to it, coupled with your own strength, and the absolute difference in the quality of the weapons of the two sides, it will definitely be able to destroy the perfect state of Luo Kunjiangzhen. You're still too arrogant, the dry persimmon ghost shark is in your hands. It's stable. It can't be stable anymore. It seems that Luo Kunjiangzhen intentionally released the water. Ringo Yuyuri, who was lying on the corpse, suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that Luo Kunjiangzhen didn't want to offend Wuyan village too hard, and wanted to deliberately release the water and return the ninja to the village? Electromagnetic force, move. When the nail clippers and the big sword shark muscles touched together, all the fantasy and confidence of the dried persimmon ghost shark and Ringo Yuyuri were crushed in an instant. The nail clippers raised a ray of lightning and turned into a stream of light, like a meteor from the sky across the night sky, smashing the barbs of the shark's muscle, breaking its scales, leaving a wound several feet long, stuck in the body of the shark's muscle. The reaction force continued to the ghost shark holding the knife, his hands burst and blood leaked out, and the whole person flew out, hitting the wall, hitting a crack and slowly falling to the ground. The saber muscle honey juice faded confidently, gathered up the barbs, returned to its original shape and installed the grandson, with blood flowing on one side of the body. The dried persimmon ghost snorted, his eyes blank, and he stared at his muscles in a daze. It's impossible at all. With his condescending full blow, he was actually blocked by a nail clipper. This was not in line with common sense. The mackerel muscle did not pick up any chakras, but was broken open by a nail clipper. The shark muscle has followed the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost for countless battles, and has never been damaged. Its scales are harder than a decapitated knife. Several pieces of information were superimposed on each other to announce a fact: Luo village's swordsmanship has reached the realm of ghosts and gods, and the of the sword is well deserved. Without using chakras, using a simple knife technique, holding a nail clipper can block the slashing of the mackerel muscle and injure the mackerel muscle and yourself. If you lose unjustly, how can ordinary ninjas be God's opponent? The ghost shark slumped on the floor, muttering, "Is this the sword god, the ultimate sword art, I have seen?" Luo Sha retracted her blood-stained hand and raised it to the front of her eye. She did not expect that the blood in the shark's muscle was also red. In order for this nail clipper to break through the defenses of the shark's muscles and by the way to hurt the ghost shark holding the knife, Luo Sha can be said to push the electromagnetic force to the extreme. Shaking off the blood from her hand, Luo Sha shook her head and said regretfully, "This blood is not mine. Unfortunately, you did not complete my test." Ringo Yuri trembled. Is she dying? Luo Sha turned around and said, but I'm very satisfied with you. If the shark muscle can be counted as a sword, then your talent in kendo is better than this girl. It is a pity that you are just a knife, you can only passively slash at the enemy, and you cannot decide the direction of the slash yourself. There is always a on your body. Between the lines, they all imply that the ghost shark hastened to jump and become the second or fifth boy. Gan Shigi Xiao was thoughtful, but he was not stupid, he was just too professional and stubbornly thinking that he should be a knife. Luo Sha waved, turned, and left here, and said, your life is now yours. But I want to take these ninjas, and when you are really strong and confident that you can take me a trick, come to the Kingdom of Wind to find me. I have a friend in the country of Wind, after he sees you, he will show you to me. If you can take my trick by then, these things will be returned to you. The ghost shark stared at Luo Sha's back, and couldn't return to his senses for a long time. The Kingdom of Wind. Luo Sha's real purpose is to gain points and increase the level of electromagnetic force. Compared with that, even Cheyenne Village is not very important. It's just a tool to change the plot and move the ninja world. Since it is a tool, it must be prepared with at least 2 hands. Before the plot began, there were 3 wars. After the plot began, the Konoha collapse plan, followed by the Akatsuki organization, and everything was regarded by Luo Sha as a tool to harvest points. Establishing an organization similar to Akatsuki's organization, secretly manipulating the ninja world pattern, and dual identities overtly and secretly, seems not bad. The more the ninja water gets mixed up, the more he earns, and the ghost shark is a high-quality thug. He fudges this honest person in advance so as not to be deceived by the soil. Boom! Thinking about future plans in her heart, Luosha was a little distracted unconsciously, and as soon as she stepped out of the hotel door, she bumped into someone. Chapter 21, See also Iron Butterfly. Sorry. There was a vigorous and energetic voice of sorry. Luo Sha heard the reputation, and an orange-haired teenager wearing a Yuyan village guard forehead screamed pain. Somewhat familiar. Next to the boy, there was a girl with short blue hair of a similar age, also wearing a Yuyan village guard and a paper flower. Black windbreaker, no embroidered red clouds. Yahiko, Zionin? It really means that Cao arrived. Luo Sha did not speak, but just looked at the two of them, wondering why they came to Yuyan village, and at the same time thinking about whether there is any operating space for squeezing points. Before the start of the official plot in my memory, the timeline was extremely chaotic. For example, the death of Yahiko was roughly the Akatsuki organization that Sanjiao Hanzo believed Yahiko had founded and threatened him. He lied that he wanted to use their power to propose a peaceful negotiation proposal to the 3 nations of fire, wind, and soil. Yahiko believed that it was true and agreed to his request. But when they arrived at the meeting place, they realized that it was a trap. Hanzo had colluded with Danzo and lay in ambush at the meeting place. Hanzo threatened Nagato to kill Yahiko with the life of the hostage Zionin he had captured in advance. Yahiko asked Nagato to kill himself in order to save Zionin. It was at this time that Nagato truly awakened the power of the reincarnation eye, and the psychic golem went out to kill. However, Kishimoto also said that after Uchiha Madara's death, the soil once bewitched Nagato, but was blocked by Yahiko. There was more than one time loop here. Hanzo's ambush was in the middle or early stage of the 3 wars, and the blackening of the soil was in the latter part of the 3 wars. Uchiha Madara has a high probability of waiting until the end of the 3 wars. In addition, the Nagato trio were created by young geniuses. Even in the middle of the 3 wars, Xiaonan was 17 or 18 years old, and he was strong enough to grow into an elite. But she was caught. Just like the heroine in an idol drama, she can only cry in pain, don't fight anymore, and can't do anything else. This is not in the river. Sure enough, Kishimoto is a manga artist, he knows the Hokage of a hammer. JPG. Luo Sha stared at Yahiko for a long time, staring at the latter so that her heart was a little hairy. This swordsman was so strange that ordinary people liked to stare at Xiao Nan. It was just a simple little friction, and Yahiko didn't want to go to his heart. As soon as he was about to avoid Luosha and walk into the hotel, he was caught by Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan's face was pale, her little finger hooked the corner of Go Yayan's clothes, and his eyes kept looking inside the hotel, signaling Yahiko not to act rashly. What can be in the hotel? Yahiko disagrees, just about to take a step, suddenly his nose twitches slightly, his face changes drastically, and an atmosphere fills him. Taking a few gazes in the hotel fascinatingly, a stormy sea raged in his heart. The corpses were everywhere, and blood was flowing into a river. In the deepest part of the hotel, there was still a faintly decapitating knife, and a big knife shark muscle lying on the ground, as well as a small mountain-like watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. At this time, Yahiko was in high spirits, and he did several important things in the Rain Country, set up the initials to create the Akatsuki organization, and many people took refuge at a time. Yahiko, who is determined not to use extreme force to achieve peace in the ninja world, knows that in order to achieve his dream, he must mediate the relationship between the major ninja villages. Therefore, he still knows something about the mainstays of the major ninja villages. The 7 ninja swords have been famous for a long time, and they enjoy a prestigious reputation in the ninja world. How could he not know the big sword shark muscle, the decapitated big knife, and the huge watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost? At this moment, they were lying quietly in the hotel together with many corpses. And the murderer is probably the man in front of him who has been staring at him. Yahiko's heart is cold. I just came to the country of craftsmen to buy a batch of supplies. When it gets dark, I want to find a hotel to rest, and I can meet the fire and the scene. What to do? See that there is no trace of blood on his clothes, and he does not look like he is injured. He must be like Teacher Jalea. He is a real shadow-level powerhouse. It is as simple as killing a pig. He also reached the level of forbearance, which is probably enough for him to slash. He kept staring at me. What should I do? Isn't he trying to kill someone? The world of ninja is not yet peaceful. I am still young, and I will die before I leave my teacher, so here is the explanation. I don't allow it. Yahiko moved his fingers slightly, trying to fight, but Luo Sha was shocked by a look in his eyes, and he didn't dare to move rashly. At the critical moment, Xiao Nan stepped forward, chakra metamorphosed into a white paper, folded into a rose flower. He handed it to Luo Sha timidly, and whispered, "I'm sorry to bump into you, this is for you as an apologize." Luo Sha glanced at Xiao Nan. At this time, Nan's sister, because Yayan was not dead, was not so glamorous. He took the paper flower, looked at Yahiko, and said with a smile, "You are called Yahiko, I have heard of you, what you did in the land of rain is very good." "Okay?" Yahiko was startled slightly. Didn't he want to chop me? I muttered in my heart, have the things I did in the country of rain spread so far? However, the teachers of Jiraiya who were far away in Konoha wrote letters to commend him, and it was not impossible to spread it to the country of craftsmanship. Smiled shyly, scratched his hair, and said modestly, "It's just a few trivial things that can be recognized by others. I am also surprised. I don't know if you are. My name is Luo. Luo Kun Jiangxin, a wandering swordsman. I'm not talking politely, what you did in the country of rain is what a friend of mine has always wanted to do. Peace in the ninja world, a very good dream." Luo Sha encouraged him a few more words, wondering when Hanzo would start against Akatsuki, and whether he could save him and put Akatsuki in his bag. Ha ha. Yahiko was very pleased to be recognized by Jiraiya and other strong people, which proved that he was not fighting alone. Everyone is eager to get the approval of others. "Is there a shuriken?" Luo Sha asked suddenly. Yahiko didn't know, so he took out a shuriken and gave it to Luo Sha. At this moment, Xiao's organization didn't take long since it was founded, and there were more people and fewer swords. But just as shuriken, there is no need to conflict with a shadow-level powerhouse because of this. Luo Sha took the shuriken, flicked the electromagnetic force twice, folded it into an iron butterfly, handed it to Xiao Nan, smiled and said, "I'm sorry for bumping into you. This is for you as an apologize. Points +1+1+1. Pat Yahiko on the shoulder, exhorting, "Keep working hard, young man." Then drove away. Yahiko looked at Luo Sha's distant back in the night, and muttered, "I obviously ran into me, why would I give you a gift? What a strange person. It's really strange." Xiao Nan echoed with the delicate iron butterfly on his hair. "It looks like a hotel is going to be changed. Well, we still have to open 2 rooms as before. There must be 2, Zionan, you will marry someone in the future." Chapter 22, Ninja World Killing Order. 2 days later, taking advantage of the darkness, the dried persimmon ghost shark and Ringo Yuyuri quietly returned to Wuyan village. "This time I went to the country of craftsmanship to purchase supplies, and by the way, he played a fake hemp bandit. It was a secret order from the 4th generation of Water Shadow Kodaki Tachibana Yakura. Wuyan village's economy is not well off, and strategic materials are just in need. Kodaki Tachibana Yakura can only make this bad move when it is embarrassed, but the face is still needed, and the people who perform the tasks are selected from the Anbu. Go at night and return at night." Avoiding the ninja patrolling the night in the village, the two touched the Water Shadow office. The candle light was shining, and Yakura was still dealing with official duties. The handles in Wuyan village are the same as those in Cheyenne village. No matter how hard they are, there is not much oil and water to fish. Baby-faced Yakura put down the documents in his hand, looked at the 2 people who were kneeling in front of him by the candlelight, and said with satisfaction, "I thought it would take 2 more days, but I didn't expect you to come back so soon. How is it? How is the harvest? By the way, what about the others, are they still in the country of craftsmen? How many times have I said, don't be too greedy, just accept it when you see it, you can't do this kind of thing often." Without seeing the others, Yakura thought it was too much fat fish, and the 2 ghost sharks were sent back first with the harvest. The 2 ghosts were sweating like rain, and they were terrified. They didn't know how to speak. They were happy when they were carrying the handle. Tell him that the mission failed and the whole army was wiped out. Seeing that the 2 of them didn't answer, Yakura was suspicious, and he glanced again, and was shocked to find the decapitated broadsword and shark muscle on their backs. His expression changed drastically, and he could become the 7 ninja swordsmen. In Wuyan village, it was second only to the glory of being a water shadow. Since becoming the first congregation of 7, the Loquat Zhozang and others have always kept their swords in place. At this moment, their swords have been brought back by others, which is self-evident. Suppressing the spontaneous anger in his heart, Yakura's 5 fingers squeezed into the flesh, his voice was low, and he asked, "What happened?" "The storm is about to come," the 2 ghosts dare not conceal any more, bowed their heads, and replied, "The captain and the others are unfortunately killed, and we are the only one who survived." I knew. They must be too greedy, they grabbed Thunder Country, or Konoha's caravan, and then lost to be beheaded. Without thinking about it, Konoha and the country of Thunder are so far away from the country of craftsmen, how could they not send a ninja to purchase war materials? Yakura is a relatively gentleman. He didn't yell at him, but kept muttering, and he was heartbroken to tell his own guesses. "It hurts me too. That's all the money in the village. Right now, the situation in the ninja world is tense. Don't say if the money is gone, and there is no 3 elite Shangren, what a loss it will be. Angina. Master Shuiying." Ringo Yuyuri raised his head and observed Yakura. Seeing that he didn't mean to kill the 2 of them, he retorted, "Captain and them, they just robbed some small caravans. Then how can the entire army be wiped out?" Yakura asked sternly, without looting Konoha Union's head, could it be the land of the country? It's like this. Ringo Yuri knows more than ghost sharks, 1 to 5 to 10, starting from Hui Yadao encountering Luosha, talking about Luosha chasing the hotel, killing the Loquachai Zhang, the watermelon mountain puffer ghost. Bring me the shark muscle. Yakura frowned and ordered. The ghost shark was reluctant, so he obediently untied the shark muscle on his lower back and handed it to Yakura. By the candlelight, Yakura showed up the shark's muscle. Sure enough, there was a foot-long wound that suppressed the shark's consciousness. Then he penetrated a bit of chakra, believing that there was a nail clipper left in it. The Luokun Jiangxin you mentioned is really so powerful, just like the old Konoha white teeth. Yakura Fu Forward said in pain. How could it not be heartbroken? For the first time, I had the idea of hitting the autumn wind, and as soon as I put it into action, I was greeted by a shadow-level powerhouse who suddenly appeared. Dead in my misty village? There are not many high-end combat power, only oneself, relying on mid to high-end combat power, that is, the 7 ninja swords, Bing Dun and Bones support the facade. When I went out now, the elite Shangren immediately lost 3, and the Zongren had no more than a dozen, and both people and money were empty. It hurts me too. Gyu thought for a moment and replied, I haven't seen Konoha make a move, but I have personally experienced his power. His swordsmanship should be the strongest in the history of the ninja world. Without relying on chakra, he can be compared to the shadow-level powerhouse. Baby-faced Yakura was filled with grief and anger. After a while, he finally calmed down and asked, You know the underground gold exchange? The ghost nodded, I know. The underground gold exchange has a very large background, and he doesn't even dare to grab the corners. Kishimoto doesn't dare to mention who the big boss is behind the scenes. When the Wuyan village ninja goes out on missions, he occasionally does part-time jobs. Gyu is scornful of this half-hearted behavior, but everyone is doing it, and he is not easy to stop it, so he can only not participate in it and not be in the same way with other people. Yakura folded his hands and closed his eyes and said, I still have 50 million yuan here. You draw a portrait of this man and take the money. Going to the underground gold exchange and issuing the ninja world killing order, this loss, we can't eat it is unclear. What's the order? Ringo Yu asked, with his eyebrows moved slightly. Of course it's a kill order. Yakura gritted his teeth and said, heartache that he even said the wrong thing. Ringo Yuri no longer descriptive words, changed the topic, and then questioned, will the 50 million yuan be a little bit less? The average elite can get a reward of 20 million yuan. Like this kind of film-level powerhouse, at least 100 million yuan to start. Gui Hao tilted his head and glanced at Ringo Yuri. You understand? Yakura put her hands on her chest, don't say this, as soon as you say it, I get angina. He breathed a sigh of relief, and said with grief, 50 million is definitely not enough, but do we still have extra money now? You can only try your luck and see if anyone can hit the big luck and kill that Luokun Jiangxin. A dumb loss is definitely not allowed to eat, and it is impossible to send someone to chase him down. That is not chasing but killing people. It is even more impossible for Yakura to hunt down in person. What about the government affairs of Wuyan village? Can only think of ways to exchange gold from the underground. Gyu hesitated for a moment, and said, Master Shuiying, in fact, we also brought back the bodies of the captains and left them outside the village. Maybe, they can use their corpses to scrape some money. Yakura. You never let go of the corpse? But it is true that the dead are sometimes more useful than the living. Yakura waved his hand, leaving me alone, expelling the 2 people, leave the shinobi sword behind, and then take their bodies to the gold exchange. After dealing with this matter, let's talk about your faults. Yes. Escaped, my life was saved. The 2 bowed their heads in response and exited the water shadow office. Before leaving, the ghost shark looked back at the muzzle of the scorpion shark, reluctantly. The candle light flickered. In the office, Yakura closed his eyes and meditated, and the 3 elites from Wuyan village went to endure their deaths. It must be a huge loss. This matter can't hold back for long. To think of a way to expose this matter, as well as reasonable not to make life suspicious, let the Wuyan village ninja encounter Luokun Jiangxin in the future and decisively give up the mission. It's difficult. Chapter 23, The Vicious Circle of Ninja. 2 flowers bloom, 1 on each table. After killing all the people in Wuyan village, Luo Sha's mission was over, and he returned to the cave and told Maji a few words. After he recovered from his injury, he used a secret signal to find the remaining ninjas in Sheyan village nearby. After following some distance in secret, he returned to the village alone. My own trip is considered a secret mission for the time being, and Luokun Jiangxin's vest is still useful to me for the time being, and it should not be exposed for a while. The above is the whole process of this mission. Give the scroll containing the ninja to Cho, Luo Sha said, easy and difficult. Cho and Ilao Zhang took the scroll, and after taking a look at it, the 5 flavors said, it's good to be able to get so many extra endurance tools. However, this is all the ninjas in the village in exchange for their lives. The battle is about to break a dozen ninjas, and it is not a blessing or a curse. A dozen ninjas are indeed a big loss. Sooner or later, this account will have to be settled with Wuyan village. But you don't need to worry about Elder Cho. With me, there will be no accidents in the village. Luo Sha is a little bit distressed, and these people will soon become their own little brothers, but the most important thing for those who become big things is to have a stable mind and not be surprised at every change. Cho recalled the past and really counted, she still grew up watching Luosha. Although Luosha was a disciple of 3 generations of Feng Ying, he can only be regarded as a general genius. Step by step, he can become a movie-level powerhouse at about 25 years old. He is far less confident than he is now, and prefers to use calculations to improve his winning rate. This child and Master Feng Ying have the same affection for his father and son. After experiencing life and death, people will really grow up. Correct. Luo Sha suddenly remembered something and asked, since the capacity of the ninja in the village is insufficient, it is not enough to supply all the ninjas. Why not expand the production capacity of the village, increase productivity, and always give money to the country of craftsmen? To tell the truth, after being in the ninja world for a long time, Luo Sha felt that the Sheyan village and even all the ninja villages were a little deformed. It was obvious that the army was in hand, and he had to take orders from the daimyo. Especially in Sheyan village, among the 5 major countries, the right to speak is the lowest, and it is completely necessary to breathe in the name of the country of wind to survive. I know what you are going to say. Cho sighed quietly and explained, compared with creating and developing people's livelihood, plundering can obtain benefits faster. After Senjujima calmed the troubled times and established the shinobu village system, the shinobi world has indeed been at peace for a while, and everyone cultivates their own lives. It's just that people's hearts are not enough to swallow the elephant. The contradiction actually exists all the time, it's just being suppressed. After Senjujima's death, the atmosphere in the ninja world completely changed. All ninja villages have readjusted their development direction. Even if you want to develop people's livelihood, other ninja villages will not allow it. Some people are waiting to pick peaches. Everyone tried their best to develop military power, and the vicious circle has been going on, and the current situation has been formed. Even if you are hungry, you have to prepare supplies for war. Someone had tried the idea of the country of craftsmen before, and whoever obtained the resources of forgers in the country of craftsmen would undoubtedly gain a leading position in military logistics. But this is a hot potato, or a poisonous cake. Whoever makes the first shot will definitely be targeted by the rest of Shinobu. Therefore, I can only always send money to the country of craftsmanship. Luo Sha nodded, and the situation in the 5 ninja villages was equivalent to Mao Zedong during the Cold War. They all knew that the people's livelihood was good, and they all knew that they couldn't. Poor, most hungry, weak, that is to be wiped out. It is easy to make a choice, can only throw away all trivial thoughts. Ninja training and even logistics can be outsourced. Small countries such as the country of craftsmanship can act as a middle ground in peacetime, gaining benefits from all shinobu villages, and once war starts, it will be cool. For example, in the 3 wars in the original plot, villages that are not adjacent to each other can play out their brains. Where to fight? Most of the time is played in small countries in the buffer zone. To break this endless loop, everyone must shake hands and make peace. This is Yahiko's goal. Either there will be a world-famous man who will use his extremely strong strength to make everyone understand who is talking about this ninja world. If there is nothing wrong, I will leave first. I feel that once I go out, my strength seems to have reached a critical point. Go, go, Jiraiya has been wandering around your house these days, I'll look for you again if I have anything to do. Cho waved goodbye to Luosha, looking at Luosha's back for a long time and couldn't return to his senses. If he still had a granddaughter, it would be great. After leaving Feng Ying's office, Luosha walked straight to her home and nodded to every ninja in the sand-hidden village along the way. It is still very useful to defeat Yekeng plus 3 generations of Mei Feng Ying's disciple status. Unlike Konoha, Shan village can produce 3 or 5 candidates with 1 Hokage. There are only 2 candidates for Shan village, Yekeng and Luosha is already leading in all aspects. When she was about to get home, Luosha squinted her eyes slightly, and Jiara Luo, Yekeng, and his brother-in-law Yakawan were all walking around in front of her house. Kyande's intelligence was wrong. Brother-in-law, where did you just go? Seeing Luosha from a distance, my brother-in-law Yashimaru cheered and waved. After Luosha approached, she murmured, "Brother-in-law, Yekeng, this woman, has often been inquiring about you intentionally or unintentionally, and is always walking around nearby. I guess she still wants to spy on your new ninjutsu. Be careful, but you can't let her succeed." "Okay." Luosha nodded, and took out a few banknotes and stuffed them into Yachawan. "Go, buy me some packs of cigarettes, and you will have the remaining money." Although I don't understand when Luosha smoked, Yakawan still took the money and ran to the store. Shan village is much behind Konoha, but some daily commodities are still available for sale. Seeing Yashimaru's departure, Yekeng took the lead and stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "You have gone on a secret mission, are there any enemies in trouble?" Luosha glanced at Kyra. Without waiting for Jiarong Luo's defense, Yekeng rushed to explain, "It wasn't Jiarong Luo who said it. I see you haven't been out for the past few days. Thinking about challenging you again, he sneaked into your house while it was dark, but didn't find you. Points +1+1+1. Luosha's lips twitched slightly, and she touched my house while it was dark. Girl, you are committing a crime." Luosha and Kyan Luo stared uncomfortably with the suspicious eyes. Yekeng subconsciously touched the iron butterfly on his hair. "How is the task performed?" Jiaran Luo asked gently, breaking the embarrassment. "It's okay. I encountered the bone ninja in Wuyan village and 2 of the 7 ninja swords, and they cut them off." Bones. 7 ninja swords. Yekeng was slightly surprised, but he quickly realized that Luosha was no longer the Luosha before, and it only took a few seconds to defeat him. Ninja swordsman's kind of stuff, naturally, it's not a problem, he is indeed a man who has defeated himself. Chapter 24, Increased Electromagnetic Strength. Yekeng was by the side, and the young couple couldn't even whisper something. However, this woman is not winked, and doesn't know how to take the initiative to leave. Luosha and the 2 girls exchanged greetings, feeling quite uncomfortable and dull. He took out 2 glass bottles from his arms, one large and one small. The large one was thrown to Yekeng, and the small one was stuffed into Jiaranyo. "What is this?" Yekeng held the glass bottle in the sun, the crystal clear bottle reflecting the colorful light. Sunscreen, a gift I bought to Kyra in the country of craftsmanship. I wondered if you wore a backless outfit all day long and never changed a set of clothes for a few years. The land of wind is a desert environment. You should need this, so I brought you a big bottle. Points +1 +1 +1. Stupid. Ye King felt very uncomfortable, but just brought it for me by the way. Besides, who said I don't change clothes? I just have the same style for all clothes, okay? Jia Yanluo was also a little uncomfortable. Buying gifts for herself, why did she help Ye King by the way? Could it be that what the younger brother said was true, and Luosha was really bewitched? Luosha was passive and active, making the atmosphere even more embarrassing. After a few small talks, she made an excuse for something. The two women were disappointed, and after a glance at each other, they said goodbye and left here. Call. Closing the door, Luosha returned home, thinking of the starry sky vortex in her mind. Integral 532. Some women who got in the way left, and now he was finally able to upgrade his electromagnetic force and improve his strength. Everything you have is brought about by strength. Without strength, everything is empty talk. It is not the time when children are in love for the time being. Sit down, Luosha thought about where the 500 points should go. To increase the electromagnetic force precision to LV.2 and electromagnetic force strength to LV.1, 500 points are required. I have tasted the sweetness of accuracy. The accuracy of LV.1 is enough to allow myself to manipulate a small amount of metal, manipulate electric ions, and generate strong voltages to create lightning. If you improve it again, you should be able to go one step further and develop new abilities from the microscopic level, such as electromagnetic propulsion, electromagnetic gun. But so far, my own means are completely sufficient, just simply manipulating the metal. You can also play with flowers, what is lacking is strength. Physical strength, mental strength, and chakras can all be used as energy sources to stimulate electromagnetic power. At present, he only has the chakras of the elite level of ninja, but he has a lot of shortcomings in this area. According to the barrel effect, it should be the shortest board that really determines your absolute strength. The war is imminent, and it is still important to enhance the strength. After making a decision, Luosha put 500 points on the electromagnetic force strength and raised it to LV.1. In an instant, the starry sky vortex in his mind released strange fluctuations from unknown latitudes, wrapped in energy, and echoed with Luosha's own biological electromagnetic field. According to quantum theory, while the organism is metabolizing, energy is transmitted in the form of information. The two are common, and the only material carrier is the biological electromagnetic field. At this moment, Luosha's biological electromagnetic field is spontaneously operating and adjusting. Every inch of skin and every cell is affected by the reverse influence of the biological electromagnetic field and restored to its best state. Luosha is aware of this state carefully, and when her electromagnetic force accuracy is upgraded to a high level, she should be able to spontaneously adjust her biological electromagnetic field so that she will always be at its peak. The human body is composed of cells, and cells are composed of chemical elements. Element is a general term for a class of atoms. He can even go a step further and directly manipulate the nucleus, extranuclear electrons, and protons in the atom, pile up with countless precise and extreme operations, and let himself be his own god. God, what's the explanation? Do whatever you want, omnipotent, omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipotent. But this is the future, and people still have to live in the present. After the body's transformation is completed, all impurities are decomposed and reorganized by energy, which should be an additional effect of increasing the strength of the electromagnetic force. Luosha made several sets of movements and realized the current state. All cells have been further developed, and mental strength and cell vitality have been increased by at least 5 times. Chakra is a mixture of mental power and cell power. You can directly use these two powers to drive electromagnetic force. There is no need to add another step specifically to use chakra drive. However, with chakra as the unit, he is now a real movie-level powerhouse, and the amount of chakra is much more than that of the 1000 generations. The electromagnetic force spreads as far as possible, and when it reaches the farthest 300 meters, it can't extend one step further. It seems that the radius has doubled, and the control area has been greatly increased. Further testing and capacity development will be inconvenient at home. Fortunately, the country of wind is a big place. It has been repaired for a period of time. After the sky gets dark, Lasha slips out of the village to adapt and develop her own abilities at the moment. Mainly the previous tricks, the current electromagnetic force precision can't develop any breakthrough new tricks, only new bottles of old wine. After several days of testing, Luo Xie has gained a lot. In terms of manipulating metals, the maximum mass has been increased from 70 kilograms to 500 kilograms. The biggest increase in this aspect is mainly due to the increased ability to adapt to magnetic metals. But in contrast, it is to accelerate the metal, the improvement is not too big. The higher the quality of the object, the greater the consumption seems to be. An iron ball weighing several hundred kilograms can advance to the speed of sound, but a coin can only advance to twice the speed of sound, which is 680 meters per second. Ability is like being chained, which always prevents Luo Xie from getting one step closer, and this chain is just not accurate enough. Luo Xie faintly guessed that the new ability that can be developed after the next accuracy improvement should be electromagnetic ejection technology. The energy consumption of making strong voltage has not changed, and the degree of smoothness has been improved. The most important thing is that your physical and mental strengths have increased. Calculated by percentage, the consumption is relatively reduced. Now we can control thunder and lightning, Lord Luo Yongzhen of Prize Tammy Thunder and Lightning. After the ability test was completed, Luo Xie had an understanding of her own strength. In the next few days, she finally lived a happy life. Shadow-level powerhouses will not easily be dispatched. The various preparation tasks in the village are all done by others. Luo Xie only needs to wander around in front of Zhou every day. When it's okay, I will teach my brother-in-law, the young ninjas in the village, improve the relationship with Karuluo, and tease Yakang. Little days are so happy. Until more than a month later. Several ninjas on missions rushed back to the village and broke into Feng Ying's office, all wounded and unkempt. Then Luo Xie was called into Feng Ying's office. The ninja who waved away the information, Zhou and Ilao Zhang frowned and worried. Chapter 25, Rock Ninja Caobian. Called himself in a hurry, there must be something major happening. Pulling a chair away, Luo Xie sat across the desk and asked, "What happened?" Chide looked solemn and worried. Just now, the ninja who was sent out sent information. Yunyan village sent a group of ninjas into the territory of the Kingdom of Wind on the grounds that the four-tailed person Zulai was lost, claiming to look for the missing person Zulai. We have unplugged many of our strongholds within and outside the country, and the situation is very tense now. Ha ha! Luo Xiaoranjun couldn't help laughing out loud and jokingly said, "Liang Tianping Onoki is really a talent. If you want to start with us, just tell us, and find such a reason. Human strength is very important to a village, but it is not that important. In the original plot, except Konoha, all the people in the villages are on the battlefield. Only Konoha hides the people as a nuclear bomb. It is also because Konoha is too strong. Take the 3 battles as an example. Konoha has 6 shadow-level powerhouses, Sunan, Heifeng Shuman, Danzhou, and Sarutobi Risky, each of which can act on its own. Where are the rest of Ninja Village? If you don't pull the force of the human pole out, you can't walk around, and you will be rubbed against the ground by Konoha. Even so, it would be too far-fetched to enter the territory of the Kingdom of Wind on the grounds of using a pillar of strength to get lost. Isn't this the set of arresting people across provinces by playing with red hair medicinal liquor? Okay. Cho nodded, his face a bit older, and he didn't expect the war to come so soon. It should be that our personnel have been mobilized too frequently recently, and it was noticed by Union Village. This team of ninjas may have been sent by Onoki to inquire about intelligence. If they see the truth and fiction, then we can completely believe that Union Village will definitely not let go of this opportunity to fall into the pit. Points +1+1+1. Luo Xia lowered her head and thought, and from here on, there has been a deviation from the original plot. It wasn't Union Village who did the first thing, but it was a wave of trials from Union Village. However, this is also reasonable. Ordinary traversers are okay. They start as a shadow-level powerhouse, so that Cheyenne Village will not be chaotic, and the impact will be too great. The butterfly effect has more advantages than disadvantages for oneself. The difficulties and obstacles are only temporary. After this catastrophe, the situation will be completely different and the points will roll in. Then what should I do now? Stop preparing for war, or send someone to drag the troops in Union Village? Ilao Zhang, who was dressed as a wind shadow, folded his hands and was panicked. At this moment, Cheyenne Village was not fully prepared. Once a war started, it would be defeated across the board. Absolutely not. Cho stood up at the table, denied Zhang's proposal, and said firmly, Feng Ying has passed away. This is an indisputable fact. Once the news is leaked, it will definitely be a group attack. Even if Ronaldo is now in power, war cannot be avoided. His record was not brilliant enough. Not only would he not convince him, but the rest of Shinobu Village would not believe that he could support Cheyenne Village. Our preparations for war must not stop, otherwise we will fall into a passive situation when the war starts. Rosa nodded. Chiyo's thoughts were the same as her own. Succeeding Feng Ying is not as simple as taking a position. It means that the transfer of power will definitely cause turmoil in the village, and this turmoil is an opportunity for the rest of Shinobu Village. Even if I go north to Union Village and chop off the head of Daiki in 2 days, some people will question his strength. Did Ohiki flash up to his waist and be picked up by himself? People are blind, only believing what they are willing to believe. In the final analysis, Cheyenne Village is too weak. Being weak is the original sin, and being weak is going to be beaten. Then what do you do now? Don't send someone to hold them, you can't let them gallop in the land of the wind, right? After a long time, everything was revealed. Too tough is not enough, Oyemu is also a tough person. If you really send people to encircle them, Union Village will have a reason to go to war. Ilao Zhang frowned and his eyes were bloodshot. After pretending to be Feng Ying for so long, he finally realized that Feng Ying is not easy. He has to deal with big and small things, and his heart is tired. If the village is weak, there will be a lot of hard work. How to do? Of course it was a blow. Luo Xia's militant heart was about to move, and asked, how many people did they send and where are they probably? Hearing the meaning of asking for war in Luo Xia's words, Cho was silent at first, and then turned out a map of the ninja world. Pointing to a location and said, according to the information from our spies, there are at least 30 of them. They broke in from this place, in a zigzag shape, and gradually marched towards the territory of the Kingdom of Wind. The leader of the team is the ninja demon leech, the elite of Union Village, who is fast and proficient in swordsmanship. In addition, there are blood succession limits and burst ninja hunter, both of which are quite tricky opponents. At this moment, they should have dispersed into several small teams. After all, their task is to collect information. Luo Xia held her cheek with one hand and looked disgusted. The elite went to the Ninma Leech. He had never heard of it. Such a pretending name was just like a dish. As for the burst ninja, it seems that he was exposed to the dirty soil during the 4th Ninja World War, but he didn't expect it to be a ninja during the 3rd World War. But it doesn't matter, just kill. Ilao Zhang thought for a while, and unknowingly let them disappear. It should be the best way, and he said, be more concealed. We are not ready for the battle yet, and we don't want this to become a reason to start a war with Yunyan village. You know, Liang Tianping Onaki is very tough, paranoid, and adventurous. Luo Shan nodded, I am the best at killing people. Cho didn't feel relieved, and asked, how many people do you plan to take? It's best not to have too many, otherwise it will attract people's attention. There is another sentence that Cho didn't say, actually, you can bring Yekeng on, which will help ease the atmosphere between the two and unite the small factions in the village. Since we are going to be a little bit concealed, then conceal to the end. Luo Sha smiled, holding her head in her hands, sitting back and talking, I blame Yunyan village for bad luck. I heard that near the location where they broke into, an organization called Hao was recently established. The leader of the Hao organization is a shadow-level powerhouse, and has a strong sense of territory, and will kill all enemies who enter his sphere of influence. Yunyan village sent a ninja to look for because the four-tailed man Zulai disappeared, and accidentally broke into the Hao organization's area of influence. The two sides merged with each other, and the ninjas of Yunyan village were wiped out. Listening, how pleasant it is to hear. If you do this, it has nothing to do with our Sheyan village. No matter how much you ridicule, you can't get it on our heads. Thousands of generations nodded, no matter how bad the disaster is, it is not much better, but there is one more thing that I don't understand, and he wonders, where did you get the information? When was this Hao organization established? If their leader is really so powerful, we can't have no news at all. Created a minute ago. Opening a vest is addictive, it's time to open a new vest. By the way, find an organization for Luo Kun Jiangxin's vest. Chapter 26, Roll or Not? May I ask, after the Zhongnan exam, is the biggest shit-chucking stick in the ninja world? There is no doubt that it must be Akatsuki's organization, and the whole map has been organized, which has stirred up the world of ninja. Therefore, Luo Sha decided to set up an organization, both overtly and secretly, and working together to make the water muddy to the greatest extent. The full name of the Akatsuki organization is Dawn. What's the explanation? The morning sun is rising. Then I must suppress the Xia organization, the Hao organization, the full name is Te Hao. What's the meaning of Hao? Like the sun in the sky. The most important thing is that Luo Sha likes the way of saying that the word is split up and down, every day. Although the Hao organization is very shabby now, 1 gun per person, all resources and territories are not available, and only gold dust is left. But Luo Sha is confident that as long as he opens enough vests and swings his hose well enough, he will definitely be able to organize Hao into a top organization with millions of members and cover the sky with one hand. At that time, how the ninja world will develop will not return to Kishimoto, and all will have to listen to oneself. If you like to squeeze, you will squeeze, and you will squeeze rounds. Understand the applause. This time I didn't use practice to fool the people in the village. Luo Sha settled down on trivial matters, and casually accepted a reconnaissance mission, and went to the border alone. Run in a hurry. He rushed to the mission location and used the transformation technique again to open a new vest. With a back, hairspray hits the flies and the feet will slip if they stand up. The angular face resembles a young dragon. Gold wire glasses, shirt and tie, belt of suit trousers are raised very high, leather shoes are polished shiny, the figure is very slender and beautiful, and a white coat is put on the outside. This is how a new vest is made, looking like a young and promising doctor. Electromagnetic force emerges, taking itself as the center of the circle, and paved a magnetic field with a radius of 500 meters. Limited by accuracy and strength, the longer the distance, the larger the area, the weaker the control force. However, by sending electromagnetic waves of a specific frequency and receiving echoes, the effect of radar can still be simulated roughly. It is not comparable to the precision of various military radars in the previous life, but it is enough to put it in the ninja world, at least very useful when searching for the enemy. It took more than 2 hours to identify the echo frequencies returned by electromagnetic waves hitting rock pillars, sandstones, ordinary people, cacti, animals, etc., and after classifying them, Luo Xia began to act. Under the scorching sun, they ran like two fools in the desert, and started a carpet search, just like ordinary people mopping the floor. After more than 3 hours, the setting sun was about to fall, and when the temperature dropped suddenly, I finally gained something. Luo Xia's eyebrows moved slightly. From the frequency of the echo, the target is 7 carbon-based lives moving at a constant speed. The wave frequency I use is microwave, limited by the wave frequency, and the temperature of the target cannot be measured, but from the point of view of the moving speed of the target, it can basically be confirmed that it is a ninja. Ordinary people would not drive so fast in the desert. Analyzing the target's movement trajectory, Luo Xia moved quickly, chose a location in advance that could meet them, and waited. Headless flies and wandering around aimlessly for several days have caused the action team in Yunyan village to almost collapse. First, the environment is harsh, high temperature, windy sand, and quicksand, and secondly, the color tone in the desert is too single, which is also a torture to the spirit. I really don't understand how Sun Shinobu survives in this environment. A young IWA Shinobu sneered in his heart, and then grumbled and complained. Captain, it's not a way for us to wander around like this, there is no clue at all. Besides, the temperature in the desert is so high during the day, why don't we collect information at night? As soon as this remark came out, it provokes the contempt of the other team members. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert is extremely large. Moreover, if the line of sight is blocked, the efficiency of detecting intelligence will be lower. The sweat on his forehead was still wiping off, and it was dried by the hot air. Dong Shiren took out the water bag and took a sip of water. Then, with a bad look, he warned the grumbled young ninja, this mission was personally confessed by Master Tukage, and the lowest of those who participated in it was Zongnan. You and I are both ninjas in Iwakura village, you just need to execute the order. In addition, the environment in the desert is indeed harsh, but the sand ninjas are able to adapt, why can't we? I don't want to hear any more words that affect the morale of the military. Yes. The young ninja swallowed and realized his mistake. Dong Shiren took out his pocket watch, looked at the time, and added a sentence to reassure everyone, let's keep looking for another 2 hours. We found a few Cheyenne strongholds 3 days ago, but it doesn't make sense to find them now. Captain, look at it. A ninja suddenly pointed forward and exclaimed. What kind of scenery is that when I heard about the reputation of the East Dead? The setting sun goes down, the desert is lonely, and in the world of yellow sand, a mysterious person in white clothes with his hands behind his back, facing the sunset with his back to everyone. Aloof and lonely in the world, a little white in the yellow. All the rock ninjas are vigilant, and it is not a normal thing for such a normal person to appear in the desert. Damn, it's finally here. Luo Xia, who had been in a concave shape for a long time, slowly turned around, with red lips and white teeth, and all the sand seemed to have deliberately bypassed him. Lifting his chin, with the look that often appears in fantasy novels, he ignored everyone, and said calmly, this is the site of our Teihao organization. The ninja of Yunyan village, get out of here, I will spare you not to die. It was originally here to cut people, and it's straight to the point. You. The young ninja was emotional, walking in the desert, and suddenly met a mysterious person. Seeing that we were wearing Yunyan village's standard vests, and letting ourselves wait for others without saying a word, it was clear that we didn't take Yunyan village in our eyes. Dong Siren grabbed his men and calmly said, I don't know who you are, and I haven't heard of any Teihao organization. We are just looking for someone, and if you continue to speak badly, then we will be rude to you. You are welcome, all I want is you. Yan Ren came to the site of our Teihao organization to find someone. It's such a mighty prestige. Luo Xia curled her lips, pushed the gold-wired glasses, and threatened, Luo tian miayu analolaxis dolia kia pikachu zu solo dinsen misaka yang zin. Don't like to repeat the speech a second time, do you get away? When the ninjas of the 5 ninja villages go out on missions, they often encounter the ninjas and wandering ninjas of the little ninja village. When there is no conflict of interest, everyone will pass by and do not interfere with each other. It's the first time that Dong Soden has seen him with such a pretense, and with such a big tone, frowning and said, "What a messy name. I only know that this is the Kingdom of Wind, and I have never heard of what Taihao organization this belongs to. I think you came to find fault on purpose. Did you know?" Chapter 27, Electroshock Therapy. Even our Taihao organization has never heard of it. It's either ignorant or mad. It seems you need treatment. Extract chakra, electromagnetic force, move. Luo Sha sighed faintly, stretched one hand forward, and groaned softly, electric shock therapy, electric shock wave. In case of indecision, electroshock therapy. Before the Iwanan people could react, the electric current generated by the strong voltage flashed out of Luosha's hands, and the electric light and flint bombarded the bodies of several Iwanan people. The ninja who received a high-voltage electric shock instantly contracted and twitched his muscles and ventricular tremors, and electricity was directed to his body by the metal ions in the organs and body fluids. The roots of the hair are erected, the skin is scorched by the electric heating, the heart stops beating, most of the cells are destroyed, and they can no longer die. There won't be any pain, all the damage is caused in an instant. This is the destructive power of real high-voltage currents on living things, and it is far from comparable to the parallel thunderbolt turned into by chakra. Now, you want to leave again, but there is no chance. Luo Sha tilted her head and said, her white coat was blown by the wind and sand. Silence is silent. Dong Saren's heart was shocked, but he felt a trace of chakra fluctuations, and then the lightning flashed, and 3 of his subordinates passed away. Muji ninjutsu has always been a subject that the major ninjutsu villages are committed to researching, but after countless experiments, everyone has come to a common conclusion. Jian is equivalent to a ritual of colluding with chakra and constructing the framework of ninjutsu. Without the process of Jian, the power of ninjutsu will drop to an extremely weak level. Unless you have a massive amount of chakras and increase the output of chakras to violently increase the power of ninjutsu, the power of Muji ninjutsu cannot be seen at all. What do you see now? Just raising his hand, chakra fluctuated slightly, and then summoned a few beams of electric current. It didn't seem to be very eye-catching, but the power was at least equivalent to the ordinary B-level ninjutsu. When did such a powerful shadow-level figure appear in the ninja world? There is a lot of pressure in Dong Siren's heart, and the strong shadow-level players will be able to distinguish the winners from the weak. But this is not the key to evaluating a person, whether it is a shadow rank. Being able to cut melons and vegetables when facing ordinary ninjas is enough to be considered a shadow rank powerhouse. You have other accomplices, dozens of people, who broke into my territory at the same time. When I get rid of you, I will send them on the road together. Don't worry, you will not be lonely on Huangchuan Road. As if deliberately agitating Yan Ningzong's emotions, Luo Sha was full of power. As soon as he gritted his teeth, he made a decision, seeing death as his hometown, and shouted in a low voice, "Ryotaro! Hurry up and find Captain Demon Leech and Captain Hunter, maybe only if they work together can they compete with the people in front of them. No matter how bad they are, let them quickly withdraw from this area." But the young ninja, that is, Ryotaro, was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that he was still admonishing his captain just now, and he was willing to be the queen at this moment. It won't be the opponent of the person in front of him, and it is absolutely impossible to defeat. It's nothing but, I'm the shinobu, maybe I can hold him for dozens of seconds, but if you replace it with you, maybe it won't even be a second. Dong Saren is full of pride and has already put his own life and death aside. Just in front of me, discuss who will hold me, have you considered my feelings? Luo Sha pushed Jinxi's eyes, pointed at Ryotaro, and a high-voltage current shot out. Go! Seeing Luo She raising his hand, Dong Shiren yelled, his hands quickly formed seals and patted the ground. Tudun Tuliu wall! Rumbled, a stone wall without a dog's head stood up from the ground and stood in front of Ryotaro. The high-voltage current bombarded it, splashing a burst of blue smoke. Luo She squinted her eyes slightly, and discovered a weakness in her ability. The ability of high-voltage current to destroy water-rich organisms in the body far exceeds that of parallel imports. However, the destruction of soil, rock, and other mixtures and inorganic substances is far from comparable to parallel mines. Unless the level is increased, the high-voltage current is turned into electromagnetic cannons and light cannons. In the final analysis, one's own abilities are physically oriented, and the ninja realm Thunder Dune is magical. It is said that it is Thunder Dune, and all kinds of miscellaneous explosions can be brought out. Ryotaro gritted his teeth and glanced at the eastern dead, and shouted, "For the Onion Village!" Then fled. There is no life and death in the TV series, this is the decisiveness of the ninja. Everyone, let's buy time for Ryotaro. Dong Siren gave an order, and together with the remaining two subordinates, he flew towards Luosha. He noticed a detail. When Luosha released electric current twice, he raised his hands and so on. The art of earth escape rock fist. A Zongren made a seal on his hands, and chakra gushed out into a rock layer to wrap his arms, torso, and all parts except his face and joints. Under normal circumstances, rock fist will only form a rock fist on the arm, but this is the flexible application of ninjutsu, only the fledgling Xiaoren cannot work. Lei Dun restrains the earth to escape. But I found out that your thunder dung is different from the ordinary thunder dung, and it has almost no restraint effect on the soil dung. This is your weakness. Don't underestimate our ninjas in Yunyan village, go to hell. Zongren screamed and slammed the rock fist towards Luosha. Lei Dun restrained the earth to escape. This is Kishimoto's setting. Luosha is almost unable to complain. There are a lot of organic matter in the soil, and it is good to be able to conduct weak electricity. But the soil you use is all rocks. The main component of rocks is silicon dioxide. Unless they are heated to a plasma state, they will not conduct electricity. In other people's world, you have to obey other people's rules and accept your fate. Luo She raised her head slightly and said with a smile, "My Lei Dun is really special. However, have you ever heard of the legendary ninjutsu?" Zhongren's expression condensed, "Ninjutsu, isn't it the unique thunder escape from Yunyan village? Electromagnetic force, move." The high-voltage electric current and magnetic force wrapped Luosha's entire arm, stimulating and strengthening muscle tissue, and Luosha punched out. Electric shock therapy lightning fist. The powerful force smashed the rocks in Zongren's abdomen, and the high-voltage current touched his body, and then his entire fist pierced his stomach, and all the internal organs were blasted into coke by electric heat. No talent, it happens to be this kind of ninjutsu. Luo She pulled out her fist and whispered softly, and in the next instant, she felt her legs bound. A pair of hands emerged from the ground, grabbing Luosha's ankle, and pulling it down forcefully. The art of beheading in the heart, the name is quite fancy. The second pillar was once used by Kakashi to plant it on the ground as a radish. Electric shock therapy discharge. Luo She snorted coldly, and a layer of high-voltage current appeared on the surface of the body, rushing down the arm of the underground ninja, blasting it to death, and staying underground forever. Dong Siren was shocked. It turned out that raising his hand and waiting were not a prerequisite for this person to release Lei Dun. Chapter 28, Want to Catch. I originally thought that raising the hand was a pre-action, so through the prediction, I can at least dodge a little bit. But if there is no such pre-action, it means that the thunder of the person in front of him is even more incomprehensible, and lightning will appear when his mind moves. If you can't handle the high-voltage current, you can only rush to the street. At least for ninjas below the shadow level, there is no solution. That being the case, why did he let Ryotaro escape? He had enough time to stop Ryotaro. Dong Shiren had a terrible guess in his heart, and his face was pale. Think of it. It's a pity it's too late. Luo Sha pushed the golden glasses again, not rushing or impatient, and said leisurely, the shinobi world is very small, not enough for me to toss. The ninja world is also very big. At least finding a few people in the desert will waste a lot of my time. But I believe that if someone leads the way, it will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Dong Shiren gritted his teeth and told his guess, it turns out that you wanted Ryotaro to leave on purpose, so that you can follow him to find other people. But even if you can find it, Captain Demon Leech's superb swordsmanship, Captain Hunter has the blood succession limit burst escape, they work together, you may not be able to win. To say so, Dong Siren's heart is actually very bottomless. Luo Sha's abilities are too weird, with no seal of ninjutsu, great damage, and the range of attack is not too short. If you don't have any defense against him, you will be sure to kill at first sight. Luo Sha chuckled and shook her fingers, denying Dong Sadran's guess, you are only half right. I don't have to let him go, either Ryotaro or Huotaro, as long as someone can show me the way, that's enough. This person can be him or any one of you. Dong Siren quickly turned around and looked at Ryotaro, who was devoted to his duties, had already ran to 100 meters away and turned into a black spot and disappeared into the sky. There was a set of secret contact information between Yan and who was out of the mission. Before they dispersed, the captains had agreed where they would meet. If Captain Mahiru and Captain Hunter can beat the person in front of them, it is of course excellent, but Dong Siren doesn't want to gamble because he knows that the winning rate is not great. Damn four-eyed boy! Toshido cursed, his legs bent slightly and he shot out, chasing Ryotaro in the direction. I only hope that Luosha's attack range is not so far, and the movement speed is not fast, so that he can catch up with Ryotaro. It seems that this gentleman has a deep prejudice against us who wear glasses. The four-eyed boy who was complained about, Luo Sha did not feel annoyed, and reached out with one hand to the back of Dong Shiren, and whispered, electric shock therapy grid. The strong voltage converges in the air, forming a series of electric currents, running horizontally and vertically, shooting to the east. Electricity and light are both types of electromagnetic waves, and their propagation speeds in vacuum are equal. So there is no need to use Thunderdung and Chidori like Kakashi and two pillars to start a long distance to increase the stab power. Martial arts in the world are all invincible, but fast and unbreakable. No matter how fast you run, you can have the speed of light. Do you really think that the flash per capita? If you want to avoid Luosha's lightning, you can only predict the direction of the attack when he gathers a high voltage current and before the current is formed, otherwise it will never be possible to avoid it. Dong Siren turned his back to Luo Sha, which was definitely an act of seeking death. The power grid fell from Dong Shiren's head, and the high voltage current instantly destroyed all the functions of his body, and he died on the spot in black. The high voltage electric current that follows the trend falls into the desert, and the flash of fire and blue smoke rise when it comes into contact with the sand, which is really an electric flint. The sand with mixed composition cannot withstand the high temperature of electric heating, and it burns to melt crystals that are very poor in the finished product. Luo Sha walked over slowly, without looking at the Dongdi who was pounding on the street, stretched out her foot and kicked the crystals condensed after the sand melted. He slapped his lips and spit out, it seems that even if I travel to the Tang dynasty, I can quickly make a fortune. I get rid of impurities and can burn dozens of pieces of glass with a wave of my hand. Kicking the crystal away, Luo Sha ejected, chasing in the direction of Ryotaro's escape, and at the same time spread the microwave magnetic field, acting as a radar. Half a minute later, sensing the frequency of the echo returned, Luo Sha's mouth raised and found you, little mouse. Then, as long as he hangs far behind Ryotaro and waits for him to find other people in Yunyan village, he will be able to kill. It is very dangerous for ordinary people to move at high speed in the desert. Because there is a unique natural scene in the desert, quicksand. On the surface of the quicksand, it looks no different from the surrounding environment, but the sand under the quicksand does not have any viscosity. Once someone steps on the quicksand, the surface sand will sink quickly. Because there is nowhere to focus, ordinary people who step on the quicksand can only sink deeper and deeper. Even a ninja may be swallowed without checking for a while. The ninja who lives in the sandy hidden village can be said to be handy in dealing with this kind of quicksand terrain. This is also a very important means for sand to resist foreign enemies. Home field advantage. Ryotaro rushed in a hurry. Captain East dead, together with 2 colleagues, joined forces to resist the white-clothed man named Luo Yongzin. At this moment, I'm afraid it's too bad for you. This is the time that his colleagues have bought for himself at the cost of his life. Ryotaro has no time to grieve, and he has a firm conviction. He must pass the news to the other 2 teams as soon as possible. Just like the young Agump in the movie, Ryotaro has only one thought in his mind at the moment: run. After escaping from the quicksand that was inadvertently touched several times, Ryotaro was embarrassed. Against the wind and sand, relying on the inference of the route agreed before the dispersion in his memory, he finally found another team. This is an oasis, with a dozen rock ninjas gathered around the bonfire. The night temperature in the desert is very low and there are scorpions infested. It is absolutely impossible not to start a fire. Everyone talked and laughed, eating dry food and roasting them on fire, with proud smiles on their faces. Being able to be selected by Lord Tying to perform this special task is something to be proud of. The sudden appearance of Ryotaro broke the silence. Who? The Yan'an people sitting around the bonfire quickly got up, formed a defensive formation, guarding the front, and they were indeed an elite squad. It's me, Ryotaro. After running wild for several hours, Ryotaro was exhausted, fell to the ground with a plop, dying, and raised his hands to show that he was not malicious. During the war, many ninjas will become enemies and mix into the enemy camp to cause destruction. In order to deal with this situation, the major ninja villages have prepared more than one set of secret codes. In the crowd, a ninja with a long sword slung behind his back came out, looked at Ryotaro vigilantly, his lips moved slightly, sign. Knowing that this was a necessary procedure, Ryotaro lay on the ground and took a breath, then recite the secret signal agreed in advance. Chapter 29, Put a long line to catch a big fish. After verifying his identity, the magic leeches quickly stepped forward to check Ryotaro's injuries, and after some inspection, it was found that it was just a loss of strength. Frowning, he asked, "What happened? Aren't you in the Eastern dead? How come you came here?" Ryotaro did not dare to conceal it, and simply and concisely explained the cause and effect of the incident: when we perform our tasks. Suddenly a white-clothed man named Luo Yongzin claimed that this area was the territory of their Teihao organization. After the negotiation between the 2 parties failed, he just raised his hand and instantly killed the 3 Zhongren. The captain of the Eastern dead knew that he was invincible, leaving behind the queen. Said that maybe only Shinobu can hold him for dozens of seconds, buy me a certain amount of time, and convey the message to you and Captain Hunter. Hiss. When everyone heard the words, they took a dozen breaths, 1 bite per capita, and contributed to global warming. Even the bonfire faltered a bit. Fighting head-on, just raising your hand to kill 3 Zhongren, even if there is a factor of underestimating the enemy, it is not something that ordinary Shangren can do. Even in Yunyan village, there are only a few people who can do this, Lord Tying, and 2 people Zulai. Regardless of whether Luo Yongzin and the 3 adults are weak or strong, just hit this hand, his harm to the Special Operations Team is fatal. Let's talk about his abilities in detail. Demon Leech lowered his head and asked, "Ninja actually didn't have much choice. For example, in the current situation, knowing that the enemy's lower limit is very high, he will still be punished after giving up the mission. At least the magic leeches can't be shaken off, he is the chief talker of the Special Operations team. So he still wanted to fight. He is very young and proficient in remote thunder escape. Thunder and lightning can be released with a wave of his hand. It is not very noticeable in a flash, but it is extremely destructive to the human body. Regrettably, Captain Dong's Adrian saw that the situation was not right, so he let me escape the scene to pass on information, but couldn't see more. Speaking of this, Ryutaro's expression was even more sad, and if nothing happened, Captain Dong Siren should have died in the line of duty. Mazai Fists clenched his fists and shook his back. Strictly speaking, the mission of the Special Operations Squad was considered an invasion, and they were invaders to the Kingdom of Wind. Besides the head, Molek doesn't want to think about any position issues, he only knows that his teammate is dead, and a squad is almost wiped out. What can I do? No intelligence was collected. As soon as he entered the territory of the Kingdom of Wind, a mysterious organization suddenly appeared to destroy a squadron. Then he was frightened and went back to the village in a desperate manner. He reported to Master Tying that the enemy was too strong, and I would die this day, not a crime of war. Then he will definitely become the laughingstock of the whole village. For a while, even Xiaoren will point to himself, look, he is the legendary waste ninja, who was scared by a mysterious person to give up a special mission. What is a special task? The tasks that Master Tying explained that can affect the fate of the entire village are special tasks. It is self-evident what it means to inquire about the intelligence of the Kingdom of Wind at this time. I will never allow myself to be a burden to the village. After making up his mind, the leeches extracted chakras and turned them into a piece of sand to extinguish the bonfire. He drew his sword and pointed forward, all are on guard and ready for battle. We have to use the fastest speed to join the team led by the hunter. It is still too dangerous to continue to divide the troops. Captain Leech, do you want to avenge the Eastern Dead Man Captain? Ryutaro hoped to say that when he thought that Captain Toshito had risen because of his incompetence, Ryutaro blamed himself in his heart. If you can be stronger, maybe everyone can escape. An awkward expression flashed in Emo Leech's eyes. After a moment of silence, he apologized, I'm sorry, I don't want to avenge the Dongsaran. Our task is to find out the relevant intelligence of the changes in the Kingdom of Wind. After the convergence, we will quickly exit this area to avoid the edge for the time being. Of course, if there is a chance, we will also collect relevant information about the Teihao organization, so that the death of Dong Siren will be more valuable. After converging, 2 elites went to ninja and more than 20 middle ninjas. This is a power that no shadow-level powerhouse can ignore. At least if everyone is bent on fleeing, it is impossible for an ordinary shadow-rank powerhouse to destroy everyone in an instant. I know. Ryutaro looked sad, and the ninja always couldn't help himself like this. A group of people buried the bonfire and destroyed the traces of someone who had stayed here. Taking advantage of the night, they set off in preparation. Hao Yu was in the air. A few minutes later, Luo Sha stepped on the yellow sand and walked from a distance. The rustling scorpion crawling out of the ground, after trying to approach him, was instantly hit by an electric current that appeared out of thin air. He glanced at the place where the bonfire was buried, shook his head gently, and sighed, useless. The direction of movement is not the land of the earth, very good, let's escape, let's meet, it's not the time to close the net. Any object above absolute zero will release electromagnetic waves. Iwanan can bury the bonfire, but cannot keep the temperature of the embers of the bonfire consistent with the surrounding environment. In Luosha's perception, these rocks could not escape. They didn't take action immediately, just to see if they would choose to reunite, or return to the land of the earth, or continue to implement the original plan. Fortunately, the magic leeches did not live up to Luo Sha's expectations after all. The night is long and I don't want to sleep. After several hours of rapid marching, the magic leeches finally found the location of another detachment, and the environment in this area was not as good as theirs. Hearing the movement, the captain with a haircut resembling a scion woke up from his sleep, and quickly got up and ejected from the tent. Be alert to the front, ask loudly, and wake up all the subordinates at the same time. Who? It's me, Leech. Mo Leech looked in a hurry. Behind him were a dozen ninjas, none of them in a good state of mind. After confirming his identity, Shao glanced at the demon leeches in doubt, wondering, what happened? Didn't it mean that we should operate separately to improve the efficiency of intelligence collection? Why did it reconverge again? In short, quickly evacuated this area. There was a strong shadow-level man wandering nearby, claiming that this was the territory of their organization. Dong Shiren dragged him at the cost of his life, and then spread the information. Mazai gave a general idea in a passage, and then he would command everyone to make a strategic shift. After joining forces, he was the captain, and even hunting would be half a level lower. Ryotaro suddenly froze in place, trembling all over, clenching the Kyuwo in his hands, looking at behind the demon with a complex expression. What's happenin'? The demon leeches turned around and looked at it, also slightly stunned, and then he understood something and regretted it. Damn, the wild goose was pecked all day long. He was upset when he heard Dong Saren's death. He only verified his identity, but didn't check whether he was chasing soldiers behind him. A young man in a white coat, combed with oily head and gold wire glasses, walked slowly in the moonlight. Chapter 30, Union inexplicably backs the pot. His steps were very light, so light that he had stepped on the sand without sinking too much. His footsteps were also heavy, so heavy that every step he took, the hearts of the magic leeches and their tremors trembled. Luo Sha is also looking at the IWA ninjas, except for Ryotaro, there are only two familiar ninjas. The first is the bursting ninja hunter who has appeared in the 4 wars. The other one was the magic leeches. After a little recollection, Luo Sha remembered that this person was not a duo or an unknown person. In the original plot, the Bofeng Shuman team ambushed at the Shinwubi Bridge, slashed Kakashi and played against the Bofeng Shuman. Luo Sha smiled, put her together, tapped her temple, and whispered, "You know, I was still worried about you a few hours ago. I am distressed about you all overnight. Our Teihao organization's sphere of influence is not too small, and it takes a lot of time to find a group of mice in the vast desert. I was lucky enough to find a few, and after letting go of one, I found the mouse nest smoothly." The demon leech looked unhappy, the back of his hand had blue veins curled up. The elite was a ninja, and he was considered a master in the entire ninja world, and he had a chance to escape when he encountered ordinary shadow-level powerhouses. However, he was so insulted and scolded as a mouse, how could he bear it? However, for the sake of my subordinates and tasks, I endure it. The leeches took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, thought for a few seconds, and tried to negotiate with Luo Sha. "I'm sorry, we didn't know that this was the territory of your organization beforehand. How about each of us taking a step back? We immediately withdrew from this area, and did not hold you accountable for slaughtering our Yunyan village ninjas." When the members of the Special Operations team heard the words, they felt very frustrated. "Isn't this why we took 2 steps back, so we all took 1 step back?" The bursting ninja hunter wanted to happen, so he was stopped by a look from the magic leech, and secretly made a signal with a gesture. For a while, the situation was calm and the waves were calm. Right now we don't know anything about this organization or this person. It is important to investigate the intelligence of Cheyenne village. When you finish this matter, go back to report to Master Taiying, and naturally there will be strong people in the village to clean up this Teihao organization. Xiao's eyes were about to burst into flames, but he also knew that the overall situation was the most important thing. The Green Hills left behind were not afraid that there would be no firewood. The task that Master Taiying explained was important. "Retreat? How can you just retreat like this?" Luo Sha lightly shook her finger, pointed at everyone, and said, "Go back, there is no problem. But you waste a lot of my time." Rounding is tantamount to making money and killing, so you have to pay the price. Only one of the 20-odd people can walk, and all the others will stay here. The scorpions in the desert are already looking forward to another gluttonous feast. Want to sow discord? I think it is more appropriate for you to stay here. The blasting ninja hunter finally couldn't bear it, and extracted the chakra with an anger, flew out and slapped Luosha with a punch. Burst escape landmine fist. Unlike Deodara's explosion, Hunter's explosion is more like a ninjutsu, gathering chakra on the fist and exploding as soon as it touches the enemy. The advantage is that there is no need for not printing, the power is huge, the disadvantages are also obvious, the hand is short, and it is easy to be empty. Booming ninja? It's interesting. I don't know how you can pick me up. Electric shock therapy lightning fist. Luosha groaned softly, extracted the chakra and gathered it on the left arm, forming a high voltage current, overflowing with energy, and then blasted out with a punch. When Hunter was able to get close in the future, he was bombarded by a strong current. Fortunately, he used chakra to protect his body in time, which slightly reduced his damage. Even so, he lost his ability to move, and rushed into the street in front of Luosha in black. Luosha's eyes narrowed slightly, she shouldn't. The current she swayed is at least 35 kV, which is 35,000 volts, and more than 36 volts will cause harm to the human body. The voltage intensity is more than 900 times, and the hunter is still alive. Chakra is really weird. Are there special rules in a special world? But it's not bad, 35,000 volts is far from my current limit. Lei Dun practice body's secret technique, it turns out that you are from Union Village. The magic leech exclaimed and suddenly realized, I should have thought of it long ago. Being proficient in Thunder Dune, and still targeting Union Village in this way, apart from being born in Union Village, are there other possibilities? Nothing. The brain of the demon leeches ran wildly, and the power of a punch made the hunter seriously injured and dying. This kind of strength is at least the quasi-shadow level. I heard that the son of the 3 generations of raking is strong, and he has all his true biography. I heard that the son of the 3rd generation of raking also has a righteous brother who is equally strong, and he is also a pillar of the 8 tails. The Luo Yongzhen in front of him was probably made by one of the 2 using the transfiguration technique, with the purpose of destroying Union Village's actions. The borders of the 2 countries, the handles on both sides are very strong, there are many daily frictions, and the grievances have been long-standing. However, other possibilities could not be ruled out. Maybe it was just a rebel who was born in Union Village, who just happened to be proficient in the secret technique of thunder escape. Of course, there is one last guess. Luo Yongzhen in front of him may be the strongest 3-generation raking himself. In an instant, Ms. Hineo made up a lot of content, and after Sanchuan, Union Village carried Luosha again. Luosha was slightly startled, and then reacted, this is a dumping pot, by the way, to provoke a good opportunity for the relationship between Lei and Tu. Fight, fight! Step out on the hunter's head and step it into the ground. The spread of high voltage current burned the hunter's brain completely. Luosha suddenly laughed, evil charm and madness.jpg. Since you have seen through your identities, it will be terrible to keep you, everyone will die. Bring my secret, let's go down to the filthy soil of Huangchuan. The acting is more realistic, Luosha frantically squeezes the body cells, extracts the chakras, with her hands convulsed like a seal she doesn't understand. Quickly stop him, can't let him finish the seal smoothly. The demon roared, and lifted the sword to kill Luosha first, and the other ninjas also rushed forward. From that powerful chakra, you can feel that this should be a powerful and wide-ranging high-level thunder ninjutsu. Once let him use it, everyone has to go around. It's too late. Feeling some cramps in the fingers, Luosha was enough, slapped both hands, and shouted in a low voice, Super Electric Shock Therapy 9-Day Ying Yuan Thunder Sound Puhua Tianzun. In short, the longer the name, the better it is. Dark clouds covered the moon, the blue sky was like a wash of night sky turned into a dark curtain, the desert suddenly darkened, and the wind was blowing. Chakra was transformed into electric ions, and all the electric ions that were free nearby were gathered by Luosha in the dark clouds above the head. Below the cloud bottom and above the earth, the electric charges accumulate to form a strong electric field. The electric charges in the electric field move violently, rubbing against the air molecules and releasing powerful pulses. Boom! Boom! Chapter 31, Another Wave. The thunder shook, and the lightning struck down from high to low, all around Luosha, and every lightning struck a rock ninja with precision. Luosha was bathed in thunder, strolling in the garden, like an emperor. The inspiration for this move came from Sasuke's Thunder Dun Kailan. The difference is that Lei Dun uses Huo Dun to form a cumulonimbus cloud, and then pulls lightning to attack, swings forward longer, and has weak control over lightning. Luosha is different. He manipulates the electric ions and charges to gather directly together. The forward shaking is shorter, there are enough chakras or the electromagnetic force is high, and the forward shaking time will not exceed 3 or 4 seconds at most. By entrusting the movement of electric charges under the clouds to nature, you can save a portion of your physical strength. You can only help a little bit by yourself, and then you can perfectly manipulate the direction of every lightning bolt. Regardless of its power or scope, it is not much different from Lei Dun Kailan, but its control is far beyond, so it is named Ju Tian Ying Yuan Lei Sheng Pu Hua Tian Zun. This is the highest deity of Libu in the myth of Kongguo. In Luosha's memory, there is a comic called The Shaman King, and one of the characters is called Dao Lian, who also used this name to name her moves. Okay? Luosha's mind moved slightly, and she noticed that the electromagnetic waves emitted by the body of the demon leech were not right. It should be when she was forming her seal, she used the ability of the shadow clone and the real body avoided the ground. Objects above absolute zero can release electromagnetic waves, shadow clones, water bodies, etc., which are identical in appearance to the body, and also possess power. In fact, because of the fundamental difference, the frequency of the electromagnetic waves emitted is still slightly different from that of the real body. This means that many deceptive methods will not work on Luosha. Electromagnetic force is almost omnipotent, and many practical abilities can be developed even at the novice stage. Just need someone to send his news back to the land of the earth, this demon leech is just right. Manipulating the thunder, in a blink of an eye, all the ninjas were smashed into coke, and a clearing came. Due to the electric heating, blue smoke appeared in the sand, and the area nearby turned into turbid crystals. The demon leeches were also quite clever. At the moment when his shadow clone was smashed, he took advantage of Luosha's not paying attention and threw another shadow clone in place. Imitate the coke appearance of other teammates after being struck by lightning, using fake and real, while holding your breath to calm your heartbeat as much as possible, hoping not to attract Luosha's attention. The dark clouds dissipated, and the bright moon crawled out again. If it were not for the rustling scene of the corpse, no one would have imagined what happened here just now. Just like a dream. Luosha pushed the gold wire glasses, looked up at the night sky, pretending to be like the wind, and deliberately said something confusing, "A bunch of idiots. My self-made Thunder Dun ninjutsu is stronger than the secret art of Thunder Dune body refining, and even Raikage-sama is amazed by it. It's ridiculous that the worm shakes the tree." The demon leeches hiding in the ground were even more grief and anger when they heard the words, but it is an indisputable fact that a group of their own people were destroyed by one stroke. Even if he was really hiding in the ground, his situation was not much better. The lightning strikes on the sand and heated the sand layer. He didn't dive deep enough, and the surroundings seemed like a melting pot. Luosha shook her head, and calmly left the scene, heading towards the country of earth, or the country of birds. The country of the wind, the country of the earth, and the 5 major countries do not actually border each other. Among them, there are countless small countries that act as relaxation zones. Iwanan probably broke in from the position of the country of birds. The establishment of a Teihao organization in a Rishan group was not a decision made with just a shot of the ass. It just came out now, and there is some free time to solve the problem of the organization's location by the way. Just choose to be in the country of birds. Ninja World is actually similar to the New World in one piece, not too far apart, or neighboring countries with completely different climates and scenery. The Land of Wind is a desert area, so the sand ninjas can only live by the water and build villages near the oasis. In the country of birds, the climate is peaceful and the 4 seasons are like spring, and migratory birds come to inhabit every year. The country of birds also has 2 neighboring countries, the country of rain, which rains all year round, everyone knows. The other is the country of bears, with dense forests and miasma valleys, and is the location of Star Ninja Village. After searching and searching, I finally found a good place at the beginning of the day, surrounded by mountains and rivers, surrounded by clouds and mist, and a fairyland on earth. It's a good place, this is called taste. Luo Shan nodded in satisfaction. The electromagnetic wave was released, felt the density and structure of the mountain, found a suitable location, and started his own work of opening the hole. Manipulating high-density and strong metal ore to chisel the mountain, one person is equivalent to several construction teams, and the dug-up rubble is thrown directly into the lake, causing birds to be frightened. 10 minutes after Luosha left, the magic leeches broke out of the sand. Fortunately, the chakra was used to protect the whole body in time. Even so, the exposed skin was burned in many places. With eyes full of grief, he swept across the corpse at the scene, and he opened the shadow clone just to confuse Luo Yongzhen. Zhen Zhenglengzi gave him a backstab, but he didn't expect to save his life instead. Take out the storage scrolls and put the bodies of all teammates into it. One is to fall on the ground and be buried in the Martyrs' Garden of Yunyan Village, which is also a good home. The second is that there is too much information on the corpse. People who know how to look at the type of wound on the corpse and the extent of the injury can tell who the murderer is, what methods they use, and how strong they are. This is all evidence. After doing everything well, the magic leeches regained his mood, ran in a hurry, and returned to Yunyan Village 2 days later. It's Lord Molek, he is the elite ninja in the village. A child pointed at Molek and said in surprise. In the future, I will also become a powerful ninja like Lord Demon Leech. It was midday, and there were many pedestrians on the streets of Yunyan Village. The ninja, who knew a little bit about his inner affairs, glanced at the leeches from time to time. Didn't it mean that he went on a special mission a few days ago? The more the children talk about it, the more heartache the magic leeches become. How powerful is he? Even the enemy can't handle a single move. 30 middle ninjas, 2 elite upper ninjas, and 1 upper ninja, only oneself came back alive. This is a shame. The ridiculous thing is that in order to bring the information back, he still has to surrender himself. Silent all the way, the magic leech looked gloomy, and walked straight to the tying office, like a walking corpse. Boom! Inadvertently, he slammed into the office door, rammed in and fell to the ground, unwilling to get up for a long time. At the final peak of his ninja career, Tukij Liang Tianping Onaki was sitting at his desk doing official duties. Beside him is the legendary four-tailed man Zulai Lao Ziai. Chapter 32, I don't share the same sky with Yunyin. Hearing the movement at the door, Oyemu glanced over, saw the leeches on the street, dropped the documents in his hand, and rebuked, "Why are you so careless? You can endure it, you can trip over a threshold when you walk by, get up." Lao Ziai glanced over, saw that it was a demon leeches, and joked, "Isn't this going to the country of the wind to find my demon leeches? Why, you can get something so soon." The demon leeches remained silent, an angry fist hammered on the ground, tears streaming down, full of grief. Onaki noticed something was wrong, floated out of the desk, hovering in front of the demon leeches, his face changed in shock, and asked, "What happened, tell me." "Dead." All dead. He is a Shangren, and he can't cry even if he encounters no matter how great the difficulties and obstacles are. The devil leeches wiped away the tears that he couldn't help but shed, and explained the causes and consequences of the matter one by one. From being ordered to break into the country of wind, to pulling out several strongholds of Shan'in, to splitting up, and finally to Luoxia Tianshan's mortal power like hell. Onaki's heart frightened the more he listened. Fortunately, there was no heart disease, otherwise he was afraid that he would have a heart attack. 30 middle ninjas, 2 upper ninjas, an elite team, and the whole army was wiped out. In the original plot, Dong Xiren led the Onion army to attack the Land of Fire, and there were only more than 200 or 300 stalwarts, and then encountered the unparalleled wave of grass-cutting during the peak period. However, the concepts of the two are different. The Battle of Shanwubi Bridge is the most important part of the final battle, and the surprise attack will definitely pull out all the assets. And for this investigation mission, considering the efficiency issue, Onokake sent 30 elites, and Zongren was already the backbone of a Shinin village. Then, the whole army was wiped out. The anti-aircraft guns hit the mosquitoes, but the mosquitoes did not hit them, and the guns blew up. With such a high rate of battle damage, how to teach Onoki not to heartache? Every Zongren has been killed from the next after several years. They carry the village's expectations and are the reserve of the mid to high-end force Shangren. All 30 are gone. After all, he was the one who challenged Uchiha Madara back then, and he met the world. Onaki suppressed the anger and grief in his heart, and asked in a low voice, "Where is the corpse? Did you bring the body back?" The demon nodded, took out the storage scroll, and released more than 20 bodies that had been bombarded into coke, filling a small half of the office. Old Ziida Yemu had 2 eyes, then looked at each other, and said the same guess at the same time, "The clothing has no traces of being burned, it is lay done. The heat produced by combustion is slightly different from electric heat, the latter lasts shorter time, all the damage is done in an instant, and it is extremely powerful. With one stroke, destroy a special operations team. The murderer's thunder dance level can be said to be one of the strongest in the entire ninja world. The strength of this person is not below me." After analyzing the exact power of thunder and lightning, Lao Zi was shocked, but fortunately he was not named Nai. Onaki was silent. With such a powerful thunder dung, the range of suspects could be slightly narrowed. Either the country of thunder or Konoha. The 5 major ninjutsu villages all have their own good ninjutsu, the 4 kingdoms of wind, thunder, water, and soil, each is good at wind, thunder, water, and soil 4-line ninjutsu, and some miscellaneous blood inheritance boundaries. The only exception is Konoha. Konoha has great talents. In addition to Uchiha's arrogance of ninjutsu, he is also very good at the other 4 lines of ninjutsu. Is there any other information? Oyemu asked coldly, only knowing that Lei Dun was of little use. Molek cast aside his grief, and recalled, while saying, "That person is called Luo Yongzhen, who claims to be a member of the Teihao organization, but I suspect that this is just a fake identity. Because I saw that he had used the Thunder Dance body refining secret technique and severely injured the hunter with a punch, I suspect." Points +1+1+1+1. The special status has already begun to produce dividends. Luo Sha, who is digging the mountain, has the starry sky vortex in his mind constantly fluctuating. Union Village. Oyemu was furious and hit the desk with a punch. In order to express his anger, he also deliberately used the technique of aggravating the rock to smash the desktop into a crack. It's also possible that other people want to blame Union Village. Don't rush to get angry, let's analyze and analyze. Old Zi persuaded. Lei Dun may make mistakes, can Lei Dun's body refining secrets make mistakes? Onaki glared at his beard, dissatisfied with Lao Zi's questioning of his guess, and asked angrily, "Similar ninjutsu does exist in the ninja world. But Luo Yongzhen severely injured the hunter with a single punch. What else could such a powerful ninjutsu technique be besides the thunder dance body refining secret technique developed by the barbarians of the 3 generations of Reikage? Ah, tell me, what other technique can do it? Oyemu had a grumpy temper, but Lao Ziyi had a grumpy temper. He didn't give Oyemu any face, and retorted, the battle of the ninja is the battle of chakra. If it has a similar technique and the amount of chakra is sufficient, it is not impossible to imitate Reikage's technique. I still think there is something wrong with this matter. How can our secret operations have anything to do with Union Village? How can it not matter? Regardless of his demeanor, Onoji pointed to the east, which is the direction of the Thunder Country, and yelled, raying that barbarian can only be angry. It is not an exaggeration to say that every village in the ninja world has undercover agents from other ninja villages. This is inevitable. This incident has nothing to do with the barbarian. He must have been aware of our actions, and he sent his own sons and disciples secretly in order to hit us. He also pulled out a Teihao organization, a big joke. Everything can't be hidden from my law. Why is it impossible for Reiking to do it himself? Demon Leech asked. Oyemu snorted coldly, and explained, that barbarian Reikage made the shot himself. Do you think you can come back alive? His mind is not very bright, and he will never forget the inspection of the corpse. It can only be his son or disciple Kiribi. I have heard of them. They are very talented and have at least quasi-shadow level strength. It is a pity that the offspring is always the offspring, and they do nothing. The more he listened, the worse he was, and he came back alive. What a pity are you! I still insist on my opinion, this matter is strange. Lao Ziyi still insisted on his own opinion, arguing with Onaki. Do you have to confront me? What do you oppose to what I support? Onoji sternly asked Lao Ziyi, if you still insist on your own opinions, then go and investigate this matter yourself. Then put out the evidence and show the facts, telling me that you are right and I am wrong. Before that, let me go. I will personally take someone to the country of thunder to find the barbaric. This matter can't be left alone. In fact, it is quite common for the shadow of a village to go out to perform tasks and go to the battlefield. Except Konoha, there are also many big double bonuses and red sticks. Oyemu pushed away Lao Ziyi, angrily and left, preparing to go to work in Thunder Country. First of all, the younger brother must bring his feet. Thousands of hands were backstabbed by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn as a lesson from the past. Points +1+1+1+1. Chapter 33, Encounter Yekang. Not to mention that Oyemu is aggressive and wants to take Maze to the Land of Thunder to find trouble for Reikage. Lao Ziyi also made up his mind here. He and Onaki were equally aggressive, and they had disputes every day. In the discussion of some issues, their views often diverged. In the past, Oyemu was suppressed by the identity of the Earth Shadow. This time, Lao Ziyi decided to do something to slap her face fiercely. After entering, what area did you encounter Luo Yongzin? Lao Ziyi asked, staring at the demon leeches with scorching eyes. Mazai knew what Lao Ziyi was going to do, and he didn't want to answer. What tasks Renzhuli had to perform usually required the approval of the movie, and the degree of freedom would still be different from that of ordinary ninjas. Say it. Onaki has approved my action. What are you afraid of? Didn't you hear what he said just now? I want to investigate it myself and show him the evidence. Lao Ziyi forced the leeches again. In fact, he probably knew the location of the Special Operations Team's entry into the Kingdom of Wind, but it would undoubtedly save more effort to get the exact location. That's just a moment of anger. The demon leeches couldn't hold back Lao Ziyi, and he was embarrassed for a moment, but he still told the exact location. The border between the country of birds and the country of wind is about 220 kilometers further south. You must never say that I told you. Lao Ziyi patted Demon Leech on the shoulder, pulled him up, and said with relief, you still can't believe me, don't worry, this matter has nothing to do with you, it's all my own idea. As for the location, I found it after some surveys. Mazai breathed a sigh of relief. Although Lao Ziyi had a fiery temper, he had always said one thing: his heart was fine, and he wouldn't do anything embarrassing everyone. Opening his mouth, I don't know what to say, and finally spit out, Luo Yongzhen is very strong. If you meet him, you must be careful. Lao Ziyi smiled contemptuously and said boldly, his thunder dung is indeed very strong. Am I bad? No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than the human pillar and stronger than the tail beast? The demon leeches are silent, and the human pillar power is completely tailed and can be called a war weapon. One shot of the tail beast jade can trample on a hill, and the most important thing is to have a large number of chakras. Calculating carefully, it seems to be better than Luo Yongzhen. After a few hours, Oyemyu finally finished ordering the little brother, and took Ma Tsai Mighty to kill in the land of thunder, and he was so quick and resolute in doing things. Lao Ziyi seized this opportunity to sneak out of the village quietly, trying to find out the truth behind the matter and prove that his guess was not wrong. On the other side, Luosha used his horsepower to finally excavate the mountain. The rest of the specific apartment types and decoration styles are reserved for subsequent development. Self-satisfaction fills my heart, and here will be the base camp of the Rishan group that I will create in the future. For the establishment of the Rishan group, the construction of the multi-vest is very necessary, and his position of wind and shadow is tenable. In the future, he can radiate the whole world of ninja with the help of Cheyenne village. As for the Rishan team, they acted as a spoiler and supporting role, muddling the water as much as possible. I then imitated the Commissioner Chang Kaishan, map micromanipulation, both sides are playing, the ninja world is like a toy, let me play with it. An extra large cup of coffee will never have as many coffees as one large cup and 10 medium cups. Considering the marginal effect and the degree of control, the vest tactics are more secure. Return to the territory of the Kingdom of Wind, take off the vest to release the transformation technique, and finish the investigation task easily, then rush to the direction of Cheyenne village. A few minutes later, Luo Sha frowned suddenly and felt an abnormal reaction in the magnetic field hundreds of meters away. After the development of the microwave radar, Luo Sha has been habitually spreading the radar in daily operations, and it consumes little. It can warn in advance, why not do it? Objects with different temperatures and different structures have different echo frequencies. Judging from the echo frequencies returned this time, the target is only one person, who should be a ninja proficient in fire-type escape techniques. Could it be Lao Ziyi? This guy really lost it. Luo Sha was frightened and suspicious. When he raised his warning, Lao Ziyi was able to use the same melting point as the four-tailed Monkey King, that is, magma. Although the nature of flame and magma are different, Luo Sha still cannot distinguish the microwaves emitted by the two, and its microwave radar capabilities are still too rough. A few minutes later, a swift, slender figure slowly appeared from the sky, waved to Luo Sha, and ran away. Dark green ball head, orange bangs, bumpy figure, beautiful face that can't stand the wind and sand, and the iconic backless outfit. Xiao Dun Ninja Yekang, Luo Sha put down his guard, and the microwave from Xiao Dun was similar to that of Fire Dun, almost hitting his teammates. In the village, Luo Sha has been provoked intentionally or unintentionally. Yekang's attitude towards Luo Sha at the moment is not as cold as it used to be. The atmosphere was a bit embarrassing, I didn't know what to say, but stood in front of Luo Sha, always touching the iron butterfly on the hair with his fingers intentionally or unconsciously. Points +1, +1. Luo Sha looked at Yekang and asked first, what are you doing here? Yekang raised his eyebrows with one hand on his hips, and turned back to Luo Sha, why, only you can take the investigation task, so I'm not allowed to come out to do the task. The geographical environment of Cheyenne village cannot afford side jobs, and Sharon's source of income is extremely dependent on doing tasks, with the exception of Luo Sha. There is no mine in Luo Sha's home, and there is no home in the mine, but as long as he wants, there can be gold mines everywhere in the desert. This is one of the reasons why Cho insists on designating him as Feng Ying. Magnetic escape placer gold can finally return to its original purpose. After dozens of episodes of getting rich, I'm afraid it's not enough to shoot. Luo Sha didn't speak, and went around Yekeng a few times. Her eyes kept sweeping her body, and her thoughts were in her mind. Yekeng was seen a little irritable, and a little guilty, turned around to face Luo Sha, and continued, "In fact, the elder Qiande asked me to come. She said that you are still at too high a risk by yourself. If you haven't returned to the village for so long, maybe you have encountered some trouble, so let me help you." "What's the use of forbearance in an elite?" Luo Sha murmured. "I'm here to kill people, and the target is the Special Operations Team in Yanyan Village, that is, I have special means, and this kills all the enemies overnight. If you change to other shadow-level powerhouses, you may not be able to complete the task for 10.5 months. First, you have to find someone, right?" He had only been out for 4 or 5 days, and Qiande sent reinforcements. Cho is still too sensitive. Yekeng frowned slightly, and he was not satisfied with Luo Sha's reaction. He was a little ecstatic before starting the mission, and imagined how Luo Sha would react when he saw him. If you don't want to greet you with what is written in the story of the Warring States period, at least one has to come to help. You just look down on the elite Shangren. Yekeng asked angrily. Luo Sha nodded. Isn't the elite super soldier a super soldier? A month ago, you were not an elite, you betrayed the working class. CNM.jpg. Chapter 34, Seek Peace Through Struggle and Survive in Peace. If it weren't really defeated, Yekeng would almost run away on the spot. The opponents who used to be pecking at each other are now so powerful that they even look down on the elite. Uncomfortable. Don't talk about it, did you use the sunscreen I gave you? Luo Sha asked suddenly, scooping up. Points +1. Yekeng was extremely embarrassed. I came here to help you. If you don't appreciate it, let's talk about it when you meet? No. Who would care about something that you stinky red hair give away? Besides, using chakra to cover your back can also have the effect of sun protection. The case has been solved, no wonder Yekeng and his future daughter Temari have such good skin, and the woman is really meticulous, really an all-powerful chakra. Luo Sha's eyes were interesting, she kept staring at Yekeng without speaking. It must have been used. Just a moment ago, I could see that the skin on Yekeng's back was much fairer than before, delicate and shiny. This is not something that can be done with chakra alone, the former Yekeng is not a little black girl. But because of the love of backless clothing, the skin on the back and the skin on the neck are somewhat different in color. The more Luo Sha didn't speak, and the more suspicious her eyes were, Yekeng's heart became more embarrassed. It's not a shame to use sunscreen, but she didn't want to lose her momentum in front of Hung Mao. Just about to explain something, she was suddenly pulled by Rasha's arm and pulled behind her. Hello, do you want to take advantage of me? Yekeng Xiafei exclaimed. Luo Sha's face was dignified, looking towards the sky, the spreading microwave radar was moving again, and the frequency was similar to the echo from Yekeng just now. But in a sense, it is much stronger than Yekeng. A few minutes closer, this time, even Yekeng finally noticed the movement from afar. The chakra waves are so strong, like a sleeping volcano covered by snow. No matter how suppressed it is, no matter how unremarkable its appearance is, it cannot conceal the fact that this sleeping volcano has erupted in the past and may erupt at any time in the future. Who is it? Yekeng subconsciously lowered his voice and asked, feeling nervous. This kind of chakra volume as vast as the sea is far beyond the ordinary Shangren, even Luo Sha is slightly inferior to it, let alone her, it's a world of difference. It's very likely that the four-tailed man whose whereabouts is unknown is Zulai, ready to fight. Luo Sha said solemnly, now is not the time to tease her sister. Business matters, and at the same time speculate on various possibilities. Maybe Lao Ziyi was really lost in the Kingdom of Wind, maybe Lao Ziyi was sent to investigate Luo Yongzhen related incidents after Mazai returned to Yanyan village. The latter is more likely. He caught a big fish by himself, and Luo Sha set up a balance in his heart to analyze whether to fight or not, as well as the pros and cons of the two. He definitely possesses shadow level strength, but he has already used Luo Yongzhen's vest before. If he doesn't want to be exposed, he can only use metal abilities. And the metal abilities that have been developed are all related to the abuse of food, and it is good to say that he can be taken down before the old purple tail is transformed into a beast. If he was given the opportunity to beastly, and he couldn't think of new moves, he would not be able to suppress him in a short period of time, and he would not have to retreat strategically and turn into the wind. Fighting is definitely in their own interests. Winning the four-tailed man's strength, whether it is beheading or blackmailing Yanyan village, can change the original plot and gain a point. If you don't fight, it will be a bit embarrassing. The people Zulai of the hostile ninja village ran into the territory of the Kingdom of Wind. This is Hong Kuo's act of fishing. As the fourth generation head of the society, if I don't make a statement, I will be pierced by my younger brothers in the future, and I will look down on myself. Wearing a suit and tie, with a big brother on his shoulders, it's useful, there is no future for such a useless big brother. At this moment, the opponent's extremely irritable chakra fluctuated suddenly, but stopped about 200 meters away, limited by the undulating sand dunes in the desert. Neither side could see each other. But the majestic chakra like a sleeping volcano is like a lighthouse in the eternal night, the pork prince in the vegetable market, so bright, so outstanding, so elegant. The enemy seems to have stopped, what shall we do? Ye King squeezed his palms with sweat and said nervously. Growing up, this is the first time I have faced Renzhuli outside of the blessing. Fanfu is a monk in the temple of Shayan village. He has been a pillar of strength a long time ago. He has a good relationship with Xiao'erhe and understands each other. Xiao'erhe calls him the qualities of 6 immortals. So before the death of Fanfu, Xiao'erhe never rioted. To deal with him, you must deal with him. People from other countries have all gone to the land of the wind. If we don't do it, they will be even better next time. Luo Sha firmly said that the great man once said that peace will survive through struggle, and peace will perish through compromise. He will always remember this sentence clearly. Can you win? Ye King asked again, his hands trembling slightly, perhaps tense, or a little afraid. Renzhuli, which is called a weapon of war by the major ninja villages, Ye King has never seen Renzuli's power, but he knows how to keep his own blessings, and has been imprisoned in the temple. Once out of the cage, it is a beast that chooses people and eats away. Luo Sha glanced at Ye King, stretched out her hand to hold Ye King's hand, and believed, I won't say that I am invincible, because there are still a few people in the ninja world who are stronger than me. However, a four-tailed cricket is no problem. If you can't use the metal manipulation ability, then use the lightning ability to directly kill the old purple. Even if you kill the chicken to get the eggs, today this chicken can't let it run away. Yet. Ye King nodded, seeming to be inspired, forgot to pull out his hand, and added, I will give you a sweep. No, I am enough. After all, Luo Sha desperately squeezed the cells to extract the chakras, and the shadow-level chakras surged into the sky. As long as Lao Ziyi pays attention to the movement here, it is impossible not to feel it. This behavior is like driving a high beam on a road with street lights at night, or when a singer points to the audience at a concert and says, How are you friends on the other side? Sure enough, Lao Ziyi hesitated for a while on the opposite side of the perception, and then quickly swept over here, the powerful chakra fluctuating from far to near. When he reached the top of the sand dune, Lao Ziyi finally stopped and saw that the forehead guard on Ye King's head was slightly lost. Such a powerful chakra thought it was Luo Yongzhen. Unexpectedly, they were the strong in Shayan village, and seeing that both of them were very young, they quickly made a judgment about their identities. It should be the 3 generations of Feng Ying's disciples, Magnetic Escape Dust Ninja Luasha, and Shakudun Ninja Yakura. I didn't expect Luasha to have a shadow level chakra volume now, and he is in the desert now. I was a little miscalculated. It was embarrassing that I went over the wall and went to someone else's house to pick cucumbers, and was caught on the spot by the owner. Seeking recommendation ticket. Chapter 35, Inner Demon. Loosing Yekang's hand, Luo Sha stepped out, looking at Lao Ziyi above the sand dunes, and questioned, "If I remember correctly, this time it should be the land of the Kingdom of Wind." Four-tailed Manzulai, you have crossed the line. The degree of secrecy of Renzulai's identity is actually the same thing. People with a heart can easily know that, including Naruto, the rumors of the nine-tailed monster fox, but he has been with him since he was a child. That's why Akatsuki's organization caught Ranjalai when he caught Ranjalai. As for Uchiha Itachi went to Konoha to inquire about Ranjalai's identity, probably he was fishing. Old Z's pupils contracted slightly, Luo Sha's tone was a bit aggressive, and a single word broke his identity, and the person who came was not good. As everyone knows, for the Kingdom of Wind, he is the one who came. Entering the territory of another country is actually not a big problem. When the problem is, Shayan's stronghold was raided by Iwanan a few days ago, and it hasn't been cleared. Lao Ziyi calmed his mind and said calmly, "I don't intend to fight you. I came this time just to find the heavy hand who killed our team of ninjas in Yunyan village. He is a ninja proficient in thunder dance. You and I retreat separately, how about everyone being in peace? This is the territory of our country of wind, will you let me retreat?" Luo Sha stepped out again, a little more vigorous, and sarcastically said, "Moreover, why did your ninja in Yunyan village die in our country of wind?" Everyone opens the skylight and speaks brightly. The people from Yunyan village have entered our country of wind, and they keep trying to find you. In fact, you can't know exactly what happened. Now you say you are here to find them, who are you fooling? Lao Zi's complexion is gloomy. This incident is indeed ignorant of Yunyan village. It's fine if you come to inquire about the information. What do you do to unplug the stronghold in Renshayan village? All the stuffing is exposed. I still said that, you and I retreat separately, everyone is in peace. Even though you now have a shadow level chakra volume, you still lack the corresponding combat experience. In a real fight, you won't be my opponent. I don't want to see a potential newcomer, so I lose here. Lao Zi's tone increased a bit. It is impossible not to kill Luo Sha. The problem is that Luo Sha has a special identity. The 3 generations of Feng Ying's personal disciple, at least the Kuei-Sai Ying level strength. This means that Luo Sha is highly likely to be the next generation of Feng Ying, with a position similar to that of the prince. Killing Luo Sha is equivalent to declaring war with Shayan village. To fight against a club, when to fight, it is not his turn to call the shots. This is the decision of Onoji. It's good that the two of them have different opinions, but it doesn't mean that the old Ziyi is unreasonable and the impact of killing Luo Sha is too great. Luo Sha gave a chuckle, manipulated the metal particles under the desert, gathered together, and laughed, "You don't want to keep me, you're really kidding. This is the territory of our country of wind, don't you think you are too domineering?" There is no doubt that Lao Ziyi is an intruder. No matter how kind his tone is, he can't conceal the dominance in his words. He ran into other people's homes and let them go. It seems that we can't be kind anymore. Lao Ziyi sighed quietly, and chakra burst out violently, enveloping his body, turning into extremely high-temperature magma, forming a layer of lava armor. It has the elementalization similar to the Red Dog. In the original plot, this layer of armor cannot even be penetrated by Naruto's spiral pill, which shows its defensive power. Luo Sha deliberately tested the defensive power of this layer of armor. He manipulated several high-hardness metal balls, accelerated them with electromagnetic force, and fired them at Lao Ziyi. Boom boom boom. There were several bursts of air-breaking sound. As soon as Lao Ziyi heard the sound, she felt a pain in her chest and forehead, and several metal particles were embedded in the armor. After being heated at high temperature, it gradually turns into a fluid, slides down on the sand, and cools rapidly. Luo Xia frowned slightly. Her physical defensive power was indeed very strong. The metal ball, shuriken, and chiban at 1 or 2 times the speed of sound had some difficulty even breaking the defense. She barely suffered minor injuries, let alone serious injuries. It's a bit difficult, worthy of being a veteran movie-level powerhouse. Ye King was also a little shocked when he saw this. Luo Xia's trivial axe, which was an understatement, would definitely be unstoppable for her. The old purple lava armor had such a high defensive power. Lao Ziyi stroked the wound on his chest, and was a little frightened. The lava armor was sufficient to withstand ordinary B-level ninjutsu, which meant that Luo Xia could easily hit a single damage comparable to B-level ninjutsu. This sun must not be kept. JPG. Sooner or later there is a fight between the two villages, and to get rid of Luo Xia as soon as possible, even if the war advances, it is worth it. Boy, you angered me! Lao Ziyi yelled in a low voice, quickly forming a seal with his hands, and a few metal particles flew again, bombarding him. Enduring the pain, Lao Ziyi finished, leaned his head back and took a sharp breath, spit out a few lava fireballs and flew towards Luo Xia. The fireball swelled in the wind and grew bigger and bigger. When it was almost in front of Luo Xia, the diameter had reached more than 2 meters. Ye Kang's pupils shrunk slightly, and the same fireball was compared to others at once, and it turned out that the elite was not enough to look at it. Feeling the oncoming hot wind, Luo Xia chuckled lightly, and the electromagnetic force released, continuously pulling out high-density, high-hardness metal particles from under the desert. Use electromagnetic force to constrain them in front of you, just like when dealing with Ye King, forming a shield with stronger defense. The magma fireball impacted on the metal shield, sputtering a little bit of magma, all of which was blocked by the metal particles separated by Luo Xia, without a trace of it falling on him and Ye King. Ye King turned his eyes slightly, and it was this one again. The temperature of magma is usually 900–1400 degrees Celsius, and the melting point of iron is more than 1500 degrees Celsius. Not to mention the metal particles pulled out by Rosa are not only iron, but also metals with higher temperatures. Even so, the metal shield still quickly melts into liquid metal, which shows that science cannot be taught in the ninja world. It should be the same as Ye Kang's time. Chakra's role as a combustion aid increased the temperature of ninjutsu, and Luo Xia made a judgment in her heart. At the same time, he grabbed Ye King and swept back a certain distance, because after Lao Ziyi spit out the lava fireball, he also ejected. It was like a bolide falling from the sky, smashing the metal shield that had turned into liquid, and landed on the place where Luo Xia was before, burning countless grit into a lens. Thank you. Luo Xia spit out a wave of hatred, and manipulated the liquid metal to form several metal pillars and several large metal according to her own mind, and from time to time she pulled out the rest of the metal from the ground to fill it. This wave is stable. It seems that Lao Ziyi can be won without exposing the vest. Ye King, who was unwilling to be an audience member, suddenly spit out a few scorching fireballs and hit Lao Ziyi's body. Lao Ziyi looked up to the sky and roared, and a tail beast made from chakra metamorphosis spread out from behind and slapped on the sand. The temperature above the lava armor rose for a few minutes, the heat wave rolled, and the lava was scorched, seeming to ignite the entire desert. Luo Xia was speechless and glanced at Ye King. The girl is a good girl, but unfortunately a ghost. I want to help you. Ye King was also a little embarrassed. Who knew that when I went down with a few burning fireballs, not only was the opponent harmless, but also a bit stronger. Chapter 36, Half-Tailed. Retreat a little bit, he has now begun to borrow the four-tailed chakra. You won't be able to intervene in the next battle. Ye King, who had done bad things well, knew that he would continue to intervene, so he could only add chaos to Luo Xia, and obediently stepped aside. Burning escape and melting escape, it is hard to say who is the higher level of blood succession boundary, but Yeking is not as good as Lao Zi, and staying here will not help at all. Constrain the movement of molecules between metals, so that the temperature quickly cools down. Some metals with higher melting points and higher hardness are placed on the outermost layer to withstand the melting of Lao Zi. Lao Zi shouted angrily, turned his whole body into magma, concentrated the heat in his fist, flew towards Luosha, and blasted out a punch. Luosha manipulated a giant metal ball to block Lao Zi's fist. The reaction force did not exceed the limit Luosha could bear. The surface temperature of the metal ball rose, but there was no sign of melting for a while. It seems that Lao Zi's power has not yet increased to the level of non-human beings, and he can hold it temporarily. Luosha made a judgment in her heart. When Lao Zi wanted to bypass the metal ball and continue to advance, she manipulated a metal rod as a sharp arrow, accelerated to supersonic speed, and hit Lao Zi's chest directly. Boom, click. The lava armor on Lao Zi's chest shattered at the sound, and the remaining power of the metal rod still flew its top upside down and fell into the vast desert. There is 1,000 Hamlet in the hearts of 1,000 people, but in the eyes of 1,000 people, there is only one Monkey King. If you are the real Monkey King, then I immediately turn my head and leave without the slightest romance. Unfortunately you are not. Although Teacher Lu said that the night festival is not guaranteed, the Monkey King he played is indeed a classic, and the appearance of Four Tails has a lot of Monkey King elements, which can be regarded as a kind of tribute. Luosha stayed on the spot, with giant metal and metal pillars surrounding him, doing regular three-dimensional orbiting movements, disregarding Lao Zi in the distance. In the desert, Lao Zi shook his head, climbed up from the ground, glanced at the metal pillar next to him with ambition, and attacked in an unpretentious manner. But it was very strong. His melting armor was not much weaker than the Thor armor of the third generation of Reikage, and it was still broken by this thick and hard stick. What, do you like the stick I gave you? Luosha asked with a smile. Superficial. Lao Ziqiang pretended to be disdainful, picked up the metal pillar next to him, summoned all his strength, and threw it at Luosha, aggressively. Behind him, the tail of the tail beast slapped the ground fiercely, opening his mouth and roaring, adding a few more lava fireballs, and playing remotely. Metal, you can't play with it at will. Luosha pointed out, stopped the metal pillar that was flying towards him, took the center as the dot, and quickly spun up, airtight, and shattered all the magma fireballs. Once again manipulated a few metal next to him, using electromagnetic force to exert an initial speed, manipulating some small pieces of metal to make a chain, and the other end was linked to the metal ball. Operate the metal chain to move quickly for a few weeks to apply inertia to the metal ball. When it feels almost the same, electromagnetic force is used to accelerate the metal ball. Swinging the meteor hammer, he slammed it directly at Lao Zi, and the sound of breaking the sound barrier blasted loudly, making Lao Zi vigilant. Spit out a few lava fireballs, hit the metal ball and exploded. It didn't play a role, and it was too late to escape. I can only borrow more four-tailed chakras, put on a coat of tail beast, and hit the metal ball with both punches. Even so, he still didn't stop him completely. His arms were as painful as broken, half of his body was like a nail, and he was directly smashed into the desert. To deal with different enemies, it is necessary to use different strategies. You can play micro-exercises when momoing Wushuan, and you can also play it when you are tackling tough problems. Chakra turned into placer gold and condensed into a placer gold throne. Luosha sat on it with his head tilted, tapping the back of the chair with his index finger, and manipulating the metal pillar beside him, hitting Lao Zi. This kind of understatement completely angered Lao Zi, and his legs were slightly bent up into the sky and screamed. The lava burst into flames, and as soon as another bolide hit Luosha, he was hit by a flying metal ball back to the ground. Go back to me. Luosha gave a soft drink, gaining power and not forgiving. The electromagnetic force urged more metal pillars and metal to hit Lao Zi, and the sky was full of meteor hammers. Kong, bang, bang. Ye King, who was watching the battle from a distance, could clearly feel the vibration from under his feet, and the metal object made by Luo Sha was very heavy. The speed is fast, and the strength is the extreme. So strong. Ye King felt in his heart that it was stronger than the sand and iron art of the third generation of Feng Ying. Although the sand iron is also very hard, it is a disc of loose sand after all, and the ability to attack toughness is not good. On the other hand, Lao Ziyi, who was madly hammered, could only continue to use the four-tailed chakra to fill the tail beast coat and lava armor. The injury was still not light. After vomiting several mouthfuls of blood, the internal organs and bones of the body were damaged to varying degrees. This time Luosha used a blunt weapon to attack. The armor could stop the blunt weapon, but it couldn't offset the impact. The internal injury was certain. With the clouds and smoke everywhere, the consciousness of the old purple who was beaten into a carrot became more and more blurred, knowing that this was not the way to go, and finally crossed the warning line. The majestic chakra surging out like a volcano, enveloping Lao Zi's body, turning into a shadowed giant four-tailed orangutan, chakra raging on the surface. Half-tailed beasts, from this stage onwards, human pillar power can be regarded as a weapon of war. Ye King was slightly lost. This was the first time she had seen a half-tailed beastly human Zulai. The distribution of blessings has always been kind and good-looking, and shower he has never gone violently. At this time, Lao Ziyi couldn't fully control the power of the tail beast. He lost part of his sanity, opened his mouth, and unconsciously gathered yin and yang chakra. Gathered in the mouth according to the ratio of 2:8, forming a high-speed rotating, high-density black energy bomb, tail beast jade. The energy bomb shrank a few minutes in a blink of an eye, and the aura that was enough to destroy everything diffused in the mouth of old Ziyi Tun. Just as the half-tailed animalized Lao Ziyi wanted to open his mouth, a metal pillar fell from the sky and hit his head, closing his newly opened mouth again. The energy released by the tail beast jade rioted in its mouth, breaking through the weak part of its mouth, sweeping to the distant desert, and blasting a small sand dune to the ground. Ye King felt lingering fears. No wonder that Ren's Huli was a weapon of war, and now he has seen it. Chakra is far beyond the ordinary shadow-level powerhouse, and his resilience and anti-strike ability are exploding. If he can't win, he can run into a tail beast state. A tail beast jade passed, everything was neutralized. Ye King glanced at Luosha again. This red-haired heart was dirty enough, too bad, so he picked someone to knock the sap when he opened it up. Ren's Huli is no more than that. You have 3 minutes left. If you can't come up with a performance that satisfies me, you can leave the stage. Luo Sha lightened the back of the chair again. Chapter 37, Have you ever heard of a stick technique that fell from the sky? Even though Lao Ziyi had completed his half-tailed animalization, he still could not escape the fate of being blasted by Luo Sha. Pure physical attack, this is no matter how high the resistance of ninjutsu, no matter how strong chakra can resist it. Fortunately the half-tailed beast state is similar to Saseo no Hu, the outermost layer is chakra, which is not rosa. Hammered to death. Roar. Lao Ziyi was even more furious. With a roar, his sanity was completely lost, and he entered a state of complete tail beastization. He clenched his fists with both hands and kept slapping his chest. The consciousness was taken over by the four tails. Now, its target of attack is everything in its line of sight, and it wants to vent the anger that has been sealed for so many years. With two fists hammering the earth, chakra rushed out and turned into magma, spreading to the surroundings, extremely fast, and the terrain was gradually changing to the lava sea. There is no problem with the placer gold thrown under Luo Sha's buttocks, but Ye King is in danger, so he can only step back and try to escape the scene, avoiding the attack range of the four tails. Luo Sha glanced at Ye King, the electromagnetic force moved slightly, and the gold dust spread into a metal blanket and flew in front of Ye King. Come up. The tone couldn't be denied. Ye King originally hesitated. Hearing this, he stepped out, stood on the Aventuran blanket, and stomped on both feet firmly, as if walking on the ground. Luo Sha led Yekeng to his side and pressed it to the other side of the placer gold throne. The throne is large enough that even if two people sit at the same time, there will be no physical contact. Yekeng leaned forward, remembering something, and suddenly asked, "By the way, didn't you like flying on gold dust before? Why haven't you used this trick recently?" "It's hard to say, the flexibility is too bad, but I can't take care of that much at this time." Luo Sha manipulated the Aventuran throne and slowly flew upwards, fleeing the lava land created by the four tails. Flying is actually very simple. You can gather metal particles under your feet and move the metal to achieve indirect flight. This is the ability that Luo Sha and his son would have in the original plot. It's just that this kind of flight is too restrictive, the human body will not be able to withstand it when the speed is too fast, and the flexibility is very poor and too restrictive. Compared with flying directly by manipulating the magnetic field, it is like a bigger version of somersault cloud. Compared with Wukong technique, the gap is too big. The nearby terrain was completely changed in an instant. The four-tailed fists clenched and hammered on the lava ground. The lava began to boil and moved violently, and then rose into the sky like an erupting volcano. Meltdown Huaguashan. "Want to fly?" Luo Sha asked suddenly, turning her head. "Hey!" Yekeng was slightly startled, puzzled. Luo Sha smiled, before Yekeng answered, manipulated a large number of metal particles to wrap the Aventuran throne in an egg-like shape, and his vision suddenly went dark. Several metal pillars move around the dome. The erupting lava impacted on the metal dome, instantly topping it into the sky, repeating the story of cats, turning it into a star and no longer worrying about it. Luo Shaxin is used in two ways. On the one hand, it restrains the molecular motion of the eggshells so that the temperature is not too high. On the other side, it manipulates several metal pillars to bring them into the sky. As he rose to a height of 1,000 meters by the impact, Luo Sha removed part of the eggshell, his vision was restored, the sun shone in, and the wind came on. "Are we on the run?" Yekeng roared loudly, "The wind is too loud, it won't work if you don't shout." Luo Sha shook her head and asked, "Have you ever heard of a stick technique that falls from the sky?" "What are you saying? I can't hear." "If you don't hear it, you can't hear it." Luo Sha stared at the four tails on the ground, only to see a faint black spot, but the majestic chakra could be felt even here. Waiting to pounce on the street. The electromagnetic force spread out, supporting the Aventuran throne and several metal pillars, and continued to fly upwards, 1,000 meters, 2 kilometers. After all, the ninja world is still different from the Earth. When it flies to about 5 kilometers, Luosha feels as if it has touched the troposphere, and if it continues to fly, it will be life-threatening. Analyze the position of the four tails at the moment from the chakra fluctuations, and use electromagnetic force to adjust the positive and negative poles of the magnetic field of the four metal pillars. At the same time, it applied an acceleration, advanced to supersonic speed, broke the sound barrier and smashed towards the four tails. The initial speed is at least 350 milliseconds, and with the gravitational pull, the final speed will only get faster and faster. From the sky to the ground, a distance of 5 kilometers and a time of about 10 seconds is enough to push the kinetic energy to a higher level. The four-tailed master who had no enemies in his sight was lonely and roared up to the sky, and then he saw four metal pillars descending from the sky. Before he could react, there were four loud bangs, and he was hit by four metal pillars, suppressed on the spot, completely tailed, and the body formed by chakra had a faint tendency to collapse. A scream full of breath, 10 seconds later, reached Luo Sha's ears. Rumor has it that the roar of a lion can reach thousands of meters away, but four tails can also be used. "Hit, did we win?" Yekeng was inexplicably excited and asked Luo Sha by the arm. "Not yet." Luo Sha squinted and adjusted the magnetic pole of the last metal pillar next to him so that the magnetic pole at the bottom of this metal pillar was opposite to the magnetic pole at the top of the 4 metal pillars below. The same repels, the opposite attracts each other. Then the electromagnetic force was urged to the extreme, and an acceleration was applied to the last and largest metal column. A metal pillar weighing more than 200 kilograms broke the sound barrier and fell from the sky at a speed of at least 800 milliseconds. Because the gravity is superimposed from top to bottom, the speed is getting faster and faster. When the opposite magnetic poles echo up with the 4 metal pillars that suppress the 4 tails, the speed is maddeningly several times in vain. Luo Sha has a hunch that if his electromagnetic force accuracy can be increased to LV2, and he develops electromagnetic propulsion technology, he does not need to be so troublesome, and he can use this trick directly. Now, if I don't want to use the power of lightning and want to capture Lao Ziyi alive, I can only copy space-based kinetic energy weapons. Boom! The metal pillar hit the 4 tails, and the powerful kinetic energy dissipated all the chakras, releasing a powerful shock wave that lifted a considerable range of sand. The earth trembled. 4 tails were completely defeated, the chakra dissipated, and the surrounding lava gradually cooled and turned into volcanic ash. Lao Ziyi, who fainted, was lying in the middle of the pothole. Manipulating the Aventuran throne to slowly fall, and when it was about to fly to the ground, Ye King jumped down as if he had escaped. Walked to Lao Zi's side, and kicked a few lightly with his toes. There is no movement, but I can feel that I am not dead. This is the strength of the human column, such a strong vitality. Ye King said with emotion. Luo Sha manipulated the metal particles, and after the electromagnetic force applied the speed, it shot into the joints of Lao Zi's body and the joints between bones. Then use placer gold to make a perforated coffin, and put Lao Ziyi into it. He patted Ye King on the shoulder and said, "Let's go." The mission was successfully completed, and there are unexpected gains. This time Ye King didn't yell at Luo Sha to take advantage of her. He followed Luo Sha and said curiously, "What's the name of the trick that fell from the sky just now?" Armstrong electromagnetic force accelerates the space-based kinetic energy Armstrong cannon. What a long name! Chapter 38, Zhougong spit the world back home. The desert sand is like snow, and the sunset dunes. In the evening, Luo Sha and Ye King walked together, and returned to Cheyenne village under the setting sun, without a word of gossip. The captured Lao Ziyi enjoyed the VVIP treatment. He was unconscious and all his joints were restricted. He was locked in a gold dust coffin and floated all the way. This time period is a rare entertainment time for the Cheyenne people in a day. The sky is still dark and the temperature is just right. They just finished the meal early and walked around the street, chatting and wandering. The 2 Luo Sha who returned from outside the village looked particularly eye-catching. You know, these are the 2 most outstanding young people in the village. Not long ago, there were rumors that Luo Sha easily defeated Ye King and became a shadow-level powerhouse, and Ye King also acquiesced in this matter. But today, the 2 actually went back to the village together, talking and laughing. No one could see that the relationship between the 2 was tense, and they were more like a couple. Ye King mostly said, Luo Sha echoed a few words from time to time. There were not many female ninjas, Ye King had a strong head and was not brilliant. He had some followers but not many friends. After being guided by Luo Sha for a few words, the leftover fighter of gold finally put down all his guards and chatted with Luo Sha as a friend. There is a situation. Among the crowd, my brother-in-law Yak Awan, who was driving on the street, was alarmed, smashed away from the crowd, and ran to Luo Sha. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, waved. Luo Sha slapped the head on the back of the Yasha pill, smiled and rebuked, "Stabilize your point, you are already in the forbearance." He. Yashimaru scratched his head, deliberately squeezed Ye King aside, followed Luo Sha, and asked, "Brother-in-law just finished the task? How come back with this woman?" "It's impossible not to care," brother-in-law and elder sister Lang Cainv are a natural match, why Yeking intervened. Yeking glared at Yashimaru, taking into account that Luo Sha was still beside him, did not quarrel, silently turned to the other side, and subconsciously stroked the iron butterfly on his head. I met halfway, so I came back by the way. Luo Sha replied casually. The face is not red and the heart is not beating, the sister-in-law is caught upright by the brother-in-law, without the slightest guilt, as long as I am thick enough to be embarrassed, I can't catch up with me. Oh, that's how it is. Yashimaru glanced at Yeking on the other side. This woman was very strong, and she was not as beautiful as her sister. She would be her sister's rival. But it doesn't matter, come first, come later, my sister will definitely be the older one. He glanced at the coffin behind Luo Sha again, patted it twice, listened to the movement, fumbled, and curiously said, "Brother-in-law, what's the pretense here? A gift to the village? Coffin? It's not auspicious, is it, because which elder in the village has passed away? Look carefully at the person lying inside." Luo Sha smiled, opened the lid of the coffin. Yashimaru poked her head over and glanced at it. A man with red hair and beard, fainted, nothing special besides that. Who is he? Yashimaru asked again, wondering what qualifications this person has as a gift to the village. He is called Lao Ziai, and he is a four-tailed man from the land of the earth, which means that there is a tailed beast sealed in his body. Yeking rushed to answer, raising her eyebrows, although Lao Ziai was not defeated by her, but she was also on the edge of what she said, the special VIP on-site seat. Hiss! Yashimaru quickly stepped back 2 steps, then looked at the coffin again, terrified and unbelievable. Human column power, this is one of the strongest powers in every village. As long as the person who is a vessel does not pull his hips, he can at least have power comparable to the shadow of a village. Super strength, the majestic chakra, the defensive power and resilience higher than ordinary ninjas, and the ultimate ability to crash a hill. This makes it extremely difficult to defeat human Zulai, which is impossible for ordinary shadow-level powerhouses, because after human Zulai enters complete body tail beastization, it is equivalent to a tail beast. Count the number of people who can defeat the tail beast in the ninja world today. The 3 generations of Reikage completely suppressed Yao and cut off a horn of Yao. A long time ago, the 3 generations of Feng Ying also used the characteristics of sand and iron to suppress one tail. Dokage Onoki has the strongest blood in the ninja world to eliminate the dust, and also has the strength to suppress the tail beast, and he has done it before. Naruto Sarutobi Sun Slash, the strength of the spring and autumn peaks, the 5-line ninjutsu proficiency is known as the strongest Naruto, although there is no record of suppressing the tail beast, no one will doubt his strength. After all, Konoha has 9 tails, one is stronger than 8, and when they run wild, it is more terrifying than all the other tail beasts combined. Yashimaru was inexplicably excited, forced himself to calm down, his voice trembling, and asked, "Brother-in-law, how did you defeat Ren Zulai? Did you defeat him before he became a tailed beast?" "Yes, that's right, that must be the case. Although the brother-in-law is very strong, his blood inheritance has evolved, and he is dedicated to mow the grass, but the tail beast is a behemoth. The 4 tails are not like a tail, which is restrained by the sand iron and sand gold techniques of the Wind Shadow series." Humph! Yeking raised his head, squinted at the Yasha pill, and proudly said with one hand on his hips, "Rosa is pressing the 4-tailed man all the way. Even if the last 4 people helped to turn into a tail beast, Luo Sha would still be subdued by Luo Sha. Boy, don't look down on people. Only after becoming a tail beast was subdued." Yashimaru Lang was on the spot, defeating Ren's Huli and the tail beast. This is a completely different concept. The 3 generations of Feng Ying can only use the sand and iron technique to bully one. Doesn't that mean that the strength of her brother-in-law has surpassed Master Feng Ying? The strongest in Cheyenne village, double bonus red sticks. Suddenly realizing that Yekang's tone was wrong, Yashimaru tweeted twice, and the yin and yang strange air said, "My brother-in-law defeated the tail beast by virtue of his strength, it should be my brother-in-law and you Ronjian, right? How proud are you a woman? It's unbelievable, this woman already has a sense of ownership, she must tell her sister." Yekeng Xiaofei's cheeks, and red ears, ai said. "There has been a strong man who can defeat the tail beast in the village. As a member of Cheyenne village, I am proud that I am not in Hekan He. In this Ganges." Yashimaru stopped chasing, and looked around vigilantly, moved to Luosha's side, and asked in a low voice, "Brother-in-law, will this news be announced to the whole village?" "Yes." Luosha nodded. For a long time, his predecessor and Yekeng Kaiji pecking at each other, and he was still an elite forbearance in his early 20s. It sounds like a bright light for a while, but Yekeng is 2 years younger than Luosha. If it were not for Yekeng's lack of political talent and his predecessor was backed by 3 generations of Fengying, public opinion would not favor Luosha. Reikich's 2 sons, Konoha Hagaki Sakumo and Sunan, at Luosha's age, were already able to fight against real shadow-level powerhouses. It is the quasi-shadow. The quasi-shadow is stronger than the real shadow level, and there will be obvious shortcomings in some aspects, but when facing ordinary ninjas, it is not much different from the shadow level strong. Some time ago, defeating Yekeng was obviously not enough. This time, I just came with a big one, human pillar power, tail beast, enough power? In addition, releasing news at this time will help improve the cohesion of the ninjas in the village. When the spirit comes up, the combat power can be increased by 2 points out of thin air. The Land of the Earth just said that Renzulai was missing in the Land of the Wind and sent a special team to find it. Luosha on the hind foot knocked the person stunned and brought him back. This is a very powerful counterattack. Compromise is impossible to win peace. You need to fight for everything you want with your own fists. Therefore, the release of this news will do no harm to Luosha Bailey. The brother-in-law, don't you mind if I speak out first? Yashimaru hoped to ask. Why, I like to be a megaphone so much, if you like, feel free to do it. Luosha laughed. With Luosha's permission, Yashimaru cheered, smashed away from the crowd, and ran towards Feng Ying's office. Running and shouting, my brother-in-law Luosha defeated the complete tail beast, and captured the 4-tailed man of the Earth Country. Some inspiring words. On the streets of Cheyenne village, the pod exploded in a moment, defeating the tail beast, and capturing Renzhuli. This is something that many people can't dream of. The sandy hidden village is vast and sparsely populated, the number of ninjas is scarce, and the base is not enough. Naturally, it is difficult to give birth to a real strong. The special profession of puppet master is too restrictive. Decades of talents withered, and a corner, the failure of the Second Ninja World War, and various reasons, all Cheyenne people are looking forward to the emergence of a real strong in the village. A strong man who can lead everyone to fight and seize more resources. Everyone on the street stepped back to make way for Luosha and the 2 of them. They looked at Luosha with the only hope in the village. Worship. There are even older ninjas, tears in their eyes, running around to tell each other, shouting that the sand is hopeful. A shadow-level powerhouse who can defeat Yekeng is completely different from a shadow-level powerhouse who can suppress the tail beast and capture the strength of the human column. The latter can boost the morale of a village even more. Luosha was also very cooperative, not surprised by honor or disgrace, opened the coffin, manipulated the dust to lift Lao Zi. To show everyone her record. Points +1+1+1+1. At this point, Luosha has truly conquered all Cheyenne people, even those Yekeng supporters have to admit that Luosha is more suitable for Feng Ying. Riches do not return to their hometowns, like a night walk in Jinyi. Zhougong spit and feed, the world is home. Amid the cheers of everyone, Luosha walked all the way to Feng Ying's office, and Yekeng had already silently pushed aside. Hearing the cheers, Cho, who also got news from Yashimaru, dressed as a wind shadow, stood in front of the office with great comfort and looked at Luosha. The majestic and heroic hair, the strength of the progress is really rapid. Even if he is allowed to take over Feng Ying at this moment, it will not cause any waves. Hey! Putting Lao Ziyi back into the coffin, standing heavily on the ground, making a loud noise, Luo Sha calmly said, "Report teacher, Elder Qiande." On the way to the investigation mission, Shangnan Luosha happened to break into the Kingdom of Wind, intending to assassinate the four-tailed man from the land of Feng Ying, Zulai Laozi. The nurse fought eagerly and captured him. Anyway, put a hat on. Chapter 39, Because I have a deep love for Sane. Hey! With the door closed, Luo Sha manipulated the Aventurin coffin and entered Feng Ying's office, sat at the desk, and talked about her mission experience. Chou and Lao Zhang sat aside, satisfied with Luo Sha 100, bravely and resolutely, and decisively won the four-tailed force, which is undoubtedly a boost to the morale of Cheyenne village. Cage and ninjas, carrying handles and red sticks, are completely different concepts. The latter does not need to make decisions, as long as they can fight, they can execute commands. The most important quality in carrying a handle is decisiveness, and being able to play is the second most important quality. Whether it is a hawk or a dove, whether the decision is truly appropriate or not, at least it cannot be indecisive. And Luosha defeated the Onion Village special team, and decided to do it after encountering Lao Ziyi, which also met the two people's expectations of Luosha. Cheyenne built a village in the desert. Although he was forced to do nothing, over the years, he has cultivated the spirit of not admitting defeat, daring to fight against nature and all forces. What about Onion Village? Do the fuck? What? Did Lao Ziyi provoke an attack from Onion Village? Wouldn't you be beaten if you don't do it? Compromise can't be exchanged for peace. It's a mixed society. When it's hard, you must be hard. The above is the whole process of this mission. Luo Sha smacked her lips, saying so much and a little thirsty. Next, it should be to discuss how to deal with Lao Ziyi, Luo Sha thought. Chiyo's brows were smiling, his face creases, and he poured a glass of water, and handed it to Luo Sha, pointing out, "Rosa, did you just say that you and Yekeng are okay?" How to say this? Luo Sha didn't know, so she nodded, "Well, it's okay, it didn't cause me much trouble." "Then what do you think of Yekeng?" Chou asked again, Xiaojiju in his heart. "It has great potential, and there is room for improvement in strength. Focus on training for a few years, and it is possible to become a strong film-level player. The lower limit and upper limit of the blood succession boundary ninja are higher than those of ordinary ninjas. Step by step, there is a high probability that they can become upper ninjas, which is unmatched by ordinary ninjas. I'm not talking about this. From the perspective of men looking at women, what do you think of Yekeng?" Chou said with a smile. Luo Sha leaned back in a tactic, narrowed her eyes, and didn't understand what Chou meant. After thinking for a moment, he said with a serious face, "Young, beautiful, and strong, he should be the dream lover of most normal men. However, it is difficult for ordinary men to suppress her." "Yes, it's hard for ordinary men to suppress her." Chou slapped his thigh to agree, and asked, "Do you think it is possible for you and Yekeng?" "It's impossible, we used to have such a bad relationship." The relationship between Yekeng and Luo Sha's predecessor can no longer be described as bad. Yekeng's personality is reckless. "It's still possible, your relationship now, isn't it getting better because you deliberately eased it, and I look at Yekeng, now I am very admired for you." He Lao Zhang interjected. Luo Sha deliberately flirted with Yekeng, and He Lao Zhang thought it was an attempt to ease the opposition between small groups in the village and improve the unity of the village. Promising young. Even if it is not a shadow, you already have the consciousness of shadow. Thumbs. If you have anything, just say it straight. Luo Sha squinted. Worthy of being an elder, the bridge I have eaten is more salt than the salt I have walked through, and I actually saw through the old rivers and lakes that I was in Liao Yukang. Cho and Ilao Zhang glanced at each other, lowered their voices, and said, "We want you to marry Yukang." Luo Sha leaned back in a tactic, with weirdness. Could it be that Carrero asked the two elders to test herself? The red flag at home will not fall, and the colorful flags are fluttering outside. This is Luo Sha's original dream. Can it be seen through by Jiarong Luo? Pretending to be an upright gentleman, he said with a serious face, "Yukang is a good girl, but I have Jiarong. If you choose one of the two, the one I marry must be Jiarong. You can marry together, or you can marry one after another." Cho tentatively made suggestions. Damn, in order to test me, I can even say such things. Luo Sha's expression became more serious, and she refused again. "I have been a couple for life. I am in love with Kyra and we are about to get married." "Elder Cho, didn't you force me to make a mistake?" Cho slapped the table and stood up, irritated, and sternly said, "If you make a mistake, then you just made a mistake that all men in the ninja world would make. Little Luosha, let me get the word out, you are the next Feng Ying appointed by the Imperial Court, and you have to think about things with the thinking of shadows." Luo Sha slowed down, perhaps not testing herself, curiously asked, "What does Ying's thinking have to do with this matter?" Cho sighed faintly, jumped off the table, put his hands behind him, and walked and said, "Before, because of the competitive relationship between you and Yukang, the ninjas in the village were divided into two factions. There are those who support you, and there are those who support Yukang. There is no way. After all, you are similar in age and have the same strength. Even if your strength has improved at this moment, suppressing the four-tailed force and winning everyone's approval, there are still risks. No one cannot make mistakes. After you take over as Feng Ying in the future, once you make any wrong decision, the village will suffer losses. Those ninjas who originally supported Yukang will have bad thoughts again. If Yukang succeeded Feng Ying, the situation would be completely different. Just ask, what will you do then?" Luo Sha remained silent. Her strength would definitely become stronger and stronger, stable development would not die, and it would be easy to suppress the entire ninja world. But if you are an ordinary movie-level powerhouse, there are only three ways in this situation. One is to strive to be better, which is the most difficult. The second is to resolve the person who raised the issue, and whoever has an opinion will be sent to die. The third is to lose Yukang. No one will be moved without a competitor. In my own words, there is a high probability that I will choose 1 and 2 at the same time. Being loyal is not absolutely meaningless. As for Yukang, a top-level thug, he is so foolish and loses too much. I have never been a gentleman, a layman, otherwise I would not go to Yukang." Seeing Luo Sha not speaking, Cho sighed again, and persuaded, "I know you don't like Yukang, and you take the initiative to relax your relationship with her just for the village. It's very selfish and embarrassing to you, but since you can make everything for the village, why can't you just feel wronged a little bit and marry Yukang?" I went to persuade Jiaran Luo and Yukang. It was all for the village and unity. How much pain is it to persecute one person to marry another person he doesn't like? Cho has never experienced it, but she knows, because she sees a lot of this kind of political marriage. The actor Luo Sha possessed his body, struggling for a while, and finally made a decision, stood up, with a chivalrous spirit, and a strong voice, "Elder, you don't need to persuade any more. The great forebearer sacrificed his life for the village, for the unity and harmony of the village, for the sake of Cheyenne, sacrificed my personal feelings and reputation, and carried lustful infamy. What is it? But I hope you and Jiarong can know that I marry Yukang not because of her good face, hot body, youthful beauty, and charming, but because of my deep love for Cheyenne. For the sake of Cheyenne, Luo Sha is willing to feed the tiger with my body, without regrets. When the time comes, Yukang will naturally be another set of rhetoric, just copy a paragraph from the dog blood romance drama. Soon to accept the mess in Cheyenne village, tens of thousands of people have to carry the food and drink by themselves, marry another girl, and collect some benefits. Is it too much? Please ask for a recommendation ticket in PK, and I hope you don't support articles. If you don't have enough recommendation tickets and follow-up readings, you can't be promoted. Pig Farm. Chapter 40, Inner Saint and Outer King. After solving the internal problems, the next thing that needs to be discussed is how to deal with the problem of lousy eye. Little Luosha, you will be Feng Ying soon. From now on, you have to try to make some decisions that can affect the future of the village. Regardless of whether these decisions are good or bad, as long as you speak the basic logic, we will support you unconditionally. Everyone sits down, thousands of generations are kind, and Cheyenne village is weak, and it is not without its strengths, that is, unity. The two elders are just Shadow's deputy. In the original plot, in order to resurrect Gaara, Cho even used the technique of reincarnation at the expense of life. Before that, the two elders supported Gaara to sit in the position of Feng Ying, with real power and no greed for power. Then Konoha's several inner ghosts who are holding back legs are so tall that they don't know where they are. Yes, no matter what you decide, we will support you. Ilao Zhang nodded, and then said, the top priority is to figure out how to deal with Lao Ziai. Whether it is to kill or release, you make the decision. Luo Sha lowered her head to ponder. The two elders were not greedy for power, which was very good news for her, and she also expected it. As for Lao Zi's problem, it is indeed a bit troublesome. The capture of Lao Ziai now only offends the kingdom of the earth, but not to death. Are there other people in the village who are suitable to be Renzhuli? Luo Sha asked. No, it's the only one in decades. Cho shook his head. Renzhuli is not that easy to do. In this way, in the original plot, Cheyenne village did not find a suitable pillar of strength after the death of the fortune. After several failures, the predecessor had no choice but to seal Xiao'erhe into the unborn Gaara. Luo Sha thought for a moment again, and analyzed, it's not impossible to kill. It can greatly weaken the power of the Earth country, but we can't get the slightest benefit. After the death of the human pillar, the tail beast will resurrect after a while, and may be captured by Yunyan village again. Moreover, if we want to weaken the power of Yunyan village, we don't have to kill Lao Ziai. As long as we detain him and drag Yunyan village, we can play the same role. It's definitely not good to let it go. We won't get the slightest benefit, and it will make outsiders read the joke and think that we are afraid of Yunyan village. Well, what is your choice? Cho nodded and asked again. Luo Sha did not answer, her eyes were deep, and she asked, how is the preparation for war in the village? Qiande Hai Lao Zhang seems to have realized that Luo Sha should want to use Lao Ziai and Yanyan village to exchange benefits in exchange for urgently needed supplies. There are several small teams stationed at various points on the border, and the village has also sent out some ninjas in various names as much as possible. However, the materials are not optimistic. The situation is tense now. War materials are in short supply. Major ninja villages are preparing for war, and it is not so easy to buy. Some ninja villages prepare for wars of aggression, and some ninja villages prepare for wars of defense. This is an action that moves the whole body. Without ninja villages, you can stand alone. Cheyenne, on the other hand, increased the conventional readiness state to increase the intensity in order to stand in front of the battle preparation state. Touching the table with her finger, Luo Sha calmly said, now Oyemyu should have killed people to the border of Thunder Country. Regardless of victory or defeat, he will definitely fight against the 3 generations of raking, at least to give an explanation to the people below. Send people to always pay attention to the situation there, and when they finish fighting, the smell of gunpowder becomes stronger. Just released the news, saying that we have captured the 4-tailed force, and the strength of Yunyan village has been greatly reduced. I believe that the situation between Lai Tu and Lai Tu will become more tense. Zhou and Hai Laozang glanced at each other. Before Luo Sha gave them the impression of heroism and determination, but he did not expect that there would be unexpected gains now. This little Luo Sha was really dirty. Onaki just finished fighting with Raikage, and the situation is tense. You just said that Lao Ziyi was arrested, and the land lost a high-end combat power. What does the Thunder Congress think? It will definitely want to take this opportunity to attack the land of the earth, at least a wave of trials. What then? Zhou couldn't wait to ask, looking forward to Luo Sha's next answer. Even if there was a second or two guesses in his heart, it was nothing more than taking the opportunity to raise the price and knocking on the land of the country. Then, sending someone to send a letter to both Lei Tu and the two countries, we must make a big splash, saying that we want to invite them to discuss Lao Ziyi related matters. Make a list of the materials we lack and make 2 copies, one for Onoji and one for Raking. If Lei Zhiguo accepts this offer, we will either kill Lao Ziyi or detain it. They are willing to double the price, then we will pack Lao Ziyi and send it. As for the land of the land, their bid must be higher than that of the land of thunder, otherwise we will never return Lao Ziyi. Hiss! Zhou and Hai Laozang made a tactic backward. It was bad, it was too bad. Rasha was worse than they thought. Not only intends to blackmail the land of the land, but also takes advantage of the land of thunder. With the land of thunder watching from the sidelines, Onoki has to agree to Shayan's condition even if he tightens his belt. As for Onoki raising the table and directly giving up on Lao Ziyi to attack the Kingdom of Wind, it doesn't matter, as long as he dares to do it, the Kingdom of Thunder will not let go of this opportunity to enter. At that time, the land country will fall into a 2-line combat situation. There is no possibility of joining forces between the landmines in a short period of time, or for a long time in the future. Wonderful, wonderful! Qiandai's eyes were bright and colorful, and he was full of praise for Luo Sha's dirty heart, carrying the handle to the outside. The heart is dirty, inside and outside the king. As for offending the 2 big ninja villages, this is also something that doesn't need to be considered. The ninja world is originally using each other, you cut me and I cut you. If you don't count them, after the death of the 3 generations of Feng Ying is exposed, will they not be beaten? Impossible, because the brothers seem to be good, they must be stabbed when they have the opportunity. Put the hope of peace on others, and pray that the opponent is vegetarianism, benevolence and morality. It is better to seize the opportunity to make yourself stronger. In this way, we, who have obtained the scarce supplies, have truly completed the pre-war reserve. Relying on the home court advantage, even facing the full siege of both Lei and Tu at the same time, it will not be defeated for a long time. Ilao Zhang Company nodded, and Shayan village may indeed be besieged, but it is absolutely impossible to be besieged by the 2 ninja villages. Only Konoha deserves this treatment. Still the same sentence, if you take all your brothers to cut others, you must be ready to be stolen. But still a little unwilling. Qiandai sighed faintly, and said with emotion. I finally caught the 4-tailed man Zhu Li, even if it can be exchanged for the scarce supplies, it is still a bit worthless. The strength of the human column is regained, and the strength of Yunyan village will not be lost much. I have a way to get Yunyan village to pay his wife and break down. Luo Sha smiled again, with a black heart, we are professional. Chapter 41, Heart Hei Erlin. Oh, Ji will come out? Chou Yizhang curiously asked, looking forward to Luo Sha's answer. Since the death of the 3rd generation of Feng Ying, so far, Luo Sha's performance perfectly meets their expectations of the 4th generation of Feng Ying. With political consciousness, strong enough, and courageous and strategic, Luo Sha refreshed their expectations time and time again. Whenever they think it's okay, Luo Sha will perform better, telling them, labor and capital should be the 4 generations of wind shadows. Who is it? At this moment, they really want to know how Luo Sha intends to solve this problem. After returning to Lao Ziyi, the 2 countries will probably fight another battle in the future, and Lao Zi will become a very threatening force for the enemy. Elder Qiande, have you ever heard of myocardial infarction? Luo Sha asked mysteriously. Cho nodded. People who use poison well know some medical skills. Although her medical ninjutsu is far inferior to Tsunade, it is also at the level of forbearance. Naturally know that I have done research on this disease. In some people, the blood vessels connecting to the heart are naturally narrow, or the blood vessels in the sky are blocked by something, making it impossible to exercise vigorously. Once strenuous exercise, the heartbeat speeds up and blood flow speeds up, the heart will suffer severe pain due to insufficient blood supply, causing symptoms such as hypoxia, ischemia, etc. If not relieved in time, death will occur on the spot. People suffering from this disease, even if they become ninjas, their combat power will be greatly reduced, and they will not be able to show their strength by 30%. Chioda said that myocardial infarction is actually a kind of heart disease. If it is an acquired myocardial infarction, and the heart is blocked by something, then dare to ask the elder Cho, can anyone in the ninja world be able to heal it? Luo Sha asked again. Cho thoughtfully replied, there shouldn't be. Maybe Konoha Tsunade can have this kind of medical skills. However, the risks related to heart and heart arteries are too high, and even Tsunade should not be able to fully grasp it. Rosa smiled but didn't say anything. He was more than unsure. Tsunade had suffered from panicemia since the Second Ninja World War, and the heart-related surgery must be blood-related. Sending people with heart disease to Tsunade at this time is equivalent to sending pigs directly to the slaughterhouse. Please follow me. Luo Sha got up, came to the coffin of gold dust, manipulated the gold dust into a square table. Lao Zi, who was still fainted, with all his joints and bones confined, was lying quietly on the stage at the moment. The four-tailed Monkey King didn't know why and didn't take the opportunity to riot. Perhaps it was destroyed by Luo Sha's space-based kinetic energy weapon, and he would not recover for a while. Cho Zhang followed Luosha, looking forward to his next operation. Electromagnetic force, move. Buried deep underground, some high-density, high-hardness fine metal particles, about 1 or 2 weights, gradually gathered in Luosha's hands. Qiande Hai Lao Zhang suddenly realized that he understood what Luo Sha was going to do, and his evaluation of Luo Sha was a little higher in his heart. This is more than bad, it is so bad that the soles of the feet drain pus, but this kind of badness, they are happy to see it happen. Take out a shuriken, cut through an aorta in Lao Zi's chest, blood flowed out immediately. Luo Sha manipulated the metal particles in her hand, from the broken wound, into Lao Zi's aorta. Cho consciously cooperated and used medical ninjutsu to stop Lao Zi's blood flow and heal the aorta. The human body and blood actually contain quite a lot of metal trace elements, but Luo Sha's electromagnetic force is not accurate enough to be controlled temporarily. Manipulating the fine metal sand, let it swim around the body along Lao Zi's aorta, partially attached to the blood vessels, restricting the blood flow speed. Part is sent to and outside the left ventricle, attached to the heart. After the operation was completed, Luo Sha snapped his fingers cheerfully and said with a smile, if we make less, we will lose. In this way, we can minimize our losses. From then on, old Zhejiang could no longer exercise vigorously, otherwise the fine metal sand hidden in his aorta and left ventricle would kill him. This human Zulai is completely abolished, and it can greatly delay Su Yanyan's energy, and there are not many people who are suitable for human Zulai. Before finding out a new person who is qualified, Lao Zi will become a piece of chicken ribs. It is a pity to eat tastelessly. Even if he ignores his life in the future, it doesn't matter if he is completely tailed. Our loss will not be too great. By then, I will manipulate the metal particles in his heart and send him on the road. Four tails will die again and become a wild state. The mountains stand up. Meow, it's great. I paid a huge amount of supplies, but in return it was a man who could no longer fight. After Yunyan village discovers the truth, he will definitely be mad. I really want to see Onogi's expression at that time. Lao Zhang clapped his hands and applauded. The kindness to the enemy is the cruelty to himself, and Luosha's badness is based on the goodness of Cheyenne village. Those who sincerely adopt a gentle policy towards potential enemies are all internal ghosts, spiritual internal ghosts, and de facto internal ghosts. Luosha visualizes the starry vortex in her mind, Integral 407. When the negotiations with Lai Tu are over, and the original plot is changed again, you should be able to save 500 points and increase the accuracy of electromagnetic force to LV.2. To increase the strength to LV.2, 2000 points are required. For the time being, it is important to improve the strength. If you have the strength to push the ninja world now, then naturally you disdain to play with yin. Can you pretend to be happy? Before that, we still have to play some tricks. Alas, this world of ninja, forcing me such a pure young man into a Mao family with yin, suffering. Thinking of something, Luosha suddenly said, by the way, let the ninjas in the village who are proficient in sealing techniques add a few more layers of sealing techniques to Lao Zi. Regardless of whether it is useful or not, as much as you can stack. By the way, let them study the sealing technique used by Yunyan village to seal the four tails. I remember that the sealing technique in our village has always been flawed. Even the sealing technique used to divide the blessings actually has flaws. Shower he does not riot, it is purely that it recognizes the divided blessings. Can Gaara be born smoothly? Another question is that in the future, I will definitely not seal the guarding crane into Gaara's body. Looking at the original plot, the dark circles of my cheap son? However, it is still necessary to learn Yunyan village's advanced sealing technique. Luosha will not let go of any opportunity to improve himself and improve his strength. It's so down to earth. Chohai Lao Zhang nodded and found the sealing ninja from the village, and according to Luosha, he took control of Lao Zi. It is estimated that it will take some time for the results of Onaki and raking to cut each other. During this time, they can't be idle and use the waste. A few days later, when Lao Zi finally recovered from his coma, she was pleasantly surprised to find that she had been stripped clean, and her whole body was covered with seals. A group of ninjas were busy with themselves, thinking of themselves as guinea pigs. Seeking recommendation ticket. Chapter 42, Onaki. Luosha has been paying attention to the movement in Thunder Country. Oyemu's temper is not overpowering, leading hundreds of younger brothers, Starry Night, and dashing aggressively, rushing to the border of Thunder Country. However, waiting for him was the third generation of Raikage who also led hundreds of horses. Oyemu's movements were so obvious, and his goal was directed at Thunder Country, it was impossible not to notice it. Onaki first asked the three generations of Raikage why he sent his own son and disciple to attack Iwayan's special operations team. It is naturally impossible for Lei Ying to admit that it was originally a vain thing. The evidence is conclusive. Seeing that Raikage still wanted to quibble, Oyemu became anxious immediately. The two sides fought a horse, and neither of them reaped the benefits, and each lost part of the horse. At this point, Oyemu's anger has disappeared, at least his actions have restored face for the village. In many cases, things don't need to be so clear. Find a scapegoat, push the pot to him, and then give a beating to express it, and you can quickly stabilize the hearts of the army and the people. After encountering the unsuspecting disaster, Rai Ying was also very depressed, wondering if Onoki wanted to go to war on the Kingdom of Thunder. The two sides returned to the village and their reactions were different. The matter is not over yet. Kicked open the tying office, Oyemu floated in comfortably, and resolved a potential crisis, thanks to his vigorous vigor. In the office, Onaki's son, Lois, with a complex expression and gloomy expression, saw Onaki's return and hurriedly hid the objects in his hands behind him. "What's the matter with the Lois, so sullen? I taught the arrogance of Thunder Country, isn't it worthy of joy?" Oyemu was slightly dissatisfied. "I just had a fight with Raikage, and you just look like a dead father?" Huang Tu hesitated, and finally gritted his teeth, handed the envelope behind him to Onaki, and said angrily, "Father, you should take a look for yourself. In this matter, only you can make a decision." Oyemu was puzzled, and just after receiving the envelope, something fell out of it with a click. One finger, little finger, exuding chakra waves belonging to Lao Ziai. Onaki quickly entered the state and opened the envelope with a serious expression. There was a photo and 2 pieces of letter paper inside. In the photo, the 4-tailed man Zulai Laozi was sealed and tied to a bed. The little finger of his right hand disappeared. A red-haired young man was standing beside the bed. "Hey in my heart!" With trembling hands, he pressed the photo to the back and scanned the contents of the letter at a glance. "To whom it may concern. A young man in our village went to Ninluo Shat. Not long ago, in the territory of the Kingdom of Wind, he captured Zulai, the 4-tailed man from Gaikan who tried to assassinate Feng Ying in our village. My village is generous, deliberately forgiving Zulai's fault in your village, and based on the principle of dear friends, I want to return Ren's Huli. However, Feng Ying was frightened and broke his mind. Therefore, we sincerely invite your village Tokage Onaki to discuss matters related to the loss of the 4-tailed man's strength and the wind and shadow spirit in the bird country 7 days later. I hope Mr. Onaki will not bring too many guards, otherwise, Zulai of your village will be injured twice." The bottom is the signature. Turning over the second piece of paper, it was densely packed with the types and quantities of war materials, and the detailed address of the negotiation was specially marked. Cheyenne Village. Old Zi. Onaki screamed up to the sky. His anger and heart attacked the old wounds from the battle with Rakage, spit out a mouthful of blood. "I just said a angry sentence, why can't you think about it? Really went to the country of Wind to investigate? Just go, and be captured, ashamed, what a shame to Zulai. There is also that list, the materials listed above, or the ransom, even his earth shadow feels shocking, mental loss. No matter how reckless Lao Zi is, it is impossible to go directly to Cheyenne village. The most is to walk around the border and stroll around the land where Luo Yongzhen is infested. Then he was captured. By such a coincidence, it is difficult to make Onoki not be suspicious, and Cheyenne village and Thunder Country, are they negotiating to calculate me?" Turning out the photo again, Oyemu stared at the young red hair in the corner of the photo, staring at the young red hair in the corner of the photo, wishing to stare him to death through the photo. Luo Shat should be the disciple of the 3rd generation of Feng Ying. Very good, I did not expect that the mountains and the water are not visible, but he has the strength to defeat Ren's Huli. What to do now? Onaki suppressed his anger and thought. The first idea was to take the younger brother to the Kingdom of Wind, and then shook his head. The timing was not right. He had just finished the Kingdom of Thunder, and then went to the Kingdom of Wind to kill people. It's not the same to commit public anger, so you can only temporarily compromise, and then see if there is a chance to recover the supplies. Human pillar strength is the top priority. The sooner you can change it back, the better. After a long time, when the news leaks out, it is difficult to guarantee that there will be no accidents. Not to mention anything else, the Rakage savage who has just fought with him is very likely to take advantage of the fire. Human column power is equivalent to nuclear weapons and possesses a very large deterrent. If the country of the earth breaks its arm, it must be conscious of being bitten by a shark that smells blood. Picking up the fingers on the ground, there was indeed a chakra wave that belonged to Lao Zi and the 4 tails. Onaki's doubts disappeared, and he shouted, "Take this list and prepare for the exchange of hostages. Also, keep this matter down, I don't want a third person to know. A few days later, you and I will take the supplies and go to the country of birds together. Now, in the name of military exercises, the ninjas in the village are mobilized to stand by at the border of the bird country. I don't want any accidents at that time. What if it is a plan to invite you to the urn?" That's how the 2nd generation of Hokage Senshou Kaima was made by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn of Thunder Country. Although Oyemu hasn't figured it out yet, why didn't he run away after the rumors left the Fei Lei Shen Zhangjian Shaojian? Huang Tu took the list and turned to leave. His father was angry at this time, so he should leave as soon as possible. Patter, crack, crack. After the door was closed, the sound of Onoji slamming something was heard from inside. Losing that batch of materials is not a pain to the country of the earth. But anyone who is extorted by such blackmail cannot be angry. A few days later, in the national capital of the country of birds, there is a guild hall called the Backbone. Luo Sha, dressed in black, sat on the side of the table, closing her eyes to rest. Beside him, he looked a little awkward, and his heart was extremely entangled with the beautiful woman Yekeng who killed Matt. Cho had already talked to her about it. For the sake of the stability and harmony of the village, Yekeng agreed. There were mixed feelings in his heart, but he was not dissatisfied. Luo Sha was appointed as the negotiating ambassador, and Yekeng was the bodyguard, probably the same as the Shadow's guard, but they were all protected. The atmosphere was very embarrassing. Eventually, Yekeng squeezed the corner of his clothes and asked, "You are so confident, Oyemu will definitely come to negotiate? I heard that he is a very tough person. What if he directly leads people to encircle and suppress us regardless of the strength of the people? He doesn't have the confidence, I will take him." Luo Sha slowly opened her eyes, withdrew the microwave radar, smiled and said, "Now, he has come, there are only 2 people. Seeking recommendation ticket." Chapter 43, Have to add money. The door of the izakaya was opened from the outside, and the stalwart Lois stood aside. Onaki floated from outside the door, and glanced condescendingly around the environment inside the house. It was just a very ordinary wine house. I caught a glimpse of Luo Sha and they were slightly dissatisfied, and said with a cold face, "You are Feng Ying's disciple Luo Sha, the real person is as annoying as in the photo. Where's your teacher? He hasn't come yet." The king met the king and the general, and the letter named Onoki to come to negotiate, so that Onoki subconsciously believed that the representative of Cheyenne village was 3 generations of Feng Ying. Luo Sha smiled and stood up, calmly said, "Didn't the letter say it very clearly? The teacher was shocked because of the assassination, so I will be the representative of Cheyenne village in this negotiation." Insult. This is definitely an insult to oneself. At the moment, the 5 ninja villages, except for the Wuyan village, are changing relatively quickly. The Handles are the 4th generation, and the other 4 ninja villages are only in the 3rd generation. Let the disciples come to see me, isn't it an insult to myself or something? Won't my Yunyan village hang your Cheyenne village and beat you? Oyemu snorted coldly, and the majestic chakra wave spread, like a mountain, full of aggressiveness, far not as simple as it seems. Yekeng was like a big enemy, cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and she subconsciously wanted to use Xiao Dun. The pressure of Onoki made her psychologically totally unbearable. Such a small little old man actually possesses more chakras than Lao Ziai, and he is more aggressive, so he doesn't show his face. It's not afraid, just some fear. JPG. Luo Sheun was breezy, fiddling with the tea set on the table, brewing a refreshing cup of black tea, and handing it to Yekeng beside him, softly said, "Drink black tea. It should be the final peak of Onaki." Sure enough, to be able to use Chen Dun's unreasonable blood to follow the elimination, it is bound to have a majestic chakra like the sea. Seeing that Luo Sha was unmoved, Oyemu completely put away the contempt in his heart, only from the point of view that he was not afraid of danger and was able to resist his own coercion. This red hair may be a little worse in status, but he will never have water in his strength, and he is qualified to talk at the same table as himself. Onaki suddenly asked, "The old man's Chen Dun has the strongest aggressiveness in the ninja world, and can decompose most objects into nothingness. And you don't need Jian. Don't you be afraid that I will suddenly violent, and use your life to exchange for one with Lao Ziai?" Yekeng's throat moved slightly. Chen Dun's aggressiveness, she had also heard about it, and it was true that she didn't need Jian. Most of the Shin-nins, who can't do a single trick in the hands of Onaki, will turn to ashes. You can try to see if it's your dust escape fast or my magnetic escape fast. Luo Xia raised her head, her eyes burning, and Oyemu looked at each other. There is an interaction force between atoms, or different atoms share the same electron, or there is electron transfer between atoms. This interaction force is called a chemical bond. Onaki's dust escape does not decompose any object into nothingness, which does not conform to the law of conservation of energy, but decomposes objects into atomic forms, but the atoms are too small to be observed. The general way to achieve this is to remove the chemical bonds between atoms. Once you have advanced your abilities to a certain level, you should be able to do it. Even now, there is no need to be afraid of Onoki. Chen Dun does not need Jian, but it still takes a second or two for Ohiki to display the dust in the plot. After the cube is formed, there will be a certain amount of damage lag. For the two mid-single pairs, Luoxia's network delay is 10 milliseconds, and Onoki's network delay is 2000 milliseconds. Even if you are the top faker, you will only be killed by the show. The two sides looked at each other for a long time, and even Yekeng and Huang Tu felt the momentum of the confrontation between the two, and they were sweating in their hearts, thinking that when the negotiation was broken. Onaki suddenly retracted his momentum, floated to the chair on the other side of the table and sat down, putting his hands on the table, looking like an ordinary old man. As if nothing had happened, Oyemu said relaxedly, "Yes, very courageous, Feng Ying has accepted a good apprentice. Where is the one I want? You may not bring what I want." Luo Xia subconsciously took a line from the rooftop of Infernal Affairs. She couldn't help but laughed. Lao Ziai is in a hotel in the city. Without seeing my teacher's mental damage, I will not let anyone go. In any case, you must have the initiative to negotiate. Oyemu was not angry either, knowing that he couldn't take the initiative now, tapped his finger on the table, and motioned to Lois to bring things up. The Lois-like man of the Iron Tower immediately stepped forward and placed a dozen storage scrolls on his back on the table. "You count, my old man has limited time, and I don't want to waste so much time with you. The ransom you want is all here, and the storage scroll is considered a gift." Oyemu was impatient, and when he thought that Cheyenne village had such an outstanding young man, he felt disappointed for the village. Apart from Ren's Huli, there was nothing he could fight. Luo Xia probed Chakra into the scroll and counted the materials in it one by one, comparing them with the list. At the same time, carefully check whether there are any problems with the materials. In order to prevent Cheyenne village from doing tricks, most of the materials that Luoxia asks for are items such as kunao, shurikens, detonating charms, special metals, and so on. We didn't ask for much for soldiers' food, pills, medicines, etc. Once we got involved with these things, it was not so easy to find them. It can only be said that Luo Xia is a villain, with a dark heart, and subconsciously used to try to figure out the enemy's thoughts from the worst angle. After some inspection, the problem is not big. Some weapons are worn out. They should be second-hand goods eliminated from Yunyan village, but they can also be used. Iwanan will sell pants if they are poor, so don't pick them. Luo Xia stayed silent, waved his arm and pushed the storage scroll on the table to the front of Onoki. "How?" Onamua frowned slightly, and his big nose twitched slightly. He said with dissatisfaction, "All the things you want are in it, without any discount." "What do you mean by pushing things back?" "The materials listed on the list can indeed be compared." Luo Xia leaned forward on the table with both hands on the table, squinted and said, "But the situation has changed a little bit more than before. Just yesterday, right here, I met with a representative of Yunyan village. They are willing to pay the same price to buy the four-tailed man Zulai from us. Therefore, if you want to take away Lao Ziai, these are not enough, you have to add money." When I thought of this, Luo Xia was not very happy. Damn, a group of in Yunyan village wanted to buy 4 people for help, but they were only willing to give so little. Just look down on a tail beast? You fool me! Dayemu floated up, angrily rushed, his big nose twitched more violently, the aura of the peak of the shadow level threw away, and Yakang suddenly felt like an abyss. A lone boat in the sea swayed by wind and rain, and waves of dozens of meters high in front of it. It was probably this level of pressure. Chapter 44, the same treatment as Sakumo Heiji. Sit on the floor and start the price? Onaki couldn't bear this kind of grievance. He patted his hands and then opened his chest. The gesture was similar to Tianjin Fan's new Qigong cannon. Chakra rushed out, gathered between his hands, and was able to decompose most objects into atomic forms of dust escape. The original world peeling technique. The attack power is the highest in the world of ninja, and the release speed is extremely fast. It only takes less than 2 seconds to condense the dust cube and completely decompose the opponent. The advanced ninjutsu that is more than dozens of seals at every turn. I don't know where it is going. Unfortunately, some people are faster than Onaki. Luo Sha pointed to the sword and pointed at Onoji's throat while urging the electromagnetic force. The iron rock cover on the forehead of the Lois suddenly fell off, and the edge was squeezed like a blade by the electromagnetic force, and it flew to the throat of Onaki quickly. When Luo Sha's pointed to the front of Onoji's throat, the forehead also happened to fly too. One end was clamped by 2 fingers, and the sharper end just hit Onoji's throat. At this time, the forward movement of the technique of dust escape and the original world stripping technique had not yet been completely completed. There was no sound. The sweat stands behind Onoki, cold sweat is startled, thinking turns, magnetic escape, magnetic escape. There is the possibility of evolution in the blood succession boundary, such as Konoha's writing wheel eyes. It is definitely this kid's blood succession boundary that has evolved. Sand iron, sand gold, and forehead protection, these are all metals. This red hair's blood stains and blood continues to be bounded, and it should evolve into a higher level existence that can directly manipulate metals. The forehead is made of iron, so what about the shuriken and kunao? Oyemu didn't dare to think about it. He only knew that from just now, he was full of confidence and was already in crisis. I was still too careless, thinking that I had Chan escape, I would be able to disregard the ninja realm, but I didn't expect to fall into trouble today. Huang Tu has always followed him, and his forehead has been on his head. In other words, Luo Sha has many opportunities to shoot himself, and the success rate is extremely high. Oyemu's eyes were dull, chakra collapsed, and his hands slumped down. Unexpectedly, the junior was taught a lesson today. Never underestimate any ninja. Release the forehead, urging the electromagnetic force to twist the forehead into a cylindrical shape again, and fly straight down to penetrate the tabletop, completely submerged in the ground. This action once again made Onoki understand that Luo Sha is indeed real and has a great chance to kill herself. Luo Sha took a seat, fiddled with the tea set, and whispered softly, I said just now, you can try it. Now it seems that within 5 steps at least, my magnetic escape is faster than your dust escape. Onomu is silent, and the speed of his shot is equivalent to life for a ninja. How about Jindun's attack power surpassing the ninja world? Didn't make any move, he fell down, is it useful? He sighed, sat back in his seat, and ordered Huang Tu on the side, go to the border and find our troops stationed there. From the endurance tools and supplies they carried, half of them were brought over. But father! Huang Tu hesitated, and left by himself, what about Onaki's safety? Moreover, the troops on the border are the second guarantee for Ohaimu's safety. As long as Ohaimu is not ambushed and then killed in seconds, the troops will have enough reaction time to come and rescue Ohaimu. But what, do you really think I am a shadow-level powerhouse who needs your protection? Onaki glared with a beard and scolded, the troops on the border are the real guarantee of my life. Judging from the hand exposed by this kid just now, he really wanted to assassinate me. There is a high chance of succeeding, but he didn't do so. In other words, they are negotiating sincerely, and the army on the border is no longer useful. Luo Sha smiled, and then continued, we are just asking for money, a gentleman, not like the low quality of Thunder Country. As soon as Huang Tu thought about this, he rushed to the border in a hurry. Speaking completely, Luo Sha truly proved his strength. Oyemu no longer has the slightest contempt for Luo Sha as a powerful person at the same level as himself. Having nothing to do, simply chatting a few words, Luo Sha smiled and scolded Lais Higuo's sentence, which made Oyemu a sense of identification with him. Your magnetic escape is indeed very good, but only when you use it for the first time can you achieve unexpected results. Boy, next time you meet, you have to be careful, even if you abandon 10,000 ninjas, I will keep your life. Oyemu calmly said, Luo Sha's blood succession limit is too harmful to ordinary ninjas. In his opinion, there are only two ways to win Luo Sha. One is that the shadow-level powerhouses personally shot, they may not be able to win, at least Lao Ziyi didn't manage it. The second is the human sea tactics, manipulating a large amount of metal at the same time, the mental and physical consumption will definitely be greater. Luo Sha smiled, did not answer this sentence, and pulled Yakang, who was standing by the guard, to sit down beside him. With the beauty in her arms, Onoki showed off again. After all, Onoki has reached the age of powerlessness. It's not envy, Oyemu is not a person who is greedy for beauty, but this is not the reason for you to show me. Picking up a grape from the fruit tray, peeling it, and stuffing it into Yakang's mouth, which was somewhat restrained and not so calm, Luo Sha turned her head and complained, it's okay not to bring too many guards. I only brought a fiancé, Tying, you are not authentic, and there is a large army on the border, so you can't believe in the character of our Cheyenne village? Yakang's face was red, and he swallowed grapes. Watching the young couple show their affection, Onoki was so heartbroken that he sarcastically said, everyone is with each other. Your kid actually contacted the Kingdom of Thunder to put pressure on us to force us to agree to your terms. It's not a gentleman. In my opinion, you must have also deployed a large army on the border of the Kingdom of Wind. Luo Sha shook his fingers and squinted in denial, no, once the troops are mobilized, they will consume a lot of materials. Our Cheyenne village is not as rich as you. I just arranged someone next to Lao Ziyi, and if I didn't see me a day later, I packed Lao Ziyi and sent it to Thunder Country. I believe that Raikage will not let go of this opportunity to invade the land of the earth, even if I die, at least someone will avenge me. Onoki. Damn, it's even darker than I thought. If this kid wants to be a wind shadow, then Cheyenne village won't be so easy to deal with. After a few hours, the Lois went back and forth, and handed the collected materials to Luo Sha. Luo Sha took the goods, took a note from her arms and handed it to Oyemu, saying, Lao Ziyi is in this hotel in a small town outside the city. I'll be out of company first. Don't worry, I won't see Lao Ziyi. You can lead your troops to Cheyenne village. After that, he took Yakang Shi Shiran and left the scene. Onoki was holding the note, and his heart fluctuated. This kid really didn't tell the truth. Is it right in the city? After a long time, with a faint sigh, he ordered, go back to the village and remember to remind me to issue a decree. In the future, any ninja in the village will not be punished for abandoning the mission if he encounters Luo Sha while performing the mission. Seeking recommendation ticket. Chapter 45, I am the root of Konoha. After both money and goods, Oyemu finally found the sealed and imprisoned four-tailed man Zulai Lao Ziyi at the place recorded on the note. The dense body is all sealed, and the ninjas of Cheyenne village seem to regard Lao Ziyi as a white mouse, and all kinds of new sealing techniques greet him. Fortunately, the problem is not big, and they are all seals that can be cracked with skill, which is a bit more cumbersome. Upon receiving the person, Oyemu hurried to the border, joined the troops previously arranged there, and then returned to Inyan village. 3 days later, after a physical examination, Oyemu jumped so angry that it was night, and many people in Yunyan village heard the sound of broken objects coming out of Taing's office. For some reason, Lao Zi was completely abolished, and there was no problem with daily activities. However, once strenuous activity, using the tail beast chakra, the heart will suffer severe pain, arrhythmia, fatigue, dizziness, and even shock on the spot. The top combat power of Yunyan village has become an ordinary food badge of forbearance. In the rest of his life, there is only one chance to shoot with all his strength. Regardless of life and death, at the cost of life, he directly enters the state of full-body-tailed beast hanging. Onaki has 10,000 reasons to believe that this kind of wickedness must have been done by the red hair, but he still has trouble speaking. Is it necessary to declare to the whole world that the four-tailed man Zulai Laozi was abolished by Luo Sha, and Yunyan village had his arm broken? Human Zhu Li is not something anyone can do, and people with this kind of physique and talent are too rare. The plot of the ninja world is tense at the moment, the situation will meet, and although the third battle of the ninja world is likely to start, the major ninja villages are eyeing other forces. Even if you really find such a person who is qualified and transfer the four tails to the newcomer, there will be a long period of running-in period. The situation may not be better than it is now, at least Lao Zi is now able to use the power of the four tails proficiently, and there will be a chance to bloom for the last time in the future. The brighter the fireworks, the closer to their extinction. After taking such a dumb loss, it was not the style of Onaki. One day later, news about Luosha's specific abilities was sent to all ninjas in Yunyan village. At the same time, various regulations were promulgated. During the mission, if you encounter Luosha and give up the mission, you will not be punished. When Yunyan village goes out to perform a mission, if there is an intersection with Shayan village during the mission, you must not wear a metal cover, and it will be changed to a wooden cover. If it weren't for the battles of the grassroots ninjas to rely heavily on physiques and ninjas, Onoki would even want to replace all the ninjas in Iwakura village with wooden ones. There is a gossip that Onoki also secretly released a mission, to find high-hardness wood. Blitz. With such a big movement in Yunyan village, it was naturally impossible to hide it from outsiders, and news related to Luosha spread all over the world of ninja for a time. Shinobi shock. Another top powerhouse has emerged in Shayan village, and he is a shadow-level powerhouse who has a very strong threat to the grassroots ninjas and even the upper ninjas. The major ninja villages are discussing what to do when encountering Luosha and how to crack his ability to manipulate metals. The answer is almost incomprehensible. Everyone knows Onoji and everyone knows the power of your shadows. How to target and restrict them has always been a commonplace question in the hostile ninja village. The real film-level powerhouses are not afraid of targeting and restriction. They may have shortcomings, but after being restricted, they are still film-level powerhouses. This is the difference between the film level and the quasi-film level, there is no fear of targeting. Konoha. Holding a stack of documents, Danzo rushed into Hokage's office with a gloomy expression, and went directly to the desk of Sarutobi Hisaki, and photographed the documents in front of him. Yin Yi said, "Sarutobi, Shayan village has blackmailed a batch of war supplies from the land of the earth. Recently, personnel have been mobilized very frequently. In the village, there are young film class powerhouses like Luosha rising. I think Shayan village is preparing for the war before the war, which already poses a considerable threat to us. If it is better to start first, immediately summon the ninja troops to fight against Shayan village." Sarutobi Hijitsu is here, and this is the third time Danzo has persuaded him to attack Shayan village recently. Looking through the files at will, it is nothing more than the transfer of Shayan village personnel and the information on Luosha, which is similar. With both hands pressed on the file, Sarutobi sighed and said helplessly, "Danzo, I've said it many times. This is just ordinary normal preparations. The situation is tense right now. Everyone is doing what Shayan village is doing. From this point alone, nothing can be seen." Danzo was extremely dissatisfied with Sarutobi Rizen's perfunctory, and persuaded, the heart of defense is indispensable. Sarutobi, Have you forgotten that more than 10 years ago, Cheyenne village coveted the fertile land of the country of fire and went to war against us? The story of that year may not be impossible to repeat now. It is better for us to send troops first, at least to be able to take the initiative. This is not the reason why we took the lead in attacking the Kingdom of Wind. Sarutobi Hizen rejected Danzo's suggestion, and explained with all his heart, Danzo, I know you have always supported external expansion. But have you ever thought about taking over the Kingdom of the Wind, or the Kingdom of the Earth or the Kingdom of Thunder? What good is it for us? The land of the land is vast and abundant, and the products are extremely rich. We have all the other ninja villages, and we also have the ones they don't have. We have no reason for external expansion, which is not in the interests of the village. Besides, Konoha occupies so many resources, it is a kind of heavenly preference. As long as we don't take the initiative to expand, the rest of Ninja Village will find it difficult to unite even if there are injustices. But as long as we take the initiative and win any country, all other shinobu villages will feel the crisis, and then truly unite and try to kick us out. We need peace, and we cannot show any attitude toward external expansion. If there is a strategy of war, the encircled divisions will fail. As long as they don't push the rest of the ninja village to an end, they will not jump the wall. After that, Sarutobi Hizen slowly closed his eyes. This is why he likes to be passive. Konoha can't resist the full siege of other shinobu villages, so he must try his best to avoid this possibility. Tuanzang was silent for a moment, knowing that he could not persuade Sarutobi Hizen, so he retreated and said sharply, then assassinate Luosha first. His threat to ordinary ninjas is too great. Once a war breaks out, he will be the sharpest knife in Cheyenne village. Sarutobi shook his head, threw the documents sent by Danzo into the trash can, and asked, Onoji poses a great threat to ordinary ninjas. Are we going to send someone to assassinate him? Danzo, this kind of behavior is already a declaration of war, and it will make other shinobu villages even more antagonistic. This is also not allowed, that is also not allowed. Sarutobi, you will regret your decision sooner or later. Danzo was very angry, and walked away into the shadows. I am the root guarding Konoha, so let me bear all the sins and evils. Chapter 46, Electromagnetic Gun. After the shocking changes in the ninja world, all parties reacted differently. Luo Shat, in Cheyenne village, was a fisherman. People sit at home and chat with two fiancés every day when they are bored, and the points will fall from the sky. Isn't it beautiful? There are 1,000 generations in the middle of the mediation, and Karura does not have too much opinion about the fact that Luo Sha wants to marry one more. This is all for the village. On Yekang's side, he complained of integrity, and he kept saying for the village. In fact, he didn't say that he was willing to be sweet, and it was not too resisting. The only uncomfortable thing was my brother-in-law Yashawan. As I expected, my brother-in-law was taken down by this bad woman. When I saw Yekang later, I couldn't think of the clamor as before. On this day, Luo Sha visualized the starry sky vortex in his mind, points 502, and still broke the 500 mark. With the help of Ono Wood God, and counting the butterfly effect, the changes in the ninja world are getting bigger and bigger. This time, the time to save 500 is only half of the last time. I did not hesitate to increase the electromagnetic force accuracy to LV2. The change did not make much difference. At the same time, I got a piece of information. The integral required for LV3 accuracy is the same as LV2 intensity, both are 2000 points. Sure enough, it's the same as I guessed. Precision is equivalent to authority, and strength is power. Although strength is more important, both are indispensable. I don't know if the limit of the starry sky vortex is there, whether it can really make me the god. Luo Sha thought a lot in her heart, but she also had a faint regret. Theoretically, the potential of electromagnetic force is limitless. To the extreme, through a unified field, it is possible to do anything in human imagination. This is equivalent to the God in Christianity, the God, who is omniscient and omnipotent, doing whatever he wants. Humans are a kind of creatures that will never be satisfied. Before getting the golden finger, Luo Sha's goal is just to hold Konoha's thighs and survive. After getting the gold finger, Luo Sha's ambitions have grown step by step, and there is an opportunity to grow into an omnipotent existence. How can it be given up? Luo Sha worries about the points. According to the points required to upgrade the level and the points he has obtained, even if he turns the ninja world upside down, it is impossible to collect enough points and develop his abilities to the extreme. This kind of routine in online novels, Luo Sha is well informed. Level 1 requires 100 points, and the final level 1 can even reach tens of millions, which may be even higher. Still the same sentence, living under the crotch, before becoming the god, let's set a small goal first, such as taking the entire ninja world, including the group of aliens. There was something to deal with under the excuse, and after a few words with the two fiancés, Luo Sha brought tools and equipment and rushed to the field to experiment and develop new abilities. The weight of the metal that can be manipulated and the control range have been greatly improved. In terms of wave frequency, it is still only possible to manipulate electromagnetic waves and simply use microwaves. After some attempts, I was a little disappointed. The current development direction is not too big, and we can only take the road of electromagnetic acceleration. So, first try Sister Cannon's famous stunt, Super Electromagnetic Cannon. Of course there are coins in the ninja world. Luo Sha tossed the coin in his hand and stared at the pure iron target 100 meters away, just hoping not to disappoint me too much. Electromagnetic force, move. There are many types of electromagnetic guns, coil guns, rail guns, electric heat guns, reconnect guns, etc. The method used by Mikoto Misaka, the super electromagnetic gun, should be similar to reconnecting the gun. For Luo Sha, this method is also the easiest to implement. Constrain the electromagnetic force, two rectangular coils are simulated above and below the coin. Then the electromagnetic force output is increased, and the coin is subjected to strong magnetic force in the magnetic field generated by the two rectangular coils, passes through the gap in the rectangular coil, and instantly breaks through the sound barrier and flies to a target 100 meters away. The coin that broke the speed of sound violently rubbed against the air, generating super strong heat energy, and its appearance continued to corrode and burn, dragging out a puff of white smoke, and after flying over 30 meters, it disappeared completely. Ordinary shells need flames, so smoke will be emitted after the barrel is fired, but electromagnetic guns will not, because the kinetic energy of electromagnetic guns is electromagnetic, and the initial velocity is too high. Instead, the smoke is shells. Luo Sha frowned slightly. The weight of the coin was about 7 or 8 grams, and the initial speed was about 4 times the speed of sound, or about 1,300 milliseconds, which was comparable to the most primitive electromagnetic gun. By pushing the electromagnetic force to the limit, he should be able to increase the initial velocity of the coin to at least 8 times the speed of sound, but this is of no use. Sister Cannon's electromagnetic gun has an effective range of 50 meters, and the coin she fired has a range of more than 30 meters. What's the reason? It is possible that the initial speed is higher when using the electromagnetic gun, but it is even more likely that it is limited by the limits of ninja science and technology, causing the ninja coin to be of lower quality than the Academy City. This quality refers to many aspects: material melting point, purity, etc. Another piece of kyowa purchased from the country of craftsmen in the village was taken out, and Luo Sha used the same technique and the same effort to launch kyowa. After breaking the sound barrier, the surface of kyowa violently rubbing with the air still showed signs of burning, but it was much better than the coin, and it burned out in more than 70 meters. Luo Sha was satisfied. The country of craftsmanship returned from black to black. It seems that the quality of the ninja is still guaranteed. Walking 50 meters forward, Luo Sha once again shot out with kunao as a cannonball. The initial velocity is as high as 4 times the speed of sound. Before Luosha hears the sonic boom, he smashes through the iron plate with strong kinetic energy and leaves a hole in the iron plate with a diameter of at least 10 centimeters. It is wider than the widest part of Kunao. The power is good, Luosha slightly nodded. With such a powerful kinetic energy, in the future, when you encounter a ninja with strong human pillars or strong physical defenses, you don't need to worry. I am killing me. However, there is still room for further development of this trick, such as finding metals with higher melting points and boiling points and making them into cannonballs. There was still the metal pillar used to suppress the 4 tails in his storage scroll. I don't know how much metal with such a heavy weight can increase its initial speed. How far can the farthest reach? Can the enemy's station be bombed from a distance of 800 miles? With his current attack power, he will not be emptied when encountering the old Uchiha Madara who can open Suzuo. The only trouble is the illusion. It seems that we need to develop the ability to isolate illusions. Just as Luosha was thinking about how to further develop her abilities, the little wife Yeking ran from a distance. Aggressive and murderous, Luosha's eyes were extremely angry, and she wanted to shave them big ears on the spot. What's happenin'? Where did I provoke you? Luosha was puzzled and said. Didn't I mean I'm developing a new ninjutsu? Good, go back soon. Yeking Xiaofei did not move her cheeks. She glared at Luosha for a moment, and said angrily, just now, the envoy of the Kingdom of Rain came to the village, and the elder Qiande asked me to call you over. The messenger of the Kingdom of Rain is a man and a woman, both young. I saw an iron butterfly on the head of the blue-haired girl. Chapter 47, Hungmen Banquet. Oh, it's over. This is impossible. There is not much love experience, but Luosha is someone who has watched I Really Didn't Want to Be Reborn Anyway, and has rich theoretical knowledge. At this time, you must be calm, you can't admit it to death. Calmly asked, what's wrong with the iron butterfly, is there any problem? How can there be no problem? Yeking curled his lips, pointed at the 2 iron butterflies on his head, and mumbled, it's exactly the same as the one you gave me before. They are all made with shurikens. Besides you, who else would do this? Luosha pretended to be suddenly enlightened, slapped her thigh, and started talking nonsense. You said this. The village is poor, you know, the elders of the 1,000 generations think my idea is very good. Jewelry made from shurikens should be very marketable. Not long ago, the 1,000 generations of elders had already promoted this kind of jewelry and sold it to the realm of ninja. Are you serious? Yeking asked suspiciously, and stroked the iron butterfly on his head. It's more real than real gold, would I still lie to you? Hugging the little wife, there is another sweet talk, which is fooling the past anyway. I was a little tired, but I didn't expect that the fish that I caught would need to continue feeding bait. The scumbag's great career was hindered and long. Yeking still wanted to be reluctant, but was so confused by Luosha's ecstasy soup. Thinking about it carefully, it wouldn't be a big deal. It's very common to hit shirts and jewelry. Your own jewelry is given by Luosha personally, and the meaning is completely different from what you buy outside. Even if you bump into the jewelry, it doesn't matter if you are embarrassed, the affection is different, there is no need to be reluctant. After solving this trivial matter, Luosha rushed to Feng Ying's office with her little wife in her arms. The close interaction between the two told Xiao Xiao in the village, don't stop all those fancy things in the team. It doesn't mean anything, no matter who you support, isn't it the same in the end? The results are remarkable. This is what Zhou and Laozang hoped that Luosha would do it. Before entering the door, Luosha loosened her arm around Yeking without a trace, and Yeking had no doubts about this either. Meeting with the envoys from other villages is a very solemn occasion, more serious, more formal, not in the river Kinhe. It's in the river Te. In the office, Zion and Yahiko sat on 2 sofas. Seeing the 2 of them coming in, Xiaonan first raised his head, stared at Yekang's head for a while, and then carefully caught Luosha a few eyes, his eyes confused. It's completely different from the person in my memory. Cho got up quickly, jumped to Luosha's side, and introduced, Feng Ying has recently hurt her mind and is recuperating. This is where the elites in our village go to Ninluisa, acting as Feng Ying. During this time, Luosha has the full authority to decide all the affairs in the village. The war preparations in the village were almost complete, and Luosha captured the four-tailed force again, proving his strength and gathering a high reputation. Cho and Hai Laozang simply pushed Luosha directly to the position of acting Feng Ying, and the village ninja had no objection to this move. Once the war starts, you can directly remove the word agent and become the official speaker of Cheyenne village. Yahiko's pupils shrunk slightly, and he did not expect that the legendary defeat of the four-tailed man Zulai made Dokage Onakis jealous to the extreme, and even allowed him to encounter the magnetic dodge Luosha, who would not be punished for giving up the mission. To be so young, not a few years older than himself, maybe this is a real genius. I don't know if Nagato can reach the height of Luosha in a few years. With envy in his heart, with a calm expression on the surface, Yahiko took the lead to bow his head and greet him, "Hello, magnetic escape Luosha of Cheyenne village. Recently, the ninja world has been discussing you. I'm the ninja Yahiko from Yuyan village. Just call me Yahiko. This is my partner named Zionan." Xiaonan nodded, still carefully peeping at Luosha from time to time. Could it be that person? Luosha did her part, sat down in Feng Ying's position, waved to the two of them to sit down, and said in a puzzled way, "Yahiko, I seem to have heard this name. Are you a ninja from Yuyan village? Sancho Hanzo's subordinate?" Yahiko was slightly agitated. It was something to be proud of to be known by a strong like Luosha, which proved that his efforts were not in vain. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "Strictly speaking, I am not under Hanzo-sama's subordinate, but our Akatsuki organization is based in the country of Rain. This time, I was actually entrusted by Master Hanzo to invite you to the Yuyan village." Oh! Luosha was even more curious, doing a good for nothing, and Hanzo invited himself to the land of Rain. What kind of medicine did he sell? There seems to be no such paragraph in the original plot. Yahiko sorted out the language and said, "You also know that in the Second Ninja World War, although there are 5 countries participating in the war, including wind, iron, fire, fog, and rain. However, a considerable part of the locations where the battle took place were all within the territory of the Rain country, which caused the lives of the Rain country to be devastated, and the civilians were greatly injured, and they have not recovered their vitality so far. Great powers go to war and small countries are implicated. This is the status quo of ninja. A few days ago, you captured the four-tailed man Zhu Li and threatened Tu Ying to redeem the man with a large amount of supplies. A few days before, Dokage attacked the Land of Thunder for unknown reasons. At present, the tension between the 3 countries and the war is on the verge of breaking out. Hanzo Master wants to avoid the recurrence of the tragedy 10 years ago. Konoha and our Akatsuki organization are specially invited to act as intermediaries and mediators, and the 3 countries are invited to send people with the right to speak to the country of Rain to discuss peace issues." Luosha narrowed her eyes and reacted, "Xiang Yu, please Lu Bang." Although the timeline of the original plot is chaotic, there is indeed such a section in the original plot. The Akatsuki organization created by Yahiko gradually grew larger, and Hanzo felt threatened. Under the enchantment of the ninja Pot Danzo, they deceived Yahiko in the name of using their power to mediate the 3 kingdoms of fire, wind, and soil. When they arrived at the meeting place, there was a cup wrestling call, kidnapping Xiaonan and killing Yahiko, causing the eyes of Nagato Samsara to completely awaken, and pulling out the outgoing golem to kill. From then on, Nagato understood that it was useless to be full of benevolence and morality, and decided to make the world feel painful, so as to achieve true nuclear peace. Luosha was silent for a moment and asked, "Have you met Hanzo before?" This is particularly important. Yahiko was puzzled, and answered honestly, I have seen it, and it was this task he personally entrusted to me. He also said that Cheyenne village has a lot of affairs, and Feng Ying is busy and on official business every day. If you don't ask for Feng Ying, it's good to be able to invite you. As the older generation of strong men who have witnessed the rise of Sunan, Lord Hanzo, would like to meet you very much, and take a look at how heroic you are during the meeting. It seems that he came for himself, at least one of his goals. If I promise to go to the meeting, do you still have to go to the land of the earth and the land of thunder for another trip? Xiao Nan, who answered this time, said softly, no need. From these two countries, Konoha Hokage assisted the elder Danzo to invite them. Chapter 48, Jingtian Big Power. Luo Xia visualized the starry sky vortex in her mind, her points kept beating, and her growth rate was even faster than the previous few days. The Akatsuki organization is an organization with a lot of space and drama in the story. Intervention in this matter will definitely affect the trend of the plot. Go ahead. Yes, I agree. Our Cheyenne village is also a village yearning for peace. We are more willing to see the peace and harmony of the shinobi world. When is the meeting time? I will go as soon as I am ready. Luo Xia weighed the pros and cons, gave an answer, and thought about how to maximize the benefits of points. Yahiko was pleasantly surprised. If you can agree, it couldn't be better. Because there are elders of Konoha Danzo in both Turkey and Thunder, Hanzo-sama meant that it is best for Xionin and I to personally accompany you to the country of rain to show respect to you. Do you value me so much? Luo Xia smiled and said, then you wait a few hours, I still have some things to solve. Yahiko naturally had no objection. Xionin still stared at Luo Xia, watching him leave with Yekang. There is nothing to deal with in the village affairs, Luo Xia confessed the general direction, the rest will be handled by Chou and Lao Zhang, and everything is done step by step. Carrying handles are divided into different types, those who use their brains and those who work hard. The former will control all the affairs of the village, large and small, while the latter will be responsible for fighting. Chou and Lao Zhang hope that Luo Xia can become the former, but Luo Xiaji is not here, and they don't want to waste too much energy on a hidden sand village. It's good to control the big direction. Shadow is more of a symbolic effect, just like the head wolf in a pack of wolves and the captain on a battleship. Settle up in Jiaran Luo and Yukang so as not to catch fire in the harem. Although the 1,000 generations of elders will mediate, there is a high probability that there will be no fire. But the land that should be moisturized by oneself must be done by yourself, otherwise you will not regret it if you wait for the day when the land is deserted or plowed by outsiders. Do you need me to accompany you? You are acting Feng Ying now. At least how many guards need to be brought with you? Yekang's hair was messy, and he got dressed and asked. What dangerous idea is this? Luo Xia lit a smoke after the incident, swallowing the clouds, and refusing to say, it's not necessary, I am not afraid even if there are 10,000 people below the shadow level. When you meet a strong shadow class, you can't help much, but I still worry about you. Yet. Yekang nodded. Jiruluo didn't speak, and he wasn't as strong as Yekang, so it would be nice to be a good helper. After a few hours, Luo Xia's face was radiant, her spirits completely raised a level, and she reappeared in front of Yahiko. Let's go, and don't let Hanzo wait too long. Yahiko nodded. The ninja didn't need to bring too many outfits. He was so decisive and left. Cheyenne village is not too far away from Wuyan village. In the desert environment, fast action is a taboo, and the speed of the three people is not too fast. Yahiko's heart is surging, and another war that may occur is stopped by himself, or a war between big countries, which is not the same as some of the small achievements before. This means Akatsuki has reached a new level. On the way, Xionin still took a peek at Luo Xia from time to time, and stopped talking several times, but finally couldn't help but ask softly, Master Luo Xia, Do you know someone named Luo Kun Jiangxin? Luo Sha stared in her eyes, calmly said, Why do you ask this suddenly? Yahiko was also very curious. It was more than a month ago that he encountered Luo Kun Jiangxin. Even if it was a strong man who could defeat the Ninja Seven, he was left behind. I just asked casually. Seeing that Luo Sha did not feel bored or resisted, Xiao Nan explained, About a month ago, we met a strong man named Luo Kun Jiangxin in the country of craftsmanship. Although he has never seen him make a move, he definitely possesses the strength of the shadow rank, and the two Ninja Seven are not his opponents. He gave me a shuriken iron butterfly, which is the same as the one worn by Ye Kang, the burning ninja in your village. It's just a hair accessory, it's very common. Yahiko yelled. He even wanted to hear Luo Sha's story about how he defeated the four-tailed man Zulai and forced Onaki to pay a ransom. Luo Sha thought for a moment and calmly said, I do know him, he is a like-minded and very good friend of mine. Can you tell us about him? There is no need to say about his abilities, just a casual chat, there is still a long way to go. Little Nancy G said. Yahiko pricked his ears. There was a trace of recollection in Luo Sha's eyes, and he whispered, his real name is actually very long, so long that most people can't remember it, so he often calls himself Luo Kun Jiangxin. In addition, he is similar to you, and he was also born in an organization dedicated to peace in the ninja world, and that organization is called Taihao. Taihao? Yahiko's expression moved slightly. If he remembers correctly, Onoki's reason for attacking Thunder Country was to suspect that Reikage had sent his disciples, falsely claiming that they were organized by Taihao, and attacking their ninjas. Taihao organization really exists? Yahiko asked suspiciously. I thought this organization was made up by Onaki or Reikage. Of course it exists. Seeing that Yahiko has a tendency to get the bait, Luo Sha continued, it's not just you who yearn for peace in the ninja world. Unlike the Akatsuki organization, some of Taihao's core members came from the major ninja villages in the ninja world, and each of them was a strong person who could at least compete with the shadow of a village. Most of them actually have dual identities, you know what I mean? Yahiko is shocked, Jingtianda Mimi, what great news I have heard. I thought the relationship between the 5 great ninja villages was complicated enough, but I didn't expect that I only touched the surface. The water in the ninja world was so deep. After the horror, Yahiko fell into thinking again, why did Roshan know so much, and why, he told him so much. Yahiko thinks more and more deeply, this suddenly rising agent Feng Ying, magnetic escape Luosha, is likely to be one of the members of Taihao organization. Luo Sha said in a low voice, you have a lot of potential, work hard, boy. Not long ago, Luo Kun Jiangxin proposed to the leader of the Taihao organization to admit you as a peripheral member. The leader rejected this proposal on the grounds of your lack of strength, but listed you as a key object of investigation. Even if Yahiko had become the leader of Akatsuki's organization, after all, he was still young, and his thoughts were unknowingly guided by Rosa. From why I want to join this Taihao organization, why did the leader of Taihao organization refuse me to join? With our Akatsuki organization involved, wouldn't it be easier to make the ninja world peaceful? After thinking about it, I found out that if all the core members of the Taihao organization are really strong in the shadow level, then they must have a pivotal position in the major forbearance villages and can influence the decision-making of a village. In a daze, Yahiko had an illusion that the peace in the ninja world over the past 10 years was taken over by the core members of the Taihao organization. Personal brain supplements are the most deadly. The hidden family, the Rothschild family, and the secret control of the world are most capable of fooling these young people. Seeking recommendation ticket. Chapter 49, Attacked. It is not only Yahiko but also Xiaonan who is falling into thinking. The girl is more careful. Will Luo Sha also be a member of Taihao organization? If so, what kind of identity does he use in the Taihao organization? Luo Village Jiangxin, or the mysterious man who attacked Yunyan village's troops last time. If Luo Sha is really a member of the Taihao organization, then he is already the agent Feng Ying of Sheyan village, and the strength of this organization is too terrifying. Who else in the ninja world? Maybe someone from Taihao's organization. Is this group of people secretly manipulating the ninja world really aimed at keeping the ninja world at peace? Yahiko Zionan was speechless all the way, thinking about these questions repeatedly, and walked in by herself. The country of rain and the country of wind are regarded as neighboring countries. There is a section of border between the two countries, which perfectly integrates the climate characteristics of the two countries. The temperature is high, rainy, with dense forest, and the climate environment is similar to the tropical rainforest near the Earth's equator in the previous life. Luo Sha had put on a black dress long ago, wearing a red and black cloak, and a hat on her head. From the appearance, she was more than a grade higher than the ordinary ninja. After all, he doesn't need to flick and move around when hacking people. Human flesh turrets and some attire that affects activities will not affect his combat effectiveness. When he reached the depths of the rainforest, his boots stepped across the clumps of grass and across a ditch. Luo Sha suddenly stopped and raised his eyes to stare ahead. "What's the matter?" Yahiko asked when Luo Sha stopped, not knowing why. 300 meters ahead, from 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock, there is an ambush. The number is about 35 to 40, at least 3 of them are Shangren, and the rest are Zongren. Luo Sha said slowly, and continued to walk forward calmly, taking the initiative to step into the enemy's trap. Yahiko Zionan was shocked, and someone would ambush them. There are more than 30 Zongren and 3 Shangren. This is definitely not the power that ordinary villages can produce. It is true that all the people of the current Akatsuki organization can barely pull out a team of the same size, but all of them are dispatched in one action, and few people do this. In the ninja world, except for the paranoid and radical Tukage of Onaki, no one can carry out such high-risk actions. Most people calculate defeat before they win, and hedge the risk of mission failure to a controllable range. The most terrifying thing is that Luo Sha can actually find the enemy's trail from 300 meters away. Under the premise that the ambushers want to hide and suppress the chakra fluctuations, most ninjas can be found 30 meters away, which is already amazing. 30 meters is the normal attack range of the shuriken. And Luo Sha not only increased this distance 10 times, but also accurately stated the enemy's position and general strength. Yahiko would not doubt that Luo Sha was aiming at nothing. Xiaonan suddenly thought of something. He walked quickly behind Luo Sha, lowered his head, lowered his voice and hurriedly explained, "Master Luo Sha, please don't get me wrong. The ambusher has nothing to do with us, we don't know it, we really just want to invite you to the country of rain." Only then did Yahiko wake up. What should Luo Sha think they are in the same group as the ambusher? "Don't you want to kill both of you on the spot?" He said he was invited to the meeting and was attacked halfway. The yellow mud fell into his crotch. "Just say how much the pot has to carry." Before Yahiko could explain, Luo Sha stretched out her finger and straightened out Xiaonan's messy hair on the front of his forehead because of his rush and searched Xiaonan's head. Softly said, "Of course I know it's not your fault. I think our whereabouts were accidentally leaked. There are still some people in the ninja world who want to kill me. Now, pretending that nothing happened, follow me behind." "Okay." Xiaonan nodded lightly, followed Luo Sha obediently, and followed his steps, scanning the surroundings without a trace. Yahiko was a little frustrated, not because Luo Sha had teased Xiaonan, but because Luo Sha was about to be attacked while being invited to participate in the peace parliament. What an ironic story, can people really not understand each other? Yahiko walked quickly to keep up, looking forward to what will happen next. It is best if Luo Sha's perception is wrong, but it is impossible to think about it. If it is not true, he will vow to tell the specific number and location of the enemy. That being the case, you can see how the legendary magnetic escape Luo Sha, the shadow-level powerhouse who has recently risen to fame, can make up for the regret to some extent. The Akatsuki organization founded by Yahiko aims to strive not to exchange extreme force for peace, not to oppose force. The gap between the two is like the International Feminist Organization and the Kongwa Rural Women's Boxing. Now Luosha was assassinated, and he attacked in self-defense. There was no problem slaughtering all the enemies. Yahiko was still able to take it away. The three of them were silent. After walking more than 200 meters forward, Yahiko Zionen's heart almost jumped out of his throat. Death is not terrible, what is terrible is waiting for death. Several times I wanted to persuade Luosha to change his path, and then thought of the speculation about Luosha's ability in the market. 10,000 enemies, so I stopped. Here. Luosha said indifferently. From the position he said, a dozen ninjas suddenly came out, kunao, shuriken, senbon, and all kinds of ninjutsu, flying through the jungle to the three. Thousands of arrows were fired. Yahiko Zionen was shocked, and the position was correct. As for the difference in number, there should be some people who continue to hide. Multi-stage attack, a common tactic of the ninja squad, can launch a thunder blow when the enemy reacts to the first stage of the attack. It doesn't look like a wild team, it should be a ninja from a big power, organized and disciplined. The electromagnetic force spread out, and I wanted to manipulate the various ninjas that came flying, but the feedback response was quite weak. Luosha frowned slightly, not metal. Is it so against yourself? What electromagnetic force can do, of course, is not only to control metal, everything can be controlled by electromagnetic force, but the current ability is too low. But it doesn't matter. Luosha's eyes narrowed slightly, and the majestic chakra rushed out and turned into countless dust, covering the ground under his feet, forming a sea of dust. Magnetic escape placer gold still has some uses for the time being, at least with the current electromagnetic force, it is still unable to complete the mutual transformation between energy and matter. Electromagnetic force, move. Endless gold dust rose up, surrounded by a sky, shielded in front of the three people, blocking all the attacks. Ninjas and ninjutsu kept bombarding it, only making a little ripple. Impeccable. Yahiko Zionen admired in his heart that he had a strong defensive ability, and the most important thing was that he didn't need Jian, and he was able to withstand the enemy's attack in an instant. My heart is no longer so flustered, inexplicably peaceful, as if standing behind this man, without worrying about all difficulties and obstacles. Seeing this, the ninja ambushing Luosha was a little hesitant. The first wave of concentrated fire was perfectly blocked, and the high-hardness wooden ninja did not play any role. What should I do next? Chapter 50, The Art of the End of the Tongue. Cover your ears. Luosha whispered, and dozens of kunao flew out under the cloak. This attire is not purely compelling, at least it can carry some ninjas. Yahiko Zionen was slightly startled, and then reacted, obediently covering her ears, looking forward to Luosha's next operation. The microwave radar was rolled out to detect the exact location of dozens of enemies through echo detection, and dozens of kunao passed through the gold dust barrier. Then suddenly accelerated, breaking the sound barrier and shooting at all the enemies. The roar sounded in an instant. Even the two Yahiko who had covered their ears in advance felt some pain in their eardrums. The increase in accuracy allows Luosha not only to use electromagnetic guns, but also to greatly improve the accuracy of metal manipulation. The enemy who had been exposed was faced with a kunao that could break through the speed of sound. There was no one hit in the area or the throat, heart, or brain that deviated from the intended target. The figure has not yet been exposed. Hidden behind huge trees and rocks of various bunkers, Luosha uses a new ability, an electromagnetic cannon with a muzzle velocity of Mach 4. Each of them violently rubbed the air to produce sparks, and the temperature rose sharply, relying on kinetic energy to knock away trees and rocks. Killing all the enemies hiding behind the bunker, the powerful kinetic energy blasted their chests, or directly blasted their throats, or their entire heads disappeared. The coquettish and splendid flowers of death bloom in dense forests, fleeting, and their flowering period is shorter than the epiphany known as the beauty of the moon, and most people are destined to never appreciate it in their lifetime. The cherry blossoms only bloom for one season, and true love only once. If it's just loneliness, please don't say love me.jpg. The placer gold barrier slowly withdrew, and Yahiko Zionin was terrified and shivered slightly. The corpses were all over the field, and the state of death was extremely peaceful. From the facial expressions of some of the corpses with their heads, it could be seen that they had hardly experienced any pain before they died. The pain is only a moment. Luo Sha lightly hooked his fingers, and took back some of the ninjas that were not too worn. Diligence and family management is a virtue. As long as you save money and then spend a little chakra to make a few tons of placer gold, you will definitely be able to make a fortune. More powerful than the legend, dozens of ninjas with a degree of cooperation did not even last for 3 seconds. Yahiko praised sincerely, killing a ninja is not as simple as killing a pig. Even if you have powerful moves, you must not run away from the enemy and be able to hit the enemy. The speed of Luo Sha's action has surpassed the extreme of a ninja. A move, no matter where the enemy is, all of them are killed. No wonder it can make such a big wave in the ninja world, it is no wonder that it can force Dokage Oniki to make concessions. With such a shocking speed, the power of the moves is not weak, and the ninja who can't work without special skills will always deliver food. War weapon, 10,000 enemies, worthy of the name. Master Luosha, what is the name of this trick? Xiaonan Ruinyo asked. Such a powerful move must also have a very powerful name. Every time Nagato develops a new move, he will give it a name. This is just a very ordinary application of electromagnetic force. Throwing dozens of ninjas together, is it a move? Luo Sha pushed the hat, thinking for a moment, since Bo Feng Shui men can make so many fancy and cool names, she is the same 4 generations, and she can't show weakness. If you have to take a name, it's called Kingruo Li, green clothes, you don't need to return to the wind and drizzle. It's a bit long. Xiaonan tilted her head and tapped her finger on her cheek. The oblique wind and drizzle do not need to return, and it is considered appropriate, that is, the color of the cloak and cloak does not match. In the future you will understand that I have more than just the name of the move. More than just the name of the move. Could it be the name of the vest? Xiaonan couldn't help but remember what Luo Sha said, Luo Kunjiangzhen's real name is very long. Luo Sha stepped out and came to a few corpses to check whether there were any special symbols or marks on the corpses. Opening the mouth of a corpse, Luo Sha's pupils shrank slightly when he saw the familiar black mark on the tongue. The immortal tongue of the evil. Root's special sealing technique, Danzo puts a curse mark on the root members' tongues, and the person who was cast could not tell anything about Danzo. Sure enough, it was the pot of shinobi, and it was too bad that Danzo was able to come up with the genius method of wooden ninja, but it was useless. Even with only a long knife, he can still fight out of thousands of troops without sacrificing any damage. Yahiko Zionin also hurried over to help check the information on the corpse. After busying for a while, he said regretfully, "It's a pity. If Lord Luosha can leave a living, we may know who is going to assassinate you. How can we not regret it?" Looking at the memories of the deceased from the brain, this ability is relatively rare in the ninjutsu world, and there are not too many people who know this kind of ninjutsu. It just so happens that neither Yahiko nor Zionin can. It doesn't matter, this kind of assassination will not have any effect on me. If the strength is not up to a certain level, it will be useless for more people to come. Luo Sha said indifferently, and added, "Besides, even if I don't keep alive, I can know who instigated the assassination." Yahiko Zionin nodded. Indeed, if Luo Sha's ability was not too restrained from ordinary ninjas, it would not have caused an uproar in the ninja world, causing Onoji to promulgate such regulations. Hearing the second half of Luosha's words, Xiaonan raised his head and asked in doubt, Master Luosha, who was the one who assassinated you? Is it someone we know? At least it is certain that they are not from Akatsuki's organization, but if they are someone they know, there will be trouble even if they don't. What if they are implicated? Luosha smiled and said softly, he is a stupid person, you neither know him, nor do you know him. Xiaonan is a little confused and can't understand it. These big people are always like this. They only speak half of their words, and teach others half of them don't understand. When some leaders explain things, why don't they like to speak too bluntly? Because everything was stated clearly, and you did it. The final result was not as expected. Who is the pot? Luosha has mastered one of the basic qualities of a superior person, never back the pot. What should I do now? Do you want to move on? Xiaonan worried. She hopes that Luosha will continue to move forward to participate in the peace meeting. This is Yahiko's dream. On the other hand, she didn't want to see Luosha being assassinated. Of course it is to keep going. It's just a group of rats, just treat it as an after-dinner exercise. Luosha said casually. Dozens of people couldn't even stretch themselves. At sunset, the three finally arrived outside Yuyan village. The drizzle was like needles and the scenery was pleasant. If it weren't for the sun all day long, it would be a paradise. In Yuyan village, on a high post, two middle-aged and elderly ninjas stood still, holding binoculars and looking at Luosha in the distance. Seeking recommendation ticket. Chapter 51, Domineering. A person with short black hair and a black robe, with a cold face, looks like a man with deep thoughts. One person wears a gas mask, only his eyes are exposed, so that people can't see his expression clearly. Danzo and Hanzo. Through the binoculars, the two observed Luosha slowly approaching outside the village entrance. The distance of each step is exactly the same, it is neither urgent nor slow, calm and unhurried. The previous assassination, as if tens of thousands of years have passed, has long been forgotten. Raindrops fell on the hat and cloak, and the slanting wind and drizzle made Luosha walked out of a tiger-like wind, walked out for a long time, walked out of a world like a world away. It seems that your roots didn't play a role at all. He doesn't look like he's been injured. Hanzo said while holding his binoculars. A bunch of trash. Tuanzang snorted coldly, his eyes were dark, and he said hoarsely, but this was also expected a long time ago. It is rumored that his magnetic escape can manipulate all metals, and he will definitely carry some with him when he thinks about it. Dozens of people use wooden ninjas, but they will not have any effect. If you want to really kill him, unless a strong man like you and me personally takes action, or uses thousands or even tens of thousands of ninjas to pile him to death, his chakra will always be exhausted. Now, this is just confirmed. Hanzo put down his binoculars, glanced at Shimura Danzo, and said calmly, since the ending has been anticipated a long time ago, why did he send an elite squadron to die? Even if you are in control of the roots, you are not Hokage after all, it would be a big loss to you. It's not impossible for a team of ninjas to kill Luosha, but it's so minimal that it's almost impossible. Tuanzang was expressionless, as if it was not his own men who died, and it was not the first time that he had done such a thing as sending cannon fodder to assassinate a shadow-level powerhouse. If this possibility can be completely ruled out, their death will be worthwhile. It's up to you next, Brother Hanzo, I hope your poison will work on him. I paid the price of a squadron and gave you a set of special gas masks made by the roots. I hope you don't let me down. Having said that, Danzo turned and left, and was pointed out that it was not Hokage, but was still somewhat unhappy, waiting for the good news from Hanzo. This is because Danzo is backed by a big tree to enjoy the coolness. Even if Danzo is only Hokage's assistant, his roots are independent of the Hokage system and are not under the control of Hokage. If someone died, they would take a trip to Konoha's major clans, and then misfortune some civilian geniuses, the establishment can be easily completed. Hanzhou is different. The Land of Rain is a small country and one of the main battlefields of the Second Ninja War. It is not easy to find a few good seedlings. Hanzhou gazes at Danzou's back, his eyes are deep, hoping that his decision will not be wrong. If it weren't for Danzou, who promised to give him a large amount of war supplies, talented orphans, and to help him calm down the threat of the organization, he would not wade into this muddy water. After thinking for a long time, Hanzhou raised the telescope again to observe Luosha, who had just walked into the village. In line of sight, the red-haired young man suddenly raised his head, with a cold face under his hat, his eyes sharply looking at him, and then tilted his head and pointed out slowly with a single finger. Hanzhou quickly removed the binoculars, and his prying eyes were discovered. What a keen observation power! It is no wonder that the roots will be wiped out. With lingering fears, he exclaimed, majestic and heroic, showing domineering. Court death! Quickly walked off the high post, greeted the three of Luosha, and welcomed them. Magnetic escape. Luosha rushed in wind and rain. If you have lost a long way to welcome, please forgive me. Turning his head and praised Yahiko, good job, Yahiko, can invite Magneto. Rasha, the peace meeting is half done. Luosha was unmoved, and Han Zhang had two eyes. The mask he wore was the same as in memory, but it only looked like a metal product on the surface. In fact, it has been replaced by a wooden mask, and at the same time it is just a disguise outside. It seems to be guarding oneself. Hanzhou has the ability to release poison gas to paralyze the opponent by breathing alone, so Hanzhou wears a gas mask in order not to poison others. This ability was obtained by implanting the poisonous sac of the poisonous Sancho fish in his abdomen when he was young. Not aware of any chakra movement in Luosha, Hanzhou thought he was not exposed, and this mask was specially made. It is able to filter its own Sancho fish paralytic toxin into a colorless and odorless poisonous gas, which makes people poisoned unconsciously. It is sponsored by the friendship of shinobi named Danzou. Thinking that he was not exposed, Hanzhou smiled openly, led a few people, walked to the living room, and said, Yahiko, your friend, has lived in Yuyan village for a while. Taking advantage of this opportunity, why not gather together? Magnetic Dun Luosha is a rare top powerhouse in the ninja world, and he is a few years older than you. I have some accomplishments in Shui Dun. It just so happens that I can give you some pointers. Rosa looked slightly, Yahiko's friend, it should be Nagato, the rice-carrying worker who was transplanted by Uchiha Madara. The current Uchiha Madara should not be dead, and Samsara I is the most important thing for him. There is a high probability that he will send Black and White to observe Nagato's every move in secret. Now that he has too much contact with Nagato, it will definitely attract Uchiha Madara's attention. However, what does it matter? In his twilight years, he lives in the ICU every day, and his strength is at least 20% to 30% of his heyday. Luosha also smiled and said to Yahiko, since you are a very good friend, you might as well call over. In this peace meeting, I was able to meet many big figures in the shinobi world, and it was great to have more knowledge and insights. Yahiko nodded, and after inquiring about Hanzhou's location, he left, leaving Xiaonan to accompany them. Hanzhou sneered in his heart, the offspring was always the offspring, he was still too naive, and he really believed that the peace meeting was real. There has never been an invitation from the land of the earth or the land of thunder. Only Luosha was invited. This is a game jointly set up by Danzou and Hanzhou. The goal is to eradicate the Luosha and Xiao Organization 3. The two of Luosha were led to the meeting room, and Hanzhou was observing Luosha's every move along the way. I couldn't help but look down at Luosha a little bit, too young and too simple, and don't understand the sinister heart. After coming to an unfamiliar environment, it is the most basic common sense to use chakra to investigate the surrounding environment. It seems that Ninja's flattery to this red hair made him feel airy. He thought that he could be invincible in ninja with magnetic escape, and forgot the most basic quality of ninja, caution. As everyone knows, many powerhouses did not die vigorously on the battlefield, but were buried in various yin MSO tricks. Here again, criticize the second generation Naruto Sensuma by name. Luo Xia sat down, glanced at Hanzo, and asked casually, "Where are the people in the land of the earth and the land of thunder? Aren't our 3 ninja villages discussing peace issues under the mediation of you and Konoha Danzo?" Chapter 52, Picture Poor C. Hanzo Fudo asked perfunctorily, "The ninjas of the land of the earth and the land of thunder will be invited by the elder Konoha Danzo. The faster is tonight, and the slower is tomorrow. It should be here soon. Before that, I had heard about the newly emerging magnetic escape Luasha in Cheyenne village for a long time, but I have suffered from the high mountains and rivers, and I have never been able to see the true face. Nowadays, meeting is better than being famous, and it is as rumored, with majestic appearance and outstanding strength." Luo Xia laughed and said, "Of course, I rely on my face to eat." The microwave radar spread out and noticed that the echo from Hanzo was more disordered than before. Luo Xia did not hold his breath, but manipulated electromagnetic force to place a high-temperature electric heating barrier in the respiratory tract to block and electrolyze all the toxins. As long as the electric heating and electromagnetic forces are restrained and not allowed to touch their respiratory tract and internal organs, there will be no problem. The current precision is still very simple to achieve this level. Sancho fish's toxin is a neurotoxin, which can quickly paralyze the patient's nerves, causing them to become paralyzed, slow to respond, and unable to perform 50% of their strength. After being filtered by Danzang's special mask, it becomes colorless and odorless, but the toxicity will be greatly diluted. It takes at least a few minutes of continuous inhalation to be able to play a real role. Talking about the toxicity without talking about the dose is tantamount to being a hooligan. The two chatted for a while, and Yahiko walked in with Nagato, and Luo Xia couldn't help but give a few more clues. The burgundy hair is somewhat similar to his own hair color, with a young face and white eyes with useless pupils. The figure is not burly and powerful, but it is not as skinny as it was after the beginning of the plot, just a very ordinary teenager. Nagato became skinny when he overdrawn his body's potential and psyched out the golem in advance to contend with Hanzo. Luo Xia has 2 speculations in her mind. One is that the reincarnation eye is too domineering, like a wolf like a tiger, and the demand for chakra is too high for the external golem, and the Nagato kidney deficiency man cannot satisfy the reincarnation eye. Second, the eye of reincarnation has not yet fully adapted to Nagato at this moment, resulting in excessive consumption. Zionin also said that Nagato's abilities have been gradually developed. Maybe it was one, maybe it was the second, maybe it was both. Luo Xia had already made up his mind. Today, Hanzo must be done to prevent Nagato from becoming skinny. This will definitely have a considerable impact on the ninja world. Even if it attracts Uchiha Madara's attention, it will not hesitate. At the same time, he tried to use the Teihao organization as the name to completely annex the Xiao organization. After the plot opened, Xiao had too many scenes, so much that it could even be compared with the protagonist Naruto. Therefore, I need to continue with Hanzang Su and the snake for a few minutes, so that Yahiko and the others can see through Hanzang's true face. When the 3 views collapsed, I could take advantage of the emptiness to enter. When Luo Xia was observing Nagato, Yahiko Nagato was seated at the same time. The layout of the meeting room was a table for 2. Hanzo took the lead, Luasha Zionin came in at the same time, the table was wide enough, and he sat on the left side at the same time, and the good brother Yahiko Nagato sat on the opposite side of Luasha under a quilt. Nagato is also looking at Luasha, the legendary strong man who can force Dokage Oniki to make concessions is so young. I don't know if he can have such power in a few years to help Yahiko realize his dream. Luo Xia responded with a smile. The similar hair color gave Nagato a kind of cordial feeling towards Luasha. At this moment, Sanjiao Hanzo suddenly raised his head, his eyes recalled, and talked about the past. Today for a while with magnetic escape Luasha, it reminds me of a past 10 years ago, and a few people more than 10 years ago. Yahiko and the three were a little moved. Wasn't it the Second World War of Shinobi 10 years ago? It was at that time that their relatives were mistaken for spies, they were killed by Konoha ninja, and became orphans. After that, they learned ninjutsu as their teacher. That should be what I said. Nagato's eyes were a little moist, and he said, Master Hanzo, it should be about fighting Konoha Sunin. Not bad. Hanzo nodded and saw that the attention of several people was attracted, and once again released a wave of poisonous gas. He whispered, more than 10 years ago, a few large ninja villages used the Country of Rain as a battlefield, which caused the lives of the Country of Rain to be destroyed. I feel that life is not easy for the people, and I will fight against Konoha's 3 best young people. If I win, I will ask them not to hurt the people of the Country of Rain anymore. I have forgotten how long it took to fight at that time, but the performance of the 3 young geniuses is still fresh in my memory. Although unfortunately lost by my hands, I feel their potential and strength, spared their lives, and bestowed them the name of 3 ninjas. So far, Nagato Sunin was moved, and echoed in unison, Hanzo-sama's righteousness. Luosha was disdainful in her heart. Hanzo may have indeed been benevolent and righteous, but people's hearts are fickle, and the savior of the past can't be said to be a urging ghost. Besides, even if Hanzo wanted to kill Sunin, he didn't have the guts. As long as you dare to do it, you must be prepared to endure Konoha's thunderous anger. Even if Sarutobi Risen likes to be passive again, it is impossible to pass that his disciple was killed by others, and he remains indifferent. Luosha pretended to be curious, and asked, at that time. Hanzo tilted his head and looked at Luosha, his eyes full of pity for younger generations, and he said in a low voice, just like, at this moment. Isn't that saying that Luosha is very similar to Sunin? Yahiko and the 3 people have special feelings for Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas. After all, they are the mentor of the industry. After Jiraiya returned to Konoha, he would write letters from time to time to praise the actions of several people, praise their behavior, and encourage them. Yahiko was surprised and glanced at Luosha. Didn't it mean that Master Luosha is also a kind person like teacher Jiraiya? Is there such a resemblance? Luosha frowned slightly. Ashimaru said, cold handsome guy, Tsunade is also a beauty, and the waves are rough. But after counting Jiraiya, Sunin's average appearance will be pulled down a lot, which is not on par with himself. Hanzo nodded, retracted his eyes, and said regretfully, the same young genius, the same young fame. The difference is that you are more powerful than them, and at the same age as them, you have the strength to disregard the ninja world. Unfortunately, the 3 Yahikos were a little dizzy. These big people, can't they finish talking at once? The back of Luosha's hand also trembling slightly, suddenly alert. Hanzo glanced at the 4 of them, got up and walked to the center of the living room step by step. With each step, Nagato's minds were shocked and their brains more confused. Could it be that this is overbearing domineering? Or the domineering spirit of the strong? Xiaonan finally couldn't hold on anymore and fell into Luosha's arms, eyes blurred. Seeing from the pour, Hanzo was condescending, looking down, sitting on his seat, and embracing Luosha in Xionan's arms. There was regret in his eyes, but more of it was shameless, open-hearted, and said coldly, unfortunately, what you don't understand is convergence and caution. Not only you, these 3 little ghosts, all are going to die here today. Seeking recommendation ticket. Chapter 53, Rasha, Messenger of Justice. There are only 3 tables in the living room. Hanzo sits alone in the main seat, Luosha Xionan comes in together, sits on the left side, and the good brothers sit on the right side. The table was wide enough. Originally, the distance between Luosha and Xiaonan was a full 1 meter, but now all the distance has been wiped out by Hanzo's poison. My good brother Yahiko Nagato was on the opposite side, but he felt confused and numb, as if he fell into a rosemary dream and fell on the table. Hundreds of emotions in the eyes were mixed, doubting, puzzled, regretful, and guilty. They looked at Hanzo standing in the middle of the living room and Xiaonan on the opposite side. Why do you do this, Hanzo-sama? Yahiko's three views collapsed and he was infatuated. Hanzo, who once explained the three people and spread the name of benevolence and righteousness, has spread throughout the ninja world. Why did he do such a treachery? I don't know. Why is this, love, crossed out, and peace are not my imagination? Being watched by the two brothers Yahiko, Luo Sha is not too good to be too much. Picking up girls is never important. Struggling, he pushed Xiaonan away so that he leaned against the table in a more beautiful and comfortable posture. Gentlemen. Yahiko Nagato's Ionan's favorability +1/+1. If you want to blame, you can only blame this ninja world, who made your performance too dazzling, and you are a ninja from the country of rain. It's not me who is wrong, it's the world.jpg. Hanzo turned around leisurely, with one hand behind him, looking down at the two Yahikos who collapsed on the table. After all, the offspring were inexperienced in the world, and didn't understand the sinister heart. Indifferently said, you know the organization, the growth rate is too fast, just like me back then. I have no doubt that if you give you enough time, you can grow to the level of Konoha-sunin. Yahiko had no gods in his eyes, and there was the last hint of hope in his heart, and he said innocently, although we are not ninjas from Yuyan village, we are from the country of rain after all. If we can really grow up, at least we can settle down in the country of rain. Isn't this a good thing for the country of rain? Maybe, but who is going to be talking about the country of rain by then? Is it you or me? Hanzo leaned down, stared at Yahiko, and asked rhetorically. Yahiko finally understood that Hanzo cares more about his rule over the country of rain than peace. The place where you sleep is not allowed to snoring. Akatsuki used the rain country as a resident. After all, it was too naive. Even if he moved to the bird country next door, this kind of thing would not happen. If you don't look at the problem from the perspective of God, Hanzo has done nothing wrong. Accepting all the rivers and excluding dissidents are the two best choices. Hanzo chose the latter. The head of Nagato was attached to the desk, and he could clearly see the tears in Yahiko's eyes. There seemed to be strange noises and silence, maybe it was the sound of broken dreams. Why can't people understand each other? The reincarnation eye is slightly glowing, which belongs to the pupil power of the reincarnation eye, and seems to want to break through and help Nagato break through the blockade of neurotoxins. Luo Sha still sat down on her seat, lowered her head, and asked in a deep voice, Hanzo, I only ask one question. Once upon a time, did you really have any thoughts of starting a peace conference? Hanzo's thoughts were clear to him, and the question of this was only to stab Yahiko Nagato twice. By smashing everything up, I can reshape their three views. Never had. My goal was these three brats from the beginning. As for you, Magnetic escape Luasha, it's just that I was entrusted by others to help him solve it by the way. Click. Click. Yahiko Nagato's heart is ashamed. I'm sorry, Lord Luasha, you are implicated. Xiaonan leaned against the table, turned her head, apologizing, this is indeed an angel-like girl. If you want to apologize, there is no need at all. My friend Luokun Jiangzhen said, your paper flowers are beautifully folded, empty valley and orchids. After the toxin is depleted, give me one too. Luo Sha slowly got up, no longer being poisoned, calmly looked directly at Hanzo, and shouted in a low voice, Hanzo. Today, you and me, only one can walk out of this courtyard alive. I will never allow you to play with the dreams of young people like this. I, Luosha, messenger of justice. Hanzo glanced at Luo Sha, smiled disdainfully, and said sarcastically, you can only take advantage of this now to be a hero. After you entered the living room, I released neurotoxins and observed your every move. In more than 10 minutes, you didn't notice any wrong reaction. There is no doubt that you have been poisoned by my neurotoxin. Still able to stand up, I have to say, your willpower is very strong, but what can you do with the current you? Toxins will numb your nerves and make all your actions extremely slow, making it difficult to extract chakras. Even if I have Sanjiao fish toxin in my body, I need to protect 3 people at the same time. I can kill you who are treachery with one hand like Luosha. Luosha easily copied An Lan's famous lines, believing that her ending will never be "You Tuo, save me." Hanzhou shook his head, dismissively, walked out of the living room slowly, and said, "You are just a dying struggle now. I don't have the slightest interest in fighting with you. Send them on the road. I will see the bodies and heads of the 4 of them in a minute." Following Hanzhou's order, more than a dozen ninjas in Yuyan village who were lying in ambush outside the meeting room rushed into the room, throwing out all kinds of ninjutsu. Yahiko and the others showed hopelessness, and it was enough to die by the enemy's conspiracy. They still died in the hands of miscellaneous fish, not reconciled. The eyes of reincarnation under Nagato's red hair bloomed with a weird light, as if to break through all the restraints and revolve on its own. Suddenly, the vast chakra breath rose from Luosha's body, filled with dust surging out, drowning all the enemies, squeezing wildly, and squeezing the Yurenman into crumbs. Looking at the 3 of them, Luosha remained silent, picked up a long knife on the ground, and walked out of the living room slowly under the dust. The dust gathers behind him to form an airtight pyramid, which will completely protect the living room. Luosha held a long knife, pointed at Hanzhou, and said indifferently, "As I said, I will kill you on the spot, you shouldn't send them to death. Now, Hanzhou, are you interested in playing against me?" Hanzhou's eyes were shocked and uncertain, and a huge wave was set off in his heart. Why didn't his Sancho fish toxin work on him? He still had the ability to fight, and he quickly eliminated all his subordinates. Seeing a glimpse of the Aventurin tower behind Luosha, Hanzhou suddenly calmed down again. No, his neurotoxin was still working after all. What he manipulates is not a metal ninja, but gold dust. This is indeed a secret ninjutsu from Feng Ying's line, and the power is not bad, but compared to the manipulation of the ninja, the precision is undoubtedly greatly reduced. A sonic boom sounded, and a kunao flew out at an initial speed of Mach 4. Chapter 54, VIP Pure Oxygen Ventilator. Take it, the electromagnetic cannon with an initial velocity of Mach 4. For an instant, Hanzhou pierced through Hanzhou's chest, leaving a large hole tens of centimeters in diameter, like Kakarot who was bombarded through his chest by the magic light killer. Boom! A burst of white smoke exploded, and Hanzhou's corpse was turned into a stake, a substitute technique. Luosha's eyes narrowed slightly. For the first time, since he was able to manipulate the electromagnetic force and the speed of his shot reached the limit of a ninja, no one had ever used a substitute technique in front of him. Hanzhou is the first. Since the journey, Luosha has also studied this magical skill in the early stages of Hokage, and after understanding the principle, she has nothing to do with it. The so-called surrogate technique does not exchange positions with a piece of wooden stake at the moment of being attacked or after being attacked. But before being attacked, he predicted the enemy's attack, and he fled to the side, leaving a piece of wooden stakes to confuse the enemy, and the body waited for the opportunity to move. The latter is just a very common blindfold, which is in line with the ninjutsu level of Avatar. For the former, it is time to change its name, Tian Shao Li. Water escape, big burst of water rushing waves. Sure enough, Hanzhou shot out from the side, made the last mark, took a sharp breath, and spit out the water formed by chakra, which was more water than a certain point of certain hydrology. Stacks of waves burst out one after another, completely changing the topography of this courtyard. An oval water ball with a diameter of more than 100 meters appeared on the scene, trapping Luosha and Hanzhou in it at the same time. As Hanzhou said, he is also very proficient in water escape, and is now swimming fast in the water, soaring freely. Luo Xia was in the water polo, facing danger and not chaos, locked in the chaotic Hanzhou, and several electromagnetic artillery fired. The initial speed is still Mach 4. The difference from before is that the speed of several Kunao is not getting faster, but getting slower and slower, which is worthy of being avoided by half-hidden. The density of water is greater than that of air, and correspondingly, the resistance is also greater, which is more than 800 times higher. Although Hanzhou was frightened that Luoxia was not poisoned, he was still proud of him. If he weren't unable to speak in the water, he would have laughed loudly. I didn't expect it, Luo Xia, don't you think your magnetic escape is quite restricted? This is how Hanzhou fights. The usual metal sickle was not carried on his body, because he was facing magnetic escape Luoxia, and at the moment, Hanzhou did not have any metal products on his body. Taking out a bone-made long knife presented by Shimura Danzou's friendship, Hanzhou turned into a sharp arrow in the water and rushed towards Luoxia, seemingly unaffected by water resistance. The turbulent chakra was released and turned into placer gold to form a shield in front of Luoxia, making Hanzhou return without success. Hanzhou is not discouraged either. He can breathe in the water, but Luoxia can't. He won't last long as he takes a few more shots, Luoxia must die. For ninjas, the key to ninjutsu is to kill, not to show. As long as the enemy can be killed, even the dirty and shameless tactics are not unusable. Hanzhou raided a dozen more times, and often 3 to 5 minutes had passed since the recovery, but Luo Xia did not show any signs of suffocation, or even a trace of breathlessness. Isn't this red hair having 8 lungs, or is he able to breathe in the water just like himself? Hanzhou shook his head, it's impossible, he must be bracing. A string of bubbles floated from her mouth and nose, Luo Xia snickered in her heart, and now she was as comfortable as a VIP pure oxygen ventilator on a horse. The chemical symbol of water molecule is H2O, where H2 is 2 hydrogen atoms and O is 1 oxygen atom. It seems that there are more hydrogen atoms than oxygen. In fact, the total number of hydrogen atoms accounts for 11.19% of a water molecule, and the other oxygen atom accounts for 88.79%. It is known that water will be decomposed into 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom after electrolysis, and the 2 oxygen atoms will regroup into 1 oxygen molecule, which is O2. Luo Xia just used electromagnetic force to create a miniature electrolysis device in his mouth and nose, completely decomposing water into oxygen and hydrogen. Hydrogen is lighter than oxygen, and it floats more easily in water. And it is not harmful to the human body. Although too high hydrogen in the air can cause hypoxic suffocation, it is almost impossible for Luoxia to directly plug an oxygen cylinder. It is impossible to be hypoxic. A little bit of hydrogen and appropriate amount of oxygen makes Luo Xia very energetic now, and the brain seems to have made a spa, which is more refreshing than drinking Vita lemon tea. I want to kill my Luo Xia, not easy. Seeing Luo Xia not only did not suffocate, but even more energetic and radiant, Hanzhou finally couldn't bear it anymore, leaving no room to swim towards Luo Xia. That's it. Luo Xia smiled. Labor and management were waiting for this opportunity, one hand stretched forward, electromagnetic force, move. The voltage accumulates to generate a high voltage current, with Luoxia as the center, spreading freely to the surroundings. Hanzhou, caught off guard, just hit the muzzle, all the water around him had voltage, and he was bombarded by voltage at the same time. She was trembling all over, foaming in her mouth, her nerves were paralyzed, and she could no longer maintain the shape of the big dungeon. The huge oval water ball like a stadium scattered at the sound, turning into stacks of waves and receding, collapsing some surrounding buildings, and even infiltrating the Aventurin Tower made by Luoxia. Lighting the candles and looking at the infiltrated Aventurin Tower, the 3 people of Nagato looked sad. Hanzhou is very good at water escape, is Luo Xia at a disadvantage now? Stepping on the water stain, Luo Xia stepped out 1 step, and a few kunao under the cloak flew out and shot towards Hanzhou. Hanzhou was weak, and desperately moved his body, still being bombarded by a kunao on his leg, impaired his mobility. Impossible, you can escape from thunder. In your Cheyenne village, how could anyone use such a strong thunder dung? Hanzo slowly climbed up from the ground, unable to set up a channel, and at the same time resisted Rasha's attack again. Luo Sha looked up at the moon, and said, "It's a battery. I have hidden a battery under the cloak." When he thought of this, Luo Sha wanted to laugh. In the Fourth Ninja World War, Mifune actually killed Hanzo with a battery on his back, a true Nima genius. So that's it. Hanzo nodded, and I just said, how can the people of Cheyenne village have such an outstanding thunder dun accomplishment? This is not in line with the basic law. Luo Sha shook off the water stains on her body, sighed, and said indifferently, "Ninja demigod Hanzo, it's really not as well known to meet each other as you are weaker than I thought. Do you see the dark cloud in the night sky, the cloud that covers half of the moon? After about 3 minutes, it will completely move away, and the moonlight will sway the entire earth. I like watching the moon best, that is. You still have 3 minutes. If you can't escape or hurt me within 3 minutes, then you will die. Points +1 +1 +1 +1. Hanzo furiously rushed to the crown. 10 years ago, he explained Sanrin righteously, and it became a good story for a time. 10 years have passed, have you been so underestimated by a junior? Can't bear it. Chapter 55, Great Desolate Prisoner TNZ. Magnetic Escape Luasha, I finally understand why you were able to force Onaki to give in. You are more confident than I thought, confident to the point of arrogance, not confident enough to be a ninja. I hope that you will not regret your arrogance at the moment after you get down to the filthy soil of the Yellow Springs. Hanzo was still in the tone of someone who came over to give directions, for fear that Luo Sha would kill him directly without running away. Points +1 +1. Luo Sha's playful clue Hanzo, like a tabby cat, teasing a mouse that has been captured, this kind of operation can squeeze a little point. Hanzo is much weaker than expected. Once the Sancho toxin fails to take effect, he is just a very ordinary shadow-level powerhouse, at least for himself. Lifting the knife and walking towards Hanzo slowly, Luo Shamo said, "Are you teaching me to do things? Who do you think you are? The demigod Hanzo is nothing more than a treachery villain, you still have 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Hanzo gritted his teeth in anger, and had to admit that the red hair in front of him was the strongest enemy he had encountered in decades, strong enough to threaten his life. He quickly formed the seal with his hands, and flew back. In an instant, an electromagnetic cannon blasted out of Luasha's body, directly smashing Hanzo's knee that was hurting his leg. Crack! Hanzo knelt on one knee, struggling to get up twice, sweating heavily on his forehead, slapped his hands. Psychic art. Chakra rushed out and turned into a psychic array to release its brilliance. A giant Sancho fish appeared out of thin air from the formation, its tail suddenly slammed on the ground, lifting Hanzo and leaping into the air. Riding the Sancho fish, Hanzo regained his fighting spirit, took a sharp breath, and exhaled stacks of waves. The Sancho fish and Hanzo combination was like a fish in water. Luo Sha feels resentment. He is a very simple face value party, likes furry, does not like slippery. I like cats and canines, but don't like fish. What's more, this Sancho fish in Hanzo has pits and pits on the skin, like a toad, it is not even slippery, it is ugly to the extreme. Hanzo slapped the Sancho fish on the back, and the latter understood, opened his mouth wide and spouted a burst of purple smoke and poison. Its toxicity is more than dozens of times stronger than the diluted one, and it spreads quickly around. Rosa, you can withstand the diluted Sancho toxin, which is indeed beyond my expectation. But this undiluted toxin, I see how you can resist it. As long as you show symptoms of poisoning, a vicious circle will form. Tonight is your death date. Hanzo stands on top of the Sancho fish, with great pride. At this moment, he is truly in a state of heyday. Without the demigod of Sancho fish, Can he be regarded as a demigod? Before the poisonous gas rushed in, Luo Sha manipulated the electromagnetic force to form an electric heating layer around itself, completely isolating itself from the outside world. The air in the electric heating layer is enough for him to use it for more than an hour. Visible to the naked eye, when the purple poisonous gas was approaching Luo Sha, it was blocked by something, electrolyzed and evaporated. Hanzhou was shocked, and before he could react, Luo Sha stepped out and stepped into the purple poisonous mist. The majestic chakra rushed out and turned into a big hand covering the sky, covering the moonlight, and patted the Sanjiao Yu Hanzhou from top to bottom. Water escape water dragon bomb. Hanzhou's hands quickly formed seals, using advanced water escape ninjutsu. The wave turned into a water dragon and flew towards the placer gold hand, washing down layers of placer gold, abruptly stopping the fall of the placer gold hand. Hanzhou was relaxed, thinking that when he resisted this wave of attacks, he suddenly heard a boom. Two electromagnetic cannons broke the sound barrier at the same time and flew out of the purple poisonous fog. The thunder could not cover the ears. One smashed the knee half hidden in the other leg, and the other pierced the belly of the Sancho fish. This is Luo Sha's style, which is forced to pretend, and the heart is also dirty. Sanjiao fish screamed, wailing sorrow, flying up Hanzhou, falling on the wave and throbbing non-stop. The wound opened by the electromagnetic gun is not fatal to its huge body, but the pain is not bad. Luo Sha lifted the knife and slowly stepped out of the poisonous fog, and whispered softly, "Beast, you should be disciplined, the prisoner of the great wasteland." With the name of a move casually, chakra rushed out again and turned into placer gold, combined with the placer gold hand in mid-air. Reconstituted into a huge, thick and hard with a length of more than 10 meters, falling from the sky, one finger twisted on the Sanjiao fish. Pressing it under the waves and on the ground, the floor tiles broke with a bang. The Sancho fish was pressed into the ground, and the whole body was broken into 2 pieces. It's already a dead fish. Half-hidden body trembled, inexplicable grief and anger. Sancho fish is his best friend and comrade in arms. Without this Sancho fish, he would not be able to gain a reputation. Now the fish is dead. I want you to die. Hanzhou looked up to the sky and roared, furious, like a dead father, no longer saving chakra, making the final struggle, driving the waves under him, turning into water dragons, and flying towards Luo Sha. Electromagnetic force, moving. A high-voltage current is attached to the long knife, Luo Sha slashes it out, the current quickly evaporates the water flow on the fixed track, and the water dragon bombs are cut open. Hanzhou was slightly stunned. This kind of swordsmanship didn't seem like a ninja in the Kingdom of Wind could play. Luo Sha squinted Hanzhou, the corners of her mouth curled up, and the Dragon King Nike laughed. Jpg. The blade turned and plunged into the water, and the electric current spread along the water flow and bombarded Hanzhou's body, and the latter was paralyzed by electricity. The waves receded. 2 electromagnetic cannons broke through the sound barrier and shot out, smashing Hanzhou's shoulders. His arms and legs were all abolished, and Hanzhou was dead. When Kakarot defeated the original Piccolo in Dragon Ball, only one arm remained. In the world's #1 martial arts conference, when defeating the second-generation Bic, all his limbs were scrapped, and only one rocket nose was used. Hanzhou is naturally not Kakarot, kneeling on the ground, arms hanging down like noodles, struggling to fight again, but can't do anything. The Aventurin tower that was protecting the meeting room gradually dispersed, and this kind of thing was no longer needed at this time. Yahiko Nagato Zionin waited for 10 minutes in the pitch-black meeting room. At this moment, he saw the light, and his heart beat violently and uncontrollably. The Aventurin tower was protected by Luo Sha cloth. Now the Aventurin tower is gradually disappearing. There are only 2 situations. First, Luo Sha's hung, the Aventurin tower is no longer useful. Second, Hanzhou wins, breaks open the Aventurin pagoda, intends to cut the grass and root. After more than 10 minutes of relief, the toxicity has subsided a lot, and the three little ones squatted up, their eyes hoping to look outside, and they were about to be able to see them. Xiaonan turned around and turned his head secretly, wanting to see, but afraid of seeing something that he didn't want to see. The Aventurin Tower completely receded, and the sights of the three of them finally recovered. When they saw the scene before them, the brain seemed to be hit, a little dazed. Chapter 56, Hanzo Owl. What is the title of Hanzo? Ninja demigod means to catch up with the two heroes of the ninja world. During the Second Ninja World War, Hanzo led a Yuyan village and fought against many Dainin villages at the same time, and finally he still saved the Rain country and himself. Its strength is evident. The three Yahikos are orphans in the land of Rain. They grew up listening to Hanzo's story. Even if they were backstabbed by Hanzo at this moment, they would admit Hanzo's strength in their hearts. This is undoubtedly the strong man standing at the top of the ninja world today. Now, like a dog, his limbs were broken and he knelt in front of Luosha, and it only took more than 10 minutes. On the other hand, Luosha, except for some water stains, did not have any blood stains, and even his clothes were not damaged. The shock to the three of Yahiko, at least 3 and 5 horrors, plus 4 breaths of cold air. With a plop, Hanzo fell to the ground, looking up at the dark curtain of the sky. That dark cloud just drifted away from the bright moon at this moment. The flawless moonlight swayed and shone on every inch of the earth, and the moon was as cool as water. You won. There are talented people from the ninja world. I am Sanjiao Hanzo, and my skills are not as good as humans. I can die in the hands of a strong man like you. Hanzo was lying on his back, feeling exceptionally calm at the moment. He was defeated. At least he should be decent. Suddenly, he was in a high mood, coughing up blood, and said with a smile, Magnetic escape Luosha, 10 years ago, I gave Konoha the title of 3 young people, Sunin. Before I die, I will do one last good thing. Today, I, Sanjiao Yu Hanzo, give you the name of the ninja demigod. Luosha didn't appreciate it, looking down at Hanzo, disdainfully said, Let me? You can really joke. What I want, I will take it personally. I grabbed the title of this demigod, not a gift from you. Hanzo smiled bitterly, feeling sad. That's what I said. What are the qualifications for a defeated general to bestow someone else's name? Besides, the ninja world demigod is a bit too cheap. Luosha added and said leisurely, You know, one-on-one, you are probably not the opponent of Liang Tianping Onaki, and it is difficult to beat the 3 generations of raking. At least, you can't push all the powerhouses, demigods, and business in the ninja world like the 2 heroes of the ninja world back then. Han Zhang kept silent, and he had the blessing of Sancho Fish, and he really had an advantage over some film-level powerhouses who abused food. But one-on-one, and the shadows of other big ninja villages, can't widen the gap. Demigods, more are the names imposed on him by some losers who want to prove that they are not incompetent. It's not that our army is too incompetent, but the enemy army has a high.jpg. This kind of operation is very common. After being frustrated, the difficulty of the frustration is exaggerated, and the enemy is touted after being defeated. The demigod of the ninja world is indeed not worthy of your identity, but if you want to become the of the ninja world, your hope is too slim. Hanzo accepted his fate in general, and whispered, I, Onoki, Sarutobi Hisaki, 3 generations of rakeage, and the previous generations of movies. At your age, you have basically reached the peak of your own strength, and we have also thought about launching an assault on those 2 mountains. You know the ending, none of us reached the heights of Senju-Azuma and Uchiha Madara. Yahiko Nagato Zionin came along with heavy steps, standing behind Luosha, with complicated eyes, looking at Hanzo, who is about to die. The strong who once sheltered the safety of a country's nationals, at this moment, because they are afraid of their potential, they choose to kill them. Luosha glanced at the 3 teenagers and asked the last sentence, Hanzo. If you were given a chance to do it again, would you still choose to try to kill them? Yes, they are the uncertain factor in the country of rain. I just regret, why should I listen to other people's slander and take action against you? Hanzo resolutely said that his rule over the country of rain is above all else. Yahiko and the three were completely heartbroken. Rosa shook her head. It seemed that Hanzo would still be unable to escape after another election, either by Nagato or Uchiha Madara. Swinging the knife down, the half-god Hanzang Owl's head was dead peacefully. Luo Sha spread out the microwave radar and detected all the surrounding wind and grass, and all the echoes were normal. Did Danzo run away early? It doesn't matter, except for Li Xixiang's sealing technique, there is no threat to oneself. In Luo Sha's mind, there was actually a hint of expectation. If Danzo could continue to talk about other powerhouses and disturb the situation of the ninja world, it would be good for him. Shen Gongbeo in the ninja world version, please stay with the Taoist friends. You don't need to bother yourself, and the plot will change drastically. I really hope Danzo can do more. Luo Sha turned around, staring at Xiao Nan, and said with a smile, now Hanzo is dead, and the crisis is over. Can you give me a paper flower? Xiao Nan's cheeks are reddish, a little shy, glanced at the toe of the shoe, extracted a chakra, folded out a paper flower, and handed it to Luo Sha. Grateful, thank you very much for your help, Lord Luosha. Luo Sha took the paper flower, sniffed it carefully, and said goodbye to the three of them. I thought this was an opportunity to bring peace to the ninja world. Unexpectedly, it was just some magnates playing conspiracies, which was really disappointing. But it's a worthwhile trip to meet the three of you young people. Keep working hard for peace, young people. If there is nothing wrong, I will leave first. After that, he turned and left without nostalgia, thinking silently in his heart. 1. 2. 3, it's time to call me. Wait. Nagato stretched out his hand, trying to save Luosha, eagerly said, Master Luosha, can you take a few days? Luo Sha turned around and asked, oh, what's the matter? Nagato glanced at the restless Yahiko, clenched his fists, his tone trembling, and begged, 10 years ago, the flames of war spread to the land of rain, in order to survive and to bring peace to the ninja world. We worship Konoha Jiraiya as our teacher, follow him to learn ninjutsu, and learn the principles of life. After the war, Lord Jiraiya left the country of rain, we created Akatsuki for our dreams. Determined to build a bridge of communication between people and not use extreme force to realize the dream of peace in the ninja world. However, after so many years, although there have been small achievements, he has never been able to get one step closer, even to the point where he is today. Master Luosha, I think you are the same as Master Zilei, that is, a strong man and a wise man. I want to worship you as a teacher and ask you about the true meaning of peace. Points plus 200, plus 1 plus 1. Here comes, I didn't waste my own efforts. Luo Sha smiled, looked at Nagato, and asked, is this your own decision, or is it a common decision of the three of you? Yahiko hesitated for a moment, and said firmly, this is our common decision, Lord Luosha, please. Xiao Nan also said, this is a girl who likes to go with the flow and has no opinion. Chapter 57, Goulet Rend only harms people. There are many ways to achieve the goal of peace. Luo Sha looked at Yahiko and explained, you and Jilai are also very extreme idealists. Much like my friend named Charles, he has always wanted to build a bridge between the hearts of different races. Luo Sha immediately made Professor Charles Kaoru of Dachizi his friend, and his temporary development direction is Magneto Wang and Mikoto Misaka, and it is reasonable to be friends with Professor Dachizi. Yahiko raised his head, hoping to ask, then he succeeded. Luo Sha recalled for a moment, the Dachizi man created by Professor Dachizi. He took so many films and filmed the prequel. It is estimated that the shooting will continue in the future, but the mutants have always been fighting. Mutants finally fully understood with humans, and it should be achievable in the movie. This is in line with the political correctness of Hollywood, but Russia doubts it. So far, he has not succeeded. Even after his death, I don't think he will really succeed. But if you count only the stage, he succeeded partly, and then he met your current situation and stopped moving forward. Luo Xia paused for a moment, and then said, "My friend and Angela can be regarded as the same kind of people for the time being. There is nothing wrong for them to take this path. They all have great strength and influence. No matter what they say or do, they can at least achieve a certain effect. But you are different. You don't have the strength of Jiraiya and Konoha as the backstage, so it is doomed that your basic disc cannot be bigger. In a short period of time, embracing and sleeping in the country of rain and reporting to the group for warmth is the best ending. You have to know that it is never possible for people to understand each other. There are no two exactly the same flowers in the world, and naturally there can be no bridges that can communicate with everyone. Your dream is destined to be unfulfilled." Yahiko looked at his good brother Nagato and retorted, "But Master Luosha, Nagato and I can understand each other. There are many like-minded partners in Akatsuki's organization. Thousands of people, you can find a lot of common ground in 2 people, but if you want to find common ground in 10 million, how much can you find?" Yahiko said nothing. Probably this was the reason Akatsuki got into a bottleneck. Luo Xia stabbed Yahiko again. If the Akatsuki organization can become bigger one day in the future, it is definitely not because your ideas are recognized by everyone. It's because your strength has been strengthened. People who come to join you subconsciously want to rely on the strong. Among these people, there are not many who can truly identify with you. Nagato thought about it for a moment, and Akatsuki's organization did indeed have such a situation. Some people looked good and worked very seriously, but they were not enthusiastic. "What should we do, Lord Luosha?" Nagato asked confusedly. Luo Xia's index finger tapped his temples, feeling helpless, and said with a headache, "If you really want to say it, you can't sleep without rest. Absolute peace is only an ideal state, limited by the constraints of society and the times, so it will never appear. Therefore, people like us who pursue peace can only look for the second best and seek relative peace. Competition makes people progress, and war is an advanced form of competition and a continuation of politics. If you want to achieve relative peace, you must control this kind of competition within a controllable range. This is also the goal of my other friend in the Teihao organization, seeking common ground while reserving differences, with a long sword in the left hand and the right hand. With great strength, it has overwhelmed the ninja world and formulated the laws that pass the ninja world, so that everyone can abide by it. In other words, let all the countries and villages in the ninja world become a community and confine the struggle within the community. In the past, we depended on war to obtain resources. In the future, we will strive for resources at the negotiating table. Everyone must make concessions and compromises, and finally find a boundary that is just right and that everyone can barely satisfy. Violators will be punished accordingly." Nagato's meditation, what Luo Xia said is indeed feasible, and it sounds familiar. This kind of system exists in all major ninja villages, major countries, and even some chambers of commerce and organizations, and there is also a certain degree of competition. But I have to admit that this is the easiest kind of peace to achieve, at least much easier than building a bridge of communication. But in this way, isn't it the same as intimidating everyone with strength? People still cannot understand each other. If there is any major dispute in the future, war will still occur. Yahiko is still digging his head. Luo Xia squinted slightly, and sure enough, it was not so easy to convince an idealist. On the contrary, it was Nagato, a little moved. "You can consider giving up Yahiko and focusing on Nagato. It is impossible for you to finish all your points, you must make a trade-off. In ancient times, benevolence and morality only harm people, and morality has never been true. Don't you see, the liger's prey is prestigious, who is pity for the poor elk. The world has always been strong and weak, even if it is reasonable, it is in vain. Luo She read a poem on the spot and said, "This is the biggest difference between you and Ji Lai. Weakness is the original sin. When you walk through the forest path and just trample on an ant to death, the ant's partner will also be painful and sorrowful because of the death of the partner. But have you ever heard ants talk to you? You have not. The weak have no right to speak. If you want to protect the weak, you must become the strongest, enact codes, make rules, and restrain the strong. Peace is a political art and a balanced art. If you want peace, you have to give something. Nagato is more active and feasible. This method is really feasible. At least ninja had hoped to achieve such a peaceful form. The of Ninja World Senjujima, and Uchiha Madara can push the ninja world horizontally. If they did not choose the ninja village system, but chose to unify the ninja world, would the ending be completely different? Nagato couldn't help but think about it. As for Yahiko's dream, he can continue to pursue exploration after achieving this kind of surface peace. You can't be fat with one bite. Also please Master Luosha, who can stay and teach us specific methods, I would like to worship you as a teacher. Yahiko was finally moved. His ideals may have been deviated from the beginning. Absolute peace is destined to be impossible to achieve, and can only be regarded as a goal. I am also willing to worship you as a teacher. Nagato also bowed his head. He wanted to do this from the beginning, but Yahiko is the eldest brother. Me too. Xiao Nan echoed. Points plus 200, plus 1 plus 1. Luo Sha burst into laughter, wishing to imitate Li Shimon's words of a hero in the world, and enter my cock. Nodded with relief and smiled, very well, from now on, the three of you will be my disciples. I will do my best to teach you how to find peace. Since you are a disciple, you always have to set a sequence. Nagato, if you are a little taller, you are a big brother. Chapter 58, Rishin Group in the Rainy Country Branch. Although I am puzzled as to why we should arrange seats according to height, no matter how bad they are, we should also follow the order of apprenticeship, or age. And as far as visual inspection is concerned, he is a little bit taller than Nagato, but since the teacher has settled down, Yahiko no longer complains. The most important thing is to learn knowledge. The ranking is not a trivial matter. A good brother, a quilt, care about doing so much? With the points ahead, Luo Sha left the beauty behind, and Cheyenne village had no problem for the time being, and started the job of training Changmin. Nagato is the key point. He is not as assertive as Yahiko and has high potential. He is not an extreme idealist and has the highest cost performance. Yahiko's words, on the contrary, became an addition, mainly because it was difficult to handle, high difficulty and low income, and simply gave up. Teacher, I have wanted to ask you for a long time. Xiaonan Kikai Ai said, Teacher Luo Sha, are you a member of Teihao organization? It seems that you know the Teihao organization very well. Nagato Yahiko raised her ears. Luo Sha did mention the Teihao organization many times, and she spoke with one of my friends and another of my friends. Moreover, they have heard about the Teihao organization. Before, Onoki was attacked by the Thunder Country, and the reason was that he suspected that Reikage sent his disciples to fabricate the Teihao organization to attack Iwanan. Yes, being a teacher is one of the core members of the Teihao organization. Luo Sha nodded and acknowledged the fact. Of the core members of the Teihao organization, everyone is not below me. You should have heard of their individual names, Luo Kunjiangzin, Luo Yangzin, and my friend Charles. They are all core members of the Teihao organization. Xiaonan blinked and said suspiciously, Isn't Luo Kunjiangzin your pseudonym? No, my alias in the Teihao organization is called Takaizawa Lola Yamato. Luo Kunjiangzin is indeed a very good friend of mine. Luo Sha shook her head and said in denial. Nagato's eyebrows trembled and found a bright spot, and said softly, It looks like there is a Luo character in everyone's name. Because the leader of the Taihao organization is called Deluo, which is vast, which means infinite. Luo is a net, which means inclusive. Deluo is immeasurable, that is, to contain all things. The second leader is called Ronaldinho, and the third leader is called Ronaldo, both up and down, so there must be a Luo in the name or pseudonym of the core members. Luo Sha is nonsense, and things like waistcoats need to be unified to look good. If I didn't add, in front of all the vests, it was considered very conscientious. Luo Sha said again, Luo Kunjiangzhen once proposed to the leader to admit you as a peripheral member. Although I was rejected, I will propose to the leader again in a while. There are 2 core members recommended. I believe that you become a peripheral member, it is already a certainty. Everything I just said is actually the goal of the organization, and we have been fighting for it in silence. Work hard, young people, and make contributions to the organization's great cause of peace. I believe that when you make achievements and improve your strength, you will definitely become a core member. Yahiko Nagato's heart is surging, I am not alone. But then there is another question. If you can really become a core member, what name should you use? Luiman, Luo Yan? Chong Luo, Milo? Miro Kin? After prevaricating this matter, Luo Sha started the formal teaching work. The first is Nagato. It's better to fudge. Luo Sha directly appointed him as the handle of Yuyan village, and the reporter of the Rishan Group's branch in the country of Rain. The head of the Rainy Country branch has huge powers in everything, including but not limited to disciplinary rewards, promotion and demotion, salary increase, and salary deduction. All peripheral members of the Rainy Country branch of the Rishan Group must listen to Nagato, the top leader. That's so awesome. As for whether Yuyan village will listen to Nagato, it is also very simple. The 3 of Akatsuki originally had a great reputation in the Rain Country, otherwise Hanzo would not be jealous. Teacher Luosha, Yuyan village has always been led by a demigod and Hanzang, will they listen to me? Nagato was not very confident, and said worriedly. Luo Sha patted Nagamon's head and encouraged, believe in yourself, you can. As for those diehards, leave it to me and I will offer them a condition they cannot refuse. Nagato nodded, and a teacher assisted him. He was more confident. He glanced at Yahiko, who looked unnatural next to him, and said anxiously, but I became the leader of Yuyan village, what should Yahiko do? The Akatsuki organization has always been led by Yahiko, or... You said that I am a double red stick, how can I become a talker, you still ask me to be clever. Yahiko Jianjun smiled and said, it doesn't matter to me, Nagato, you are stronger than me, and you are indeed more suitable to be a leader. A good brother, a quilt, whoever carries the handle will not affect the relationship between the two, but it is inevitable to lose. Luo Sha looked at Yahiko, pondered for a moment, and flickered, Yahiko, you actually shoulder more important responsibilities, which are more than 100 times greater than Nagato's responsibilities. Yahiko's eyes glowed, and he was pleasantly surprised, Teacher Luosha, I don't know what important task the organization has to give to me. Unifying the ninja world and promoting the rule of law are the goals of our Taihao organization. Before the unification of the ninja world, Yuyan village and even the Kingdom of Rain will become a test field, and Nagato will be the executor. And you are an explorer. You need to search through the codes and systems of all ninja villages in all countries throughout the ages. Combined with the thought and program of our Taihao organization, a set of practical and feasible code theory was created, which was constantly supplemented and revised. At the same time, we must also take care of the ideological construction of all members of the Taihao organization in Yuji. Absolute peace cannot be achieved, but we still have to aim for absolute peace. Ideological construction is very important. You will be the ideological committee member of the Rainy Country branch of Taihao organization. In short, it is a scholar, this kind of absolute idealist, let's just stay cool. In Yahiko's heart, there seemed to be a fire ignited. Did I shoulder such an important responsibility? The pioneer of peace, the explorer of the unknown road, how awesome it sounds. Teacher, what about me? Xiaonan said enthusiastically, youth has no limits. Mom. Luo Sha was in trouble and wanted to let Xiaonan do financial work, but when he thought of the magic of the paper of God in Xiaonan Yuan's plot, he was not at ease. This is a huge greed, a big tiger whose sentence of 8 million years is not too much. I don't think the mental outlook of the people of the country of rain is very good, so you should be responsible for this work. Teihao organizes the art committee of the branch of the country of rain, and the minister of the Wen department of the country of rain. This responsibility is also very important, second only to Yahiko, and still above Nagato. A friend of mine Luo Shuren once said that human sorrows are not interlinked, I only think they are noisy. It can be seen that a bad mental outlook will also affect everyone's working status and affect the process of peace. Chapter 59, Sand Hidden Vibration. For the time being, the matter of the Kingdom of Rain is so settled. The diehards who did not want to obey Nagato's rule were all killed by Luo Sha, and the remaining ninjas understood one truth: Lin Junja is the one who knows the current affairs. Luo Sha stayed in Wuyan village to teach the three people, and the news of the beheading of the demigod Hanzo in the Kingdom of Rain was not blocked. In silence, it was spread to the ninja world within a few days, causing an uproar. That was the demigod Hanzo. In the Second Ninja World War, Hanzo, who had not been killed by himself, was defeated by his own power in the Second Ninja World War. He was just assassinated by a new rising junior. Sand Hidden Village. After the 1,000 generations of elders made the decision, Jiaran Luo and Yukeng moved into Luosha's house at the same time, so as to calm the discordant voices in the village. At the same time, in order to dilute Yukeng's influence in the village, Zhou and Ilao Zhang have not allowed Yukeng to perform tasks recently. The ninja world is probably so strange. No matter how strong a female ninja is before marriage, the frequency of doing tasks after marriage will be greatly reduced. Most of them even become full-time housewives, such as Hinata, Sakura and others. This can be regarded as the war-torn ninja world, one of the few points that can warm people's hearts. The 6th day he left, missed him. Still wearing that backless outfit, Yukeng pushed open the window sash, leaning on the railing and looking far away in the direction of the country of rain. The evening breeze with gravel blew through, curling up a few strands of messy hair. In the streets under the afterglow of the setting sun, villagers and ninjas returning from missions stopped and went. In a trance, Yukeng remembered the past again. 2 months ago, the two were still facing each other tit for tat. Today, 2 months later, they are actually unmarried couples. Thinking about it carefully, it is a bit untrue, but it is quite reasonable. Sure enough, one's destiny depends of course on one's own efforts, but one must also consider the course of history. Spicy red hair hasn't come back yet. Guerrero came from behind, stood aside, leaned on the edge of the window, and said calmly, he shouldn't be able to come back after a while. Peace conferences, such an important matter, must be discussed for many days, and the details of the various clauses must be debated for a long time. Suddenly there was an extra heavenly fall from my childhood sweetheart. It's impossible not to care, but what's the use of opposing myself? Since ancient times, golden retrievers have been more defeated dogs. Yukeng retracted his gaze, closed the window sash, his ears were reddish, and tried to conceal, I'm not thinking about him, I'm just watching the sunset. Don't you think today's sunset is beautiful? Besides, the relationship between Luo Sha and I is just a political marriage, and there is no relationship, so don't think too much about it. The setting sun is in the west, and the direction you look at is the southeast. If you remember correctly, the country of rain is in the southeast. Kyra said ruthlessly. Even if they are serving a husband together at the moment, the two are far from being good sisters. The plastic sisters are very reluctant, and they watch Yukeng make a fool of themselves. Zhang Ailing once said, what is the channel leading to a woman's heart? Ye King perfectly verified the truth of this sentence. Xia Fei had her cheeks, her eyes dodged, and her brain was running wildly. In the end, she hesitated and pulled out a lie. I'm looking at Feng Ying's office. Yes, that's it. As you know, I am a very strong ninja and I am not used to this kind of easy life. I was thinking, it would be great if Master Feng Ying and Master Elder could arrange 1 or 2 tasks for me and let me move my hands and feet. Okay. After all, Ye King nodded affirmatively. Jia Luo didn't say a word. This woman was not very clever like Luo Xia had said before, and she couldn't lie. The atmosphere was awkward. Boom. Just when Ye King wanted to escape the air, a knock on the door suddenly sounded, alleviating the atmosphere. Ye King tidied his appearance and walked quickly to open the door. Crack. The door opened. Sister. The younger brother-in-law Yak Awan stood outside the door, with a look of joy, and when he saw Ye King opening the door, he suddenly collapsed into a cat's face. I used to say bad things about this woman. If I let her know, and then say bad things about myself, I will designate no good juice for myself in the future. Your sister is inside. Ye King said in disgust, thinking that it was Hong Mao who had come back. No, Master Ye King, you are also my elder sister, a little bit worse than your own elder sister. Yashimaru saw the wind and made Rudder's mouth wipe honey. Extend your finger to make 100 million gestures. What's the matter? Jiaran Luo walked slowly, questioning. Yashimaru glanced at Ye King, and said with joy, Elder Qiande asked me to tell you to go to Feng Ying's office. Looks like news of a brother-in-law came back. Ye King's eyes were full of energy, and his heart was suddenly inexplicably excited. All his emotions were written on his face. What news would it be from the red hair? Ye King Jialuo locked the door and hurried to Feng Ying's office. At a distance of a few hundred meters, the two of them thought of many possibilities in their hearts. As they walked into Feng Ying's office, the two men calmed down, opened the door and walked in, sitting in front of Zhou with the candlelight swaying. Zhou and Ilao Zhang looked excited. Apparently they had known the content of the news a long time ago, and they were shocked by Luo Xia's record. Under the premise that the ninja demigod Hanzhou deliberately deceived and ambushed, Luo Xia was able to kill Hanzhou without injury. How could he not shock people? Elder, Feng Ying-sama, what is the news about Hung Mao? Couldn't it be that he begged a little wife in the land of rain again? Ye King asked hurriedly. She thought of this possibility just on the way, and 6 days ago shouldn't let Hong Mao fool around with the iron butterfly. Although I asked Cho-sama afterwards that mass production of iron butterflies was true, Ye King still had doubts in his mind. Jialu Luo stared at Cho with 1,000 words in his eyes. Besides, Ye King had already asked for himself what he wanted to ask. Snapped. Cho slapped him on the table, dissatisfied with Ye King's question, and reprimanded, Ye King, you will soon be married to Luo Xia, how can you question his character so much? Don't ask you to respect each other as guests, at least as a couple. Luo Xia is the most dedicated and promising young man I have seen in decades. Everything is for the stability and prosperity of the village, even if he does make a mistake, it is for the village. Perhaps now, there is a relationship between the two of you, but if it were not for the village, he might not have agreed to this marriage. Ye King said nothing, his head couldn't turn around a bit. Why don't we seem to be in the same version? Obviously Luo Xia launched the offensive against me, and I was helpless in every possible way. I reluctantly agreed to the marriage, right? There must be something strange in this. Before Ye King turned around, Cho and Ilao Zhang looked at each other with serious expressions, and whispered, just now, our spies sent news back. The peace conference was fake, and Hanzhou just wanted to use this incident as a reason to trick Xiao Luoxia to go to Wuyan village and kill him. Boom! The heads of the two women suddenly went blank. Is this a feast? Hanzhou, who is it? A demigod in the ninja world, he won his reputation in the second battle of the ninja world, and he was outnumbered by many enemies and stayed out of the wind. Regardless of what reasons he did it, Hung Mao, that's a demigod. A veteran film-level powerhouse who has been famous for more than 10 years, with mental arithmetic and unintentional, he ambushes a new film-level youth on his own territory. What is the result? The latter has a high probability of death. Ye Kang's expression is complicated, like Maggie Chung, who learned that Brother Leopard was dead in the old movie Sweet Honey. First the corners of his mouth twitched, like a smile instead of a smile. You lied to me? Then the eye sockets were unconsciously wet, as if begging, choked up and said, Elder Qiande, Hong Mao must be fine with him. He will be magnetically evacuated, and the number of people won't work for him. Hanzhou is an old man and can't beat him. With that, Ye Kang couldn't talk anymore. It was half in Hanzhou. Sancho Toxin has mental arithmetic and unintentional, who cannot be affected. If it is not for Hanzhou's strength, how can Yin village survive in the middle of several big countries? I'm not married yet, so I'm going to be a widow? Snapped. Cho slapped another palm on the table, jumped up and said in surprise, it's more than okay. Xiao Luosha watched the fire and found Hanzhou's conspiracy in clues. The fraud was revealed, and the two fought a fierce battle. It took only 10 minutes for Xiao Luosha to behead Hanzhou on the spot. I didn't get hurt at all. In the original plot, Qiande's mother-in-law is still very happy and likes to make jokes. Now the preparations for Sheyan village are gradually being completed, and Qiande has the spirit of joking again. Ye Kang Leng was there, then burst into laughter. As expected of his own man, he killed the ninja demigod with a wave of his hand, and I knew you would do it. Cho said with joy again, now that Xiao Luosha's reputation has spread throughout the ninja world, it is estimated that the major ninja villages will have even more headaches. First capture Renzhuli and then demigod. There has not been such an outstanding young man in the ninja world for a long time. We must quickly pass on this news. If Luosha chopped down the handles of the other 4 shinobu villages, Cho would still be worried that they would be attacked with all their strength. Even if Sheyan was ready for battle, it would inevitably be a little uncomfortable. But Hanzhou is different. This is a top-notch experience package and prestige package. The Rain country without Hanzhou is not worth mentioning. Then when will he come back? Jiaran Luo asked, questioning what he thought of. Calculating the time, Luo Sha should have killed Hanzhou a few days ago. If he returns immediately, the news will not spread faster than his speed. Ye Kang also raised his ears. Hai Lao Zhang gave a light cough, and explained, Rosa is in the country of Rain, and there are still some things to deal with, and it may take a few days to come back. The two women breathed a sigh of relief again. It wasn't just an accident. 2 hours later, the news that Luosha killed the demigod Hanzhou spread throughout the entire Sheyan village. The sand ninjas are passionate. Is this the next person in the village? Can fight, strong. With such a handle, there will be a future. Many old ninjas who have witnessed Luosha's growth have taken to the streets, approached the tavern, and talked about Luosha's achievements. Chapter 60, You will regret it, I am Hokage. Konoha. The bright and full moon hung over the dark curtain, and the moonlight swayed over the streets. Stop, who? The ninja who was patrolling suddenly became alert and looked forward. It's me. Dada's footsteps stopped. Shimura Danzo turned around from the black shadow, his face gloomy. I'm sorry, Elder Danzo. The ninja on patrol was panicked, and his face was pale. He actually provokes the one who Konoha can't offend the most. People who have offended Hokage can live, and those who have offended Danzo have disappeared unknowingly. How big a sin did you commit? It's okay, continue patrolling. Danzo glanced at the patrolling ninja. Spicy chicken, just a very ordinary ninja, with no value in sucking into the roots at all. Turning his head, he walked to Naruto's office again, leaving the patrolling ninja with lingering fears. The Naruto office is brightly lit, and the world of ninja is not peaceful recently, and there are many things that need to be dealt with. Tuanzang opened the door and walked in. Through the candlelight, he looked at the 3 generations of Hokage, who was dealing with official duties, with his back rickety. Sarutobi, you are a lot older before you know it. What's the matter? Danzo. Sarutobi Risen raised his head and asked, putting down his official duties. Danzo is always like this. He likes to find himself in the dark and talks all night long. Most of the final endings are unhappy. You heard about the rain country, Sun Slash. Tuanzang sat down and asked with his eyes closed. Okay. Sarutobi nodded and said with emotion, unexpectedly, that old fellow Hanzo would be beheaded by a young man. I still remember clearly how heroic he was when he led Uren and fought us, the country of wind, and the country of iron at the same time. Tsunade and the 3 of them were also famous in the ninja world because of their battle with Hanzo. Who would have thought that today he would do such a perfidious thing, under the guise of peace, to commit an assassination? Being beheaded by a young man can be regarded as the reward for good and evil. When he thought of this, Sarutobi Hizaki was a little puzzled. Why did Hanzo shoot Luasha? It stands to reason that facilitating the peace agreement between the 3 countries is more conducive to the recovery of the country of rain. After all, the war between these 3 countries must be the small country in the cracks. Even if the Kingdom of Wind has not fully recovered from the Second Ninja World War, let alone the Kingdom of Rain. Who gave Hanzo his confidence, or what kind of interest entanglement? Sarutobi couldn't understand it. Tuanzang opened his eyes, sneered, and said, I told you a long time ago that we can't let Magneto Rasha grow up. He will be our confidant in the future. If you listen to me and start a war against the Kingdom of Wind in time, how can you give him a chance to grow up? Sarutobi Hizen was speechless, and retorted, the ability of magnetic escape Luasha to kill Hanzo is indeed a bit beyond my expectation. His strength, potential, I'm afraid it is still above the Ashimaru and the others at this moment. But Danzo, when was the last time you persuaded me? Is there half a month since now? Do you think that half a month can make a person grow up to this point? If I had listened to you and sent someone to assassinate him, it would not be Hanzo who died, but ours. Tuanzang was speechless, he was indeed behind the scenes. After exposing the incident, he became angry and said, this incident has passed, Sun Slash, today I am here, there is another thing. Oh? Let's talk, it won't be the roots and there is no manpower. I want to choose people from the major families again, how long has it been since the last time? Sarutobi Risen was a little confused, frowned. The frequency that Tuanzang went to various big families to fight the autumn breeze was too frequent. Naturally not. Danzo shook his head. This time the roots did suffer a heavy loss, but he already had a way to complement his manpower, and it was not a long-term solution to have been doing harm to several big families. Sun Jian, you and I know that the reason why Yuyan village has been able to persist until now is purely because Hanzo exists. Without him, Yuyan village is not worth mentioning. Our root ninja went to the country of rain to perform a mission a few days ago. He never survived. I suspect that Hanzo was brutally killed by him while he was still alive. The person is dead, but the account still has to be settled. I propose to gather troops immediately and march into the country of rain. Now that there is no leader in the country of rain, it is a good time for us to take this country and expand its territory. Danzo's heart is surging, and the more he speaks, the more excited he gets. Hanzo just died a few days ago, and in a blink of an eye he will take Motsai to take over Hanzo's site. Surface brother, nothing more than the same. Without thinking, Sarutobi Hitachi refuted Danzo's remarks, impossible. Konoha has always advertised ourselves as loving peace, so we can't take the initiative to attack at this time. Danzo was mourning his misfortune, angering him without fighting, and shouted angrily, Sarutobi, how long do you want to realize it? This is true in the country of wind, and so is the country of rain. If the country of wind is considered to be a big country, it has the home field advantage in terrain. What else is the country of rain afraid of? Without Hanzhou, the land of rain is equivalent to being undefended and sending a troop casually. You can take this country at no cost, and it's at your fingertips. What's more, is it not also a kind of kindness to let the country of rain, which has been fighting for a long time, be embraced by the country of fire and protected by us? Who would the common people dare not eat the pot of syrup to welcome the generals? Danzhou had almost read out a Rongzhong Dui directly. Have you considered the consequences of doing this, Danzhou? Sarutobi stood up, glaring at Danzhou, and explained word by word, the kingdom of rain is indeed easy to take down. But where is our front? Although we often put the place of war in these small countries. But it does not mean that there are no fronts or defenses in the land of Fire Nation. The kingdom of rain does not have a strategic depth, and the value of subsequent development is not under our control. That is a matter of the name. Winning the country of rain, apart from arousing the fear of other big countries, we won't get the slightest benefit. In addition, there will be even more severe consequences. After the country of rain is taken, we will directly border the two countries, and there will be no buffer zone. Once something happens, there is no room for reversal, which means that frictions with them will increase and change the target's situation in the ninja world. Still like this is not good, that is not good either. Master 2, you made a wrong decision when you chose Sarutobi /. Tuanzang glared, his teeth creaked, and he squeezed out a sentence, you will regret it, son / I'm Hokage, Danzhou. Sarutobi Rizan finally got hardened, and said this sentence that he had said many times. Naruto Dijin's inherent drama. Humph. Unhappy, Tuanzang walked away, taking advantage of the darkness, to a training ground behind the village. To make Konoha great again, sure enough, it still depends on me.